In this class for beginner, we're going to see some of the most important French grammar points into specific parts of the French grammar, and we'll come with several sentences, both in English and French. And by the end of this course, learners will be able to use the different points. First, we're going to see the French pronouns, the French nouns and articles, the French genitives. Then we're going to see the French possessive adjectives, the French possessive pronouns, demonstrative adjectives. Then we're going to see the most common French adjectives put in sentences. And we're going to finish with the French conjunctions, subordinative, objective, cause, opposition, time, comparison, and condition conjunctions in French. In this lesson, we will focus on simple grammar, and we will focus specifically on the pronouns, emphatic and personal pronoun. So let's start. Like the first pronoun in English, it's I, like I am French. And in French, it becomes je. Je suis français. Je suis français. And the emphatic form of I in English become me. And in French, it becomes moi. Moi. So, for example, d'habitude, c'est moi qui parle en classe. Usually, it's me who speaks in class. D'habitude, c'est moi qui parle en classe. And the personal pronoun for you in English becomes tu in French. You are student. Tu es étudiante. Tu es étudiante. And the emphatic form of tu becomes toi, which refers to you in English. For example, you are my best friend. Toi, tu es mon meilleur ami. Toi, tu es mon meilleur ami. And so the he, it personal pronoun in English becomes il in French. For example, he is very kind. Il est très gentil. Il est très gentil. And the emphatic form, him, becomes lui in French. For example, him, it's an idiot. Lui, c'est un idiot. Lui, c'est un idiot. And the form for she, it's elle in French. For example, she has a very good job. Elle a un très bon travail. Elle a un très bon travail. And the emphatic form of she, her in English, becomes also elle in French. It's her the manager. C'est elle la directrice. C'est elle la directrice. We also have the personal pronoun we in English, which becomes nous in French. For example, we are late. Nous sommes en retard. Nous sommes en retard. And the emphatic form of we, which becomes us in English, keep the same form in French, and it's still nous. So, for example, us, the youngs, we don't understand adult. Nous, les jeunes, nous ne comprenons pas les adultes. Nous, les jeunes, nous ne comprenons pas les adultes. And the personal pronoun for you, plural, as a group, becomes vous in French and can also be used to express politeness. when you talk with a director or a manager or a person, with who you need to express higher politeness. So it becomes vous, and for example, do you have questions? Vous avez des questions? Vous avez des questions? And the emphatic form of you in English, which stay also the same like in French. It stay like vous. So for example, it's thanks to you that this work is possible. C'est grâce à vous que ce travail est possible. C'est grâce à vous que ce travail est possible. And so the last personal pronoun, they in English, becomes il with an S in French. So bear in mind that the S is not pronounced. So for example, they don't know how to write. Ils ne savent pas écrire. Ils ne savent pas écrire. And so the emphatic form of they in English, which becomes them, becomes eux in French, with an X, which is not pronounced also. So for example, them, the Lebanese, speak French well. Eux, les Libanais, parlent bien le français. Eux, les Libanais, parlent bien le français. The noun and articles in French. So French has two genders, masculine and feminine, and the definite article has the form le for the masculine and the form la for the feminine in the singular, and both contract to L apostrophe before a vowel or a mute H, and both have the common form les in the plural. For example, le père, the father, les pères, the fathers, l'ami, the friend, les amis, the friends, l'homme, the man, les hommes, the men, la mère, the mother, les mères, the mothers, l'ami, the friend, les amis, the friends. The indefinite article had the form un for the masculine and une for the feminine in the singular, and in the plural, the common form des. For example, un livre, a book, des livres, books, une voix, a voice, des voix, voices. The next part is about the genitive in French, and the genitive form is used for all the nouns that never alters except to take a plural ending. So there is no feminine or masculine gender. So in French, we use the word de and we insert it before the article. Note that in the masculine singular, de le becomes du, and in the plural form, de les becomes des. So the genitive is used very often in French as a particle to express definite or indefinite quantity, and indefinite amount is expressed by de plus the article, du, de, and L apostrophe, or de, la. A definite amount is expressed by de. And for example, Paul a acheté. Paul has bought an indefinite amount, du vin, wine, de l'encre, ink, de la viande, meat, des pommes, apples. Or, a definite amount, un litre de vin, a liter of wine, une bouteille d'encre, a bottle of ink, 1 kilo de viande, a kilo of meat, 1 kilo de pommes, a kilo of apples. So you can see that for an indefinite amount of things, you can see that we use du for the words masculine that start with a consonant, de la for the feminine words starting with a consonant also, de l'apostrophe for masculine and feminine words starting with a vowel. And then we use de for all the plurals. And so whenever we have to express like a definite amount of things that is difficult to quantify by 1, 2, 3 or whatever thing, like, 1 apple, 2 apples and everything, like whenever we can't quantify the words, we have to use like a certain amount of things, like for example, a liter, a bottle of a kilo. And so we use 1 litre de, 1 kilo de, if the words following after are starting with a consonant, and une bouteille d'apostrophe, the word is starting with a vowel. The next part is about the possessive adjectives, like my, your, etc. in English. But in French, all the possessive adjectives have 3 forms: masculine, feminine, and plural. And each forms have a specific shape. So let's start with the first possessive adjective, my. So in French, my can be written mon, ma, mes. So the first one, mon, stands for my when it's a possessive masculine adjective starting with a vowel and a consonant. For example, mon frère s'appelle Simon. My brother's name is Simon. Mon frère s'appelle Simon. Mon immeuble est vieux. My building is old. Mon immeuble est vieux. But mon can also stand for my when it's a possessive feminine adjective starting with a vowel. For example, Aya est mon ami. Aya is my friend. Aya est mon ami. The second form is ma, and it refers to my when it's a possessive feminine adjective starting with a consonant. For example, ma sœur s'appelle Margot. My sister's name is Margot. Ma sœur s'appelle Margot. The third form, mes, refers to my when it's a possessive plural adjective starting with either vowel or consonant. For example, Audrey et Maxime sont mes amis. Audrey and Maxime are my friends. Audrey et Maxime sont mes amis. Mes parents sont français. My parents are French. Mes parents sont français. The second possessive adjective is your, and in French it becomes ton, ta, tes. The first one, ton, refers to your when it's a possessive masculine adjective starting with vowel or consonant, like in ton appartement est sympa, your flat is nice, ton appartement est sympa, or ton père est très gentil, your father is very kind, ton père est très gentil. But ton can also stand for possessive feminine adjective when it starts with a vowel, like for example, ton épouse est très belle. Your spouse is very beautiful. Ton épouse est très belle. Then we do have ta, which stands for you when it's a possessive feminine adjective starting with a consonant, like in the sentence Ta maison est immense. Your house is huge. Ta maison est immense. And then the last one, te, stands for you when it's a possessive plural adjective starting with vowel consonants, like in the sentence Tes enfants sont très polis. Your kids are very polite. Tes enfants sont très polis. Tes livres sont chez moi. Your books are at my place. Tes livres sont chez moi. The third one, his, her, its, becomes son, sa, ses in French. The first one, son, refers to his, her, when it's a possessive masculine adjective starting with vowel consonant, like in the sentence Je ne comprends pas son accent. I don't understand his, her accent. Je ne comprends pas son accent. Son mari est italien. His, her husband is Italian. Son mari est italien. Son can also refer to his, her when it's a possessive feminine adjective starting with vowel. J'aime son allure. I like his, her look. J'aime son allure. Ça stands for his, her when it's a possessive feminine adjective starting with a consonant. For example, sa voiture est rapide. His, her car is fast. Sa voiture est rapide. Then we do have c'est, which refers to his, her, when it's a possessive plural adjective starting with vowel or consonant. For example, ses notes sont bonnes. His, her grades are good. Ses notes sont bonnes. Ses affaires sont propres. His, her clothes are clean. Ses affaires sont propres. The following possessive adjective is our, and in French it becomes notre, no. So notre stands for our when it's a possessive masculine or feminine adjective starting with vowel or consonant. Notre région est très calme. Our region is very quiet. Notre région est très calme. Notre aventure commence. Our adventure starts. Notre aventure commence. Then, no stands for our when it's a possessive plural adjective starting with vowel and consonant, like in the following sentences. Nos ancêtres sont africains. Our ancestors are Africans. Nos ancêtres sont africains. Nos buts sont les mêmes. Our goals are the same. Nos buts sont les mêmes. The following possessive adjective is your when it refers to a group of people. And in French it becomes votre, vos. So votre refers to your when it's a possessive, masculine, feminine adjective starting with vowel or consonant. For example, votre avis est important. Your opinion is important. Votre avis est important. Votre train arrive dans 5 minutes. Your train arrives in 5 minutes. And vos stands for your when it's a possessive plural adjective starting with vowel and consonants. For example, vos peintures sont belles. Your paintings are beautiful. Vos peintures sont belles. Vos attentes sont différentes. Your expectations are different. Vos attentes sont différentes. And finally, we have their, which in French becomes leur, and leur with an S. So leur without S refers to their, possessive masculine or feminine adjective, starting with either vowel or consonant, like in the sentences leur chien est dangereux, their dog is dangerous, leur chien est dangereux, leur école est très loin, their school is very far, leur école est très loin, and leur with a S stands for their when it's a possessive plural adjective starting with vowel and consonant. Like in leurs fruits sont délicieux, their fruits are delicious, leurs fruits sont délicieux, leurs amis sont perdus, their friends are lost, leurs amis sont perdus. The next part is about the possessive pronouns, which are used basically when in English we have to say mine, yours, his, and everything. So every possessive pronouns have 4 forms. 2 forms for masculine nouns, singular and plural form. Le mien, the mine. Les miens, the mine for masculine plural. And 2 forms for feminine, la mienne, les miennes. And it does works the same for yours, his, ours, your, their. And it becomes le tien, les tiens, la tienne, les tiennes, le sien, les siens, la sienne, les siennes, le nôtre, les nôtres, la nôtre, les nôtres, le vôtre, les vôtres, la vôtre, les vôtres, le leur, les leurs, la leur, les leurs. For example, ce livre, c'est le mien. This book is mine. Ce livre, c'est le mien. Cette veste, c'est la tienne ou la sienne? This jacket is yours or his? Cette veste, c'est la tienne ou la sienne? C'est la mienne. It's mine. C'est la mienne. Le vôtre est mieux que le mien. Yours is better than mine. Le vôtre est mieux que le mien. Les enfants, ce sont les nôtres. The kids, they are our. Les enfants, ce sont les nôtres. The next part is about the demonstrative adjective. So let's start. Ce refers to this, and it's put in front of a masculine singular noun, and ce changed to set in front of a vowel or a mute H. So we use ce in front of the masculine nouns that start with consonant, and set in front of the noun starting with a vowel. Set refers also to this, but even though it sounds the same than the derived form of ce, it's written with 2 T and a E at the end, and it's put in front of the feminine singular nouns. Ces stands for these, and it's used for masculine and feminine plural. For example, ce père, this father, cet ami, this friend, cette mère, this mother. Cet ami, this friend, ses pères et ses mères. This and that can also be designated by the addition of si or la to the noun at the end of the noun. For example, ce livre-ci, this book, ce livre-ci, or ce livre-là, that book, ce livre-là. Petit, petite, small. J'ai un petit jardin. I have a little garden, a small garden. J'ai un petit jardin. C'est ma petite sœur. It's my little sister. C'est ma petite sœur. Grand, grande, tall. Cet immeuble est vraiment grand. This building is really tall. Cet immeuble est vraiment grand. Il y a une grande église dans ce village. There's a tall church in this village. Il y a une grande église dans ce village. Gros, grosse, big. C'est un gros problème. It's a big problem. C'est un gros problème. C'est une grosse maison. It's a big house. C'est une grosse maison. Maigre, skinny. Il n'est pas fin, il est maigre. He is not thin, he is skinny. Il n'est pas fin, il est maigre. Elle va à l'hôpital car elle est trop maigre. She goes to the hospital because she is too skinny. Elle va à l'hôpital car elle est trop maigre. Amusant, amusante, funny. Ce film est amusant. This movie is funny. Ce film est amusant. C'est une histoire amusante. It's a funny story. C'est une histoire amusante. Sympa, nice. Ce restaurant est sympa. This restaurant is nice. Ce restaurant est sympa. Cette musique est sympa. This music is nice. Cette musique est sympa. Joyeux, joyeuse. Happy. C'est un joyeux événement. It's a happy event. C'est un joyeux événement. C'est une joyeuse nouvelle. It's an happy news. C'est une joyeuse nouvelle. Triste, sad. La vie de ce monsieur est triste. The life of this man is sad. La vie de ce monsieur est triste. C'est un triste souvenir. It's a sad memory. C'est un triste souvenir. beau, belle, beautiful. C'est un beau garçon. It's a beautiful boy. C'est un beau garçon. C'est une belle fille. It's a beautiful girl. C'est une belle fille. Laid, laide, ugly. Ce chien est très laid. This dog is very ugly. Ce chien est très laid. Cette peinture est très laide. This painting is very ugly. Cette peinture est très laide. Jeune, young. Ma sœur est plus jeune que moi. My sister is younger than me. Ma sœur est plus jeune que moi. Cet enfant est très jeune. This kid is very young. Cet enfant est très jeune. Vieux, vieille, old. C'est un vieux bateau. It's an old boat. C'est un vieux bateau. C'est une vieille histoire. It's an old story. C'est une vieille histoire. Sombre, dark. Il fait sombre ici. It's dark here. Il fait sombre ici. Cette salle est sombre. This room is dark. Cette salle est sombre. Clair, bright or clear. C'est une journée claire. It's a bright day. C'est une journée claire. Le problème est clair. The problem is clear. Le problème est clair. Bas, basse, low. L'avion vole très bas. The plane flies very low. L'avion vole très bas. La température de l'eau est basse. The temperature of the water is low. La température de l'eau est basse. Haut, haute, high. Il y a un haut risque. There is a high risk. Il y a un haut risque. Cette montagne est haute. This mountain is high. Cette montagne est haute. Intelligent, intelligente, intelligent. Cet élève est très intelligent. This student is very intelligent. Cet élève est très intelligent. C'est une décision intelligente. It's an intelligent decision. C'est une décision intelligente. Idiot, idiote, idiote. Mon frère est un idiot. My brother is an idiot. Mon frère est un idiot. En examen, je fais des erreurs idiotes. In exam, I'm doing idiot mistakes. En examen, je fais des erreurs idiotes. Léger, légère, light. Ce plat est léger. This meal is light. Ce plat est léger. Elle est légère comme une plume. She is light as a feather. Elle est légère comme une plume. Lourd, lourde, heavy. L'éléphant est l'animal le plus lourd du monde. Elephant is the heaviest animal in the world. L'éléphant est l'animal le plus lourd du monde. La boîte est très lourde. Je ne peux pas la porter. The box is very heavy. I can't carry it. La boîte est très lourde. Je ne peux pas la porter. Lourd. Lent, lente, slow. L'escargot est lent. The snail is slow. L'escargot est lent. La tortue est lente. The turtle is slow. La tortue est lente. Rapide, fast. Le train est rapide. The train is fast. Le train est rapide. La voiture est rapide. The car is fast. La voiture est rapide. Pauvre, poor. Contrairement à ma famille, je suis pauvre. In contrary to my family, I'm poor. Contrairement à ma famille, je suis pauvre. Cette région est pauvre. This region is poor. Cette région est pauvre. Riche, rich. Ce pays est riche. This country is rich. Ce pays est riche. Ma famille est riche. My family is rich. Ma famille est riche. Plein, pleine, full. La bibliothèque est pleine de livres. The library is full of books. La bibliothèque est pleine de livres. Mon devoir est plein d'erreurs. My homework is full of mistakes. Mon devoir est plein d'erreurs. Vide, empty. La bouteille est vide. The bottle is empty. La bouteille est vide. Un bateau vide va plus vite qu'un bateau plein. An empty boat goes faster than a full boat. Un bateau vide va plus vite qu'un bateau plein. sale, dirty. Mets ton pantalon sale à la machine à laver. Put your dirty pants in the washing machine. Mets ton pantalon sale à la machine à laver. Ta voiture est sale. Il y a de la poussière partout dedans. Your car is dirty. There is dust all over inside. Ta voiture est sale. Il y a de la poussière partout dedans. Propre, clean. Prends une assiette propre pour manger. Take a clean plate to eat. Prends une assiette propre pour manger. J'ai fait le ménage. Le salon est propre. I did the cleaning. The living room is clean. J'ai fait le ménage. Le salon est propre. Occupé. Busy. Il est trop occupé. Il ne peut pas venir. He's too busy. He can't come. Il est trop occupé. Il ne peut pas venir. La salle est occupée. The room is busy. La salle est occupée. Méchant, méchante, naughty. C'est un méchant garçon. It's a naughty boy. C'est un méchant garçon. Elle est méchante avec lui. She is naughty with him. Elle est méchante avec lui. Violent, violente, violent. Un jeu violent. A violent game. Un jeu violent. Une violente réaction. A violent reaction. Une violente réaction. Silencieux, silencieuse. Silent. Un élève silencieux. A silent student. Un élève silencieux. Une nuit silencieuse. A silent night. Une nuit silencieuse. Bruyant, bruyante, noisy. Cet homme est bruyant. This man is noisy. Cet homme est bruyant. Cette ville est bruyante. This town is noisy. Cette ville est bruyante. Difficile, difficult. C'est difficile de se lever tôt. It's difficult to wake up early. C'est difficile de se lever tôt. La vie est difficile. Life's difficult. La vie est difficile. Facile, easy. Le français, c'est facile. French is easy. Le français, c'est facile. Cette question est facile. This question is easy. Cette question est facile. Faible, weak. Cette classe a un faible niveau. This class has a weak level. Cette classe a un faible niveau. Avec l'âge, elle devient de plus en plus faible. With the age, she becomes more and more weak. Avec l'âge, elle devient de plus en plus faible. Fort, forte, strong. Nous avons besoin d'une personne forte pour nous aider. We need a strong person to help us. Nous avons besoin d'une personne forte pour nous aider. Malgré sa petite taille, il est très fort. Despite his small size, he is very strong. Malgré sa petite taille, il est très fort. Fin, fine, thin. Un fin fil de laine. A thin string of wool. Un fin fil de laine. Une fine feuille de papier. A thin sheet of paper. Une fine feuille de papier. Épais, épaisse, thick. Un épais brouillard. A thick fog. Un épais brouillard. Une épaisse chevelure. Thick hairs. Une épaisse chevelure. Étrange, strange. C'est une étrange personne. It's a strange person. C'est une étrange personne. Quel étrange personnage. Such a strange character. Quel étrange personnage. Feignant, feignante, lazy. Il ne fait aucun effort, il est feignant. He does not do any effort, he is lazy. Il ne fait aucun effort, il est feignant. Ma sœur ne range jamais sa chambre, elle est feignante. My sister never tidy her room, she is lazy. Ma sœur ne range jamais sa chambre, elle est feignante. Ennuyeux, ennuyeuse, annoying. Ce cours est ennuyeux. This class is annoying. Ce cours est ennuyeux. Cette situation est ennuyeuse. This situation is annoying. Cette situation est ennuyeuse. Effrayant, effrayante, scary. Je trouve cette peinture effrayante. I found this painting scary. Je trouve cette peinture effrayante. Mon frère est effrayant quand il s'énerve. My brother is scary when he gets angry. Mon frère est effrayant quand il s'énerve. Fragile, fragile. Un meuble fragile. A fragile furniture. Un meuble fragile. Une plante fragile.
A fragile plant. Une plante fragile.
Gentil, gentille. Kind. Il est gentil avec elle. He is kind with her. Il est gentil avec elle. La maîtresse est gentille. The teacher is kind. La maîtresse est gentille. Généreux, généreuse. Generous. C'est un homme généreux. It's a generous man. C'est un homme généreux. C'est une offre généreuse. It's a generous offer. C'est une offre généreuse. Important, importante. Important. J'ai un examen important aujourd'hui. I have an important exam today. J'ai un examen important aujourd'hui. Il vient d'une famille importante. He comes from an important family. Il vient d'une famille importante. Inquiet, inquiète. Worried. Je suis inquiet pour elle. I'm worried about her. Je suis inquiet pour elle. Elle est inquiète en voiture. She's worried in car. Elle est inquiète en voiture. Délicieux, délicieuse. Delicious. Un plat délicieux. A delicious meal. Un plat délicieux. La tarte est délicieuse. The pie is delicious. La tarte est délicieuse. Doux, douce. Sweet. Ce manteau est doux. This coat is sweet. Ce manteau est doux. Cette veste est douce. This jacket is sweet. So basically, doux and douce can mean sweet or soft. So you can use it also for food or textures. Courageux, courageuse. Brave. C'est un courageux aventurier. He is a brave adventurer. C'est un courageux aventurier. Elle est plus courageuse que toi. She is braver than you. Elle est plus courageuse que toi. Courageux. Cher, cher. Expensive. Cet appartement est très cher. This flat is very expensive. Cet appartement est très cher. Ta voiture est chère. Your car is expensive. Ta voiture est chère. Calme, calme, quiet. Je suis toujours calme. I'm always calm, quiet. Je suis toujours calme.
La mer est calme aujourd'hui. The sea is calm, quiet today. La mer est calme aujourd'hui.
The next part is about the French conjunctions. And there is many different conjunction forms in French. The subordinative, adjective, cause conjunction, oppositions, etc. But let's start with the normal forms. So, the first conjunction is in English, but, and it becomes mais in French. Mais. C'est cher, mais de très bonne qualité. It's expensive, but of very good quality. C'est cher, mais de très bonne qualité. Or, in English, becomes ou in French. Nous allons au cinéma ou nous allons au supermarché. We go to the cinema or we go to the supermarket. Nous allons au cinéma ou nous allons au supermarché. And in English becomes et in French. Marc et Alice vont à la plage. Mark and Alice go to the beach. So or therefore in English becomes donc. C'est donc toi. So it was you. C'est donc toi. In English, yet becomes or in French. Il faut tenir les délais, or ce n'est pas possible. The deadlines must be met, yet this is not possible. Neither, nor, in English becomes ni in French. For example, il ne veut ni l'argent, ni les cadeaux. It doesn't want neither money nor gifts. Il ne veut ni l'argent, ni les cadeaux. Because becomes car. Il reste calme car il est gentil. The following parts of the conjunctions are the subordinative conjunction, same than since, as, when, and everything. So let's start. As or since in English becomes comme, and it is used to compare or indicate a cause. Elle est blanche comme la neige. She is as white as snow. Elle est blanche comme la neige. Then as or since can also be used to indicate a subordinating cause. So it becomes puisque in French. Puisque je suis ici, ne t'inquiète pas. As I'm here, don't worry. When in English becomes quand in French, but when it indicates a cause or a condition and it's similar to si, if. For example, je pars quand tu arrives. I leave when you come. Je pars quand tu arrives. But when can also be translated in French as lorsque, and it indicates a cause, and it's similar to quand, like when, literally, for example. On mange beaucoup de sucreries lorsqu'on est enfant. We eat a lot of sweets when we are kids. On mange beaucoup de sucreries lorsqu'on est enfant. The following one is that in English and becomes que in French, and it introduces a completive subordinating clause. For example, je crois qu'il viendra demain. I believe that he will come tomorrow. Je crois qu'il viendra demain. The next one, even though or even if, becomes quoique in French, and it indicates two ideas in opposition. For example, je commence à progresser, quoique le français soit une langue difficile. I start to make some progress, even though French is a difficult language. Je commence à progresser, quoique le français soit une langue difficile. And then the last one for this part is if, and it becomes si in French, and it indicates a condition or an hypothesis. For example, si tu arrives à l'heure, je t'accepterai en cours. If you come on time, I will accept you to class. Si tu arrives à l'heure, je t'accepterai en cours. The next conjunction form is the objective conjunction, and it does implement the idea of a goal. So, for example, we do have de manière que, en sorte que, pour que, that stands for so that. For example, je vous donne ce texte pour que vous puissiez le travailler à la maison. I give you this text so that you can work on it at home. Afin de stands for in order to, a bit of the same than de sorte que, pour que, that stands for so that. So, j'étudie afin de réussir l'examen. I study in order to pass the exam. J'étudie afin de réussir l'examen. Ainsi stands for in this way, so. Je parle différentes langues. Ainsi, je communique avec le monde entier. I speak different languages, so I communicate with the entire world. Je parle différentes langues. Ainsi, je communique avec le monde entier. Par conséquent stands for consequently, therefore. For example, tu as raté ton examen, par conséquent, tu dois le repasser. You missed your exam, therefore you must pass it again. Tu as raté ton examen, par conséquent, tu dois le repasser. Sinon stands for otherwise. For example, tu dois trouver ta passion, sinon tu ne seras jamais heureux dans la vie. You have to find your passion, otherwise you will never be happy in your life. Tu dois trouver ta passion, sinon tu ne seras jamais heureux dans la vie. The next part is about the cause conjunctions in French. So let's get started. Because in English becomes parce que in French. For example, je ne viendrai pas parce que mon fils est malade. I will not come because my son is ill. Je ne viendrai pas parce que mon fils est malade. Because of becomes à cause de en français. For example, j'ai raté le bus à cause de toi. I missed the bus because of you. J'ai raté le bus à cause de toi. And so in English we do have because of, which those stands for a negative cause, but we also have thanks to, that those stands for a positive cause. And thanks to in French becomes grâce à. For example, j'ai réussi grâce à toi. I succeed thanks to you. J'ai réussi grâce à toi. Given that in English becomes étant donné que in French. For example, Étant donné qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de travail, la majorité des jeunes sont au chômage. Given that there is not much work, the majority of the youth are unemployed. Étant donné qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de travail, la majorité des jeunes sont au chômage. Since, in English, becomes puisque in French. For example, puisque tu ne veux pas m'aider, je finirai tout seul. Since you don't want to help me, I'll finish by myself. Puisque tu ne veux pas m'aider, je finirai tout seul. The next part is about the opposition conjunctions. So let's start. Even if, in English, becomes même si in French. Je ne peux pas te faire passer, même si tu as fait des progrès. I can't let you pass even if you have made progress. Je ne peux pas te faire passer, même si tu as fait des progrès. Instead of, in English, becomes au lieu de, in French. Tu devrais apprendre l'arabe au lieu du russe. You should learn Arabic instead of Russian. Tu devrais apprendre l'arabe au lieu du russe. Although, even though, becomes bien que, followed by subjunctive in French. Je continue le travail bien que je sois fatigué. I continue the work even though I'm tired. Je continue le travail bien que je sois fatigué. Nevertheless, however, in English, becomes cependant in French. La France est un pays riche, cependant, beaucoup de gens sont au chômage. France is a rich country, however, a lot of people are unemployed. La France est un pays riche, cependant, beaucoup de gens sont au chômage. Unlike, in English, becomes contrairement à, in French. Contrairement à la biologie, j'adore l'histoire. Unlike biology, I love history. Contrairement à la biologie, j'adore l'histoire. On the other hand, in English, becomes en revanche in French. C'est un bon film, en revanche, la fin est décevante. It's a good movie, on the other hand, the end is deceiving. C'est un bon film, en revanche, la fin est décevante. Except, in English, becomes hormis in French. J'aime toutes les nourritures, hormis la viande. I like all foods except meat. J'aime toutes les nourritures, hormis la viande. Despite, in English, becomes malgré in French. Malgré mes efforts, je ne comprends pas. Despite my efforts, I don't understand. Malgré mes efforts, je ne comprends pas. Nonetheless becomes néanmoins in French. Ça ne va pas être facile, néanmoins, j'essaierai de vous aider. It's not going to be easy, nonetheless, I will try to help you. Ça ne va pas être facile, néanmoins, j'essaierai de vous aider. Par contre, also stands for on the other hand or however. Je ne suis pas très doué en mathématiques, par contre je suis bon en langue. I'm not very skilled, talented in math. However, I'm good in language. Je ne suis pas très doué en mathématiques, par contre je suis bon en langue. Pourtant stands for yet or even so. Nous sommes en été, pourtant il pleut. We're in summer, and yet it's raining. Nous sommes en été, et pourtant il pleut. toutefois stands also for however, nevertheless. For example, ton devoir est bon, toutefois, il y a quelques fautes. Your homework is good, however, there are some mistakes. Ton devoir est bon, toutefois, il y a quelques fautes. The next part is about time conjunctions. And the first time conjunction in English is before that, after that. And in French, it's avant que, après que. So let's take the example. Il est parti avant que je vienne. He left before that I come. Il est parti avant que je vienne. And so that you can use avant que, après que, depending what you want to say. It does work the same. The next one is while in English, and it becomes alors que in French. For example, quelqu'un a frappé à la porte alors que j'étais au téléphone. Someone knocked the door while I was on the phone. Quelqu'un a frappé à la porte alors que j'étais au téléphone. The next one is as soon as. And in French, it becomes aussitôt que. For example, aussitôt que je me lève, je prends un café et une cigarette. As soon as I wake up, I take a coffee and a cigarette. Aussitôt que je me lève, je prends un café et une cigarette. The next one, dès que, also stands for as soon as. For example, dès que tu le vois, fais-moi signe. As soon as you see him, give me a shout. Dès que tu le vois, fais-moi signe. Until, in English, becomes jusqu'à ce que, in French. For example, je resterai là jusqu'à ce que tu viennes. I will stay here until you come. Je resterai là jusqu'à ce que tu viennes. During, in English, becomes lors or durant. Lors des manifestations en France, la police a blessé des civils. During the protest in France, police wounded civilians. Lors des manifestations en France, la police a blessé des civils. When, in English, becomes lorsque in French. For example, lorsque je te parle, tout va mieux. When I talk to you, everything goes better. Lorsque je te parle, tout va mieux. Whereas, while, in English, becomes tandis que in French. Tandis que beaucoup passent leur vie sur les réseaux sociaux, je préfère me concentrer sur des choses plus essentielles. Whereas a lot of people spend their life on social networks, I prefer focusing on more essential things. Tandis que beaucoup passent leur vie sur les réseaux sociaux, je préfère me concentrer sur des choses plus essentielles. As long as becomes tant que in French. Je serai heureux tant que je serai avec toi. I will be happy as long as I will be with you. Je serai heureux tant que je serai avec toi. And while becomes pendant que. For example, je mets la table pendant que tu fais la cuisine. I set up table while you're cooking. Je mets la table pendant que tu fais la cuisine. The next part is about the comparison conjunction. And the first one is as much as, which in French becomes autant que. Travaillez autant que vous pouvez. Work as much as you can. Travaillez autant que vous pouvez. Like, in the manner of, becomes à l'instar de in French. For example, à l'instar des Français, les Italiens adorent le vin. Like the French, Italians love wine. À l'instar des Français, les Italiens adorent le vin. As well as, or along with, becomes in French, ainsi que. For example, j'aime le hummus ainsi que les falafels. I like hummus as well as falafel. J'aime le hummus ainsi que les falafels. As, in English, becomes en tant que in French. For example, sur Internet, je travaille en tant que professeur de langue. On the Internet, I work as language teacher. Sur Internet, je travaille en tant que professeur de langue. Compared to, in English, becomes par rapport à, in French. For example, par rapport à la Tunisie, la vie est plus chère en France. Compared to Tunisia, life is more expensive in France. Par rapport à la Tunisie, la vie est plus chère en France. The next part, and the last one for the conjunction lessons, is about the condition conjunctions. And the first one, provided that, in French, becomes à condition que. Je te laisserai entrer à condition que tu ne fasses pas de bruit. I let you enter, provided that you do not do noise. Je te laisserai entrer à condition que tu ne fasses pas de bruit. Unless becomes à moins que. Nous irons au cinéma à moins que tu veuilles faire autre chose. We will go to the cinema unless you want to do something else. Nous irons au cinéma à moins que tu veuilles faire autre chose. In case becomes au cas où. Je le note dans mon cahier, au cas où j'oublie. I note it in my notebook in case I forget. Je le note dans mon cahier, au cas où j'oublie. Either or becomes ou in French. For example, il est ou courageux ou stupide. He is either brave or stupid. Il est ou courageux ou stupide. And either or can also be used with soit, soit. Je veux choisir soit l'un, soit l'autre. I want to choose either one or the other. Je veux choisir soit l'un, soit l'autre.
Cette image aborde le thème de l'identité. Au premier plan, on peut voir une famille de 4 personnes. Il y a un père et une mère avec 2 enfants. La famille s'amuse ensemble. Ils ont l'air très contents. À l'arrière-plan de l'image, il y a des arbres. Alors, à mon avis, ils sont dans le parc ou dans le jardin. L'homme porte une chemise blanche et un pantalon gris. La femme porte un t-shirt à rayures blanc et noir et aussi un pantalon bleu. Le garçon qui tient le foot porte la chemise bleue. Part 1. What kind of picture it is? When you get to describe a picture, the first thing to do is to specify where it comes from. Now, let's learn a beginning expression in French. Il s'agit d'un, il s'agit d'une. Both expressions means it's about a. For example, une photo, une image, une affiche publicitaire, un dessin, une bande dessinée, un tableau. Now let's repeat. Il s'agit d'une photo. Il s'agit d'une photo. Il s'agit d'une photo. Il s'agit d'une image. Il s'agit d'une image. Il s'agit d'une image. Il s'agit d'une affiche publicitaire. Il s'agit d'une affiche publicitaire. Il s'agit d'une affiche publicitaire. Il s'agit d'un dessin. Il s'agit d'un dessin. Il s'agit d'un dessin. Il s'agit d'une bande dessinée. Il s'agit d'une bande dessinée. Il s'agit d'une bande dessinée. Il s'agit d'un tableau. Il s'agit d'un tableau. Il s'agit d'un tableau. Il s'agit d'une photo, d'une image, d'une affiche publicitaire, d'un dessin, d'une bande dessinée, d'un tableau. Part 3. When does the scene take place? Let's describe the time of the scene. La scène se passe. The scene takes place. Dans la nuit. In the night. Dans la nuit. Dans la nuit. In the night. Dans le matin. In the morning. Dans le matin. Dans le matin. In the morning. À l'après-midi. In the afternoon. À le après-midi. À l'après-midi. In the afternoon. Au soir. In the evening. Au soir. Au soir. In the evening. En hiver. In winter. en hiver, en hiver, in winter, en été, in summer, en été, en été, in summer, au printemps, in spring, au printemps, au printemps, in spring, en automne, in autumn, en automne, en automne, in autumn. La scène se passe dans la nuit, dans le matin, à l'après-midi, au soir, en hiver, en été, au printemps, en automne. Part 4. Who is in the scene? You should first describe it as a global scene and then get into the details. Au premier plan, au second plan, à l'arrière-plan, au centre, au fond, il y a, on voit. Au premier plan, à l'arrière-plan, let's describe the number of people in the scene. To start describing the number of people in a scene, first start with the expression il y a, il y a, il y a, which means there is or there are. For example, il y a, there is, there are. Une personne, one person. Il y a une personne. Il y a deux personnes. Il y a trois personnes. Il y a deux personnes. Let's talk about different people in the scene. Un garçon, a boy. Une fille, a girl. Un homme, a man. Une femme, a woman. Un garçon. Une fille. Un homme. Une femme. Un couple, a couple. Un vieil homme, an old man. Une vieille femme, an old woman. Un bébé, a baby. Un couple, un vieil homme. Une vieille femme, un bébé. Une famille, a family. Des amis, some friends. Une famille, des amis. Au premier plan, il y a deux personnes. À gauche, une femme et à droite, un homme. Au premier plan, il y a deux personnes. À gauche, une femme et à droite, un homme. Part 5. What is in the scene? In this lesson, you will learn to describe the objects in different scenes. For example, dans une chambre, in a room. Dans une école, in a school. Dans la salle de classe, in the classroom. Au supermarché, in the supermarket. Au bureau, in the office. À la plage, at the beach. Il y a, il, y a, il y a, which means there is or there are. Il y a un lit dans une chambre. Il y a un lit dans une chambre. Let's learn some objects in a room. Dans une chambre. In a room. Des rideaux. Un cadre photo. Une commode. Un lit. Un dessus de lit. Un oreiller. Une lampe. Une plante. Let's repeat. Dans une chambre. In a room. Des affiches. Some posters. Une ampoule. A light bulb. Un bureau. A desk. Une commode. A dresser. Une couverture. A blanket. Un dessus de lit. A bedspread. Une fenêtre. A window. Des affiches. Une ampoule. Un bureau. Une commode. Une couverture. Un dessus de lit. Une fenêtre. Une lampe. A lamp. Un lit. A bed. Une lumière. A light. Un matelas. A mattress. Un mur. A wall. Un oreiller. A pillow. Des vêtements. Some clothes. Une lampe. Un lit. Une lumière. Un matelas. Un mur. Un oreiller. Des vêtements. Let's learn some objects in the school. À l'école. In the school. Un bâtiment. A building. un bus, a bus. Des arbres, trees. Let's repeat. À l'école, in the school. Un bâtiment, a building. Des arbres, trees. Un bus, a bus. Une porte, a door. Une fenêtre, a window. Un tableau, a board. Un drapeau, a flag. Des livres, some books. Un bâtiment, des arbres. Un bus, une porte, une fenêtre. Un tableau, un drapeau. Des livres, les matières, the subjects. Le français, French. L'anglais, English. L'espagnol, Spanish. La science, science. La chimie, chemistry. L'histoire, history. La géographie, geography. Les matières, le français, l'anglais, l'espagnol, la science, la chimie, l'histoire, la géographie. Let's learn some objects in the classroom. Dans la salle de classe, in the classroom. Un tableau, a board. Une horloge, a wall clock. Une commode, a dresser. Un globe, a globe. Un bureau, an office desk. Une trousse, a pencil case. Un stylo, a pen. Un livre, a book. Des papiers, some papers. Une professeur, a female teacher. Un pupitre, a student's desk. Un élève, a male student. Une chaise, a chair. Un étudiant, a student. Let's repeat. Dans la salle de classe, in the classroom. Un prof, male teacher. Une prof, a female teacher. Un élève, a male student. Une élève, a female student. Un tableau, a board. Un pupitre, a student's desk. Un bureau, an office desk. Une chaise, a chair. Un prof, une prof. Un élève, une élève. Un tableau. Un pupitre. Un bureau. Une chaise. Une poubelle, a bin. Une horloge, a wall clock. Une fenêtre, a window. Un stylo, a pen. Un crayon, a pencil. Un taille-crayon, a sharpener. Un livre, a book. Un cahier, a notebook. Une poubelle. Une horloge. Une fenêtre. Un stylo. Un crayon. Un taille-crayon. Un livre. Un cahier. Let's learn some objects in the supermarket. Au supermarché, in the supermarket. Étagère de nourriture. Food shelf. La caissière, the cashier. La caisse, the cash counter. Les fruits, the fruits. Le chariot, cart. La cliente, the client. Let's repeat. Au supermarché, in the supermarket. Le chariot, cart. Le sac à provisions, the shopping bag. Le prix, the price. La monnaie, the currency. La caisse, the cash counter. Un caissier, a cashier. De l'eau, some water. Le chariot, le sac à provisions. Le prix, la monnaie. La caisse, un caissier. De l'eau, des fruits, some fruits. Des légumes, some vegetables. Des œufs, some eggs. Des épices, some spices. Du fromage, some cheese. Du vin, some wine. De la bière, some beer. Des fruits, des légumes, des œufs, des épices, du fromage, du vin, de la bière. Let's learn some objects in the office. Au bureau, in the office. Une fenêtre, a window. Étagère à livres, bookshelf. Une chaise, a chair. Une table, a table. Un papier, a paper. Un stylo, a pen. Un clavier, a keyboard. Une souris, a mouse. Un ordinateur, a computer. Let's repeat. Au bureau, in the office. Une souris, a mouse. Un écran, a screen. Un cahier, a notebook. Un clavier, a keyboard. Une clé USB, a USB stick. Un dossier, a file. Une souris, un écran. Un cahier, un clavier. Une clé USB, un dossier. Un livre, a notebook. Une envelope, an envelope. Un papier, a paper. Un formulaire, a form. Un ordinateur, a computer. Un stylo, a pen. Un livre, une enveloppe. Un papier, un formulaire. Un ordinateur, un stylo. Let's learn some objects at the beach. À la plage, at the beach. Une mer, a sea. Le sable, the sand. Un phare, a lighthouse. Planche de surf, surfboard. Un verre d'eau, a glass of water. Un parasol, a beach umbrella. Une serviette de plage, a beach towel. Un bateau, a boat. Des poissons, fishes. Un soleil, a sun. Let's repeat. À la plage, at the beach. Du sable, sand. Un parasol, a beach umbrella. Un chapeau de soleil, a sun hat. Des lunettes de soleil, sunglasses. Des arbres, trees. Un ballon, a ball. Un bateau, a boat. Du sable, un parasol. Un chapeau de soleil. Des lunettes de soleil. Des arbres, un ballon, un bateau. Un maillot de bain, a swimsuit. Une mer, a sea. Une plage, a beach. Une serviette, a towel. Faire du surf, surfing. Faire du ski nautique. Faire de la natation. Un maillot de bain, une mer, une plage, une serviette. Faire du surf. Faire du ski nautique. Faire de la natation. Part 7. Opinions and justifications. Expressing your thoughts and feelings in describing an image is crucial. The best way to do this is to build up your vocabulary with a varied range of phrases. First, start with the basics, whether you like or dislike something. There are several ways of expressing this. J'aime. Je aime. J'aime. Je n'aime pas. Je ne aime pas. Je n'aime pas. J'adore. Je adore. J'adore. Je n'adore pas. Je ne adore pas. Je n'adore pas. J'apprécie. Je apprécie. J'apprécie. Je n'apprécie pas. Je ne apprécie pas. Je n'apprécie pas. Je déteste. Je déteste. Je déteste. Je ne déteste pas. Je ne déteste pas. Je ne déteste pas. Je trouve que. Je trouve que. Je trouve que. Je pense que. Je pense que. Je pense que. Je crois que. Je crois que. Je crois que.
selon moi, selon moi, selon moi, à mon avis, à mon avis, à mon avis, pour moi, pour moi, pour moi.
L'image aborde le thème d'identité. La scène se passe dans une salle à manger. L'image montre une famille qui mange le petit déjeuner. Il y a 4 personnes dans la famille. Sur la table, il y a des fruits, du jus de fruits et du café. Il y a une mère, un père et 2 enfants. Le fille à gauche porte un t-shirt noir et le fille au milieu porte un t-shirt vert. La mère porte une robe bleue et le père porte un t-shirt noir aussi. Toutes les personnes ont les cheveux noirs. Les enfants ont les cheveux courts. La mère a les cheveux longs, mais le père n'a pas les cheveux. À l'arrière-plan, il y a un plan aussi, et je pense que la maison de la famille est brune peut-être. Toutes les personnes mangent des œufs. À mon avis, il est très important de manger avec notre famille. Dans cette image, toutes les personnes sont très contentes et j'aime l'image.
Cette image aborde le thème d'expérience. Dans cette image, les jeunes sont dans la forêt. Il semble qu'ils sont camping. On peut voir une table pour la pique-nique et aussi une tente de camping. Il y a 8 personnes et tout le monde est content. Je crois qu'ils sont 2 familles qui sont copains. Il y a 2 filles, 2 femmes, 2 garçons et 2 hommes. Derrière de la image, on peut voir un homme et un garçon qui tiennent quelque chose. Je crois qu'ils sont allés à la pêche parce qu'ils tiennent un filet de pêche. L'autre personne mange. Je crois qu'en ce moment, c'est l'été. Les filles et les femmes portent les pantalons courts. Peut-être c'est les vacances d'été. Tous les gens dans cette image portent les vêtements d'été. Je crois que c'est incroyable que les enfants sont avec leur famille et bavardent avec eux. C'est parce que maintenant beaucoup de jeunes utilisent leur portable tous les fois et ils n'interagissent pas avec leur famille.
Section 2. Learn to do follow-up discussion on the visual and theme that was presented for 3 to 4 minutes. Following the student's presentation, the teacher initiates a discussion by asking questions about the theme represented by the visual stimulus. these questions seek clarification or extension of observation made by the student in the presentation. Invite the student to respond to ideas presented by both the visual stimulus and the teacher. Encourage connections and comparisons with the students' other cultural experiences. Demonstrate his or her understanding and appreciation of the target language culture or cultures. Encourage the student to engage in authentic conversation to the best of his or her ability. This section of the individual oral assessment lasts 3 to 4 minutes. The teacher asks open-ended questions in order to offer the student the opportunity for authentic engagement. Section 3. Learn to do general discussion on additional theme taken from the 5 themes for 3 to 4 minutes. The teacher signals that they are moving to the final section of the individual oral assessment in order to prepare the student for the change of theme. This section lasts 3 to 4 minutes and students should respond to ideas that arise in the general discussion. Demonstrate their understanding and appreciation of the target language culture or cultures. Student engages in authentic conversation to the best of his or her ability to assess the interactive skills.
Want to speak French confidently in just a few hours? With Master French in 6 hours, you'll unlock the French language from beginner to intermediate level with over 100 lessons. From greetings to real-world conversations, you'll master essential phrases, pronunciation, and everyday French with ease. Engage with interactive video lessons, practice with real dialogues, quizzes, and mini-games that keep learning fun and effective. Learn how to talk about the weather, make appointments, and handle everyday conversations like a pro. Master grammar with simple, easy-to-understand lessons that make building sentences and using tenses a breeze. Take your skills to the next level with real-world challenges, including politics, economy, and current events. Don't wait! Start learning today and unlock your French potential in just 6 hours. Welcome! Today, we begin our journey into French by learning the alphabet. You'll see familiar letters, but hear unfamiliar sounds. French uses the same letters as English, but many of them are pronounced differently. Get ready to tune your ears. Let's say the alphabet together, slowly and clearly. Don't worry if it sounds strange at first. You'll get it. Now we'll learn the sounds of A through F. Listen and repeat. A is A, B is bay, C is say, D, day, E, F. Time for the next group. From G to L, each letter has its own special sound. Try saying each one out loud. G, J, H, Osh, I, E, J, Ka, L, L. Some letters are tricky. For example, J sounds like the J in treasure. H is usually silent. U has a very unique sound, like oo with your lips rounded. Let's practice. Try spelling some basic words like Paris, lune, and bonjour. Say each letter slowly in French. Now it's your turn. Write your name and spell it in French pronunciation. For example, L-U-C-A-S. Let's play a game. I say the letter and you say the sound. Ready? C, J, U. Well done. Use your alphabet flashcards to review, practice with a partner, or record yourself spelling words. Here are some word examples using what we've learned. Can you find more words that start with C, E, or F? Listening time. I'll say a word in French and you guess which letter it starts with. Ready? Let's go! Chat. C or S. Jus. G or J. Hôtel. H or O. Here's a real dialogue. One person says their name and spells it out. Practice doing the same with a partner. A. Bonjour. Comment tu t'appelles? B. Je m'appelle Lucas. L-U-C-A-S. Merci. Now test yourself. Can you say the entire French alphabet from memory? Give it a try. Congratulations! You've completed your first French lesson. Keep practicing your letters, and I'll see you in lesson 2. Welcome! In this lesson, we'll explore French sounds and syllables. You'll learn to hear, say, and combine them like musical notes. What is a syllable? It's a unit of sound. Words are made from syllables. For example, bonjour has 2, bon plus jour. Today's goal: recognize French syllables, pronounce them correctly, and blend them into full words. Let's start with 5 simple syllables: ma, mi, mo, and mu. Listen carefully and repeat each after me. Say each syllable 3 times. This will help your mouth and brain get used to French rhythm. Here are more common syllables: la, le, li, lo, lu, and so on. Keep repeating and enjoy the pattern. Let's sing the syllables. It makes it easier and more fun to memorize them. Now, let's build words. Maman, papa, merci. See how we use the syllables? Now it's your turn. I'll say a word, and you try to guess the syllables that make it. Let's mix syllables and create new word-like sounds. Say them out loud. Let's look at real French words and break them into syllables, like école, voiture, and idée. Here's a sentence. How many syllables can you hear? Let's find them together. It's time to speak. Record yourself saying syllables and try spelling your name the French way. Quick review. Syllables are the building blocks of French. Keep practicing and repeating. Bravo! You've just mastered French syllables. Get ready to use them in real conversations next time. Welcome. Today we'll learn how to say hello and introduce ourselves in French. Let's get started. Bonjour means hello or good day. It's more formal. Salut means hi. It's informal and used with friends. Bonsoir means good evening. Use it when greeting someone after 6 p.m. To ask someone's name informally, say comment tu t'appelles? Great for friends or peers. In formal settings, ask comment vous appelez-vous? This is respectful with elders or professionals. To say your name, use je m'appelle. It literally means I call myself. You can ask back with et toi, informal, or et vous, formal. Always return the question. Here's a sample dialogue. Practice repeating each line and notice the flow of a real conversation. Enchanté means nice to meet you if you're male. Enchanté is for females. Yes, gender matters in French. Remember, don't use je suis for your name. Say je m'appelle. It's the natural French way. Time to practice. Say your name and greet someone as if in real life. Repeat it 3 times aloud. In France, body language is important. Smile, keep eye contact, and a handshake is common. Fun cultural note: friends may greet each other with cheek kisses. This is very typical in France. Let's quickly review what we learned: greetings, questions, answers, and polite expressions. Congratulations! You've just had your first French dialogue. Keep practicing every day. Welcome! Today you'll learn how to ask and answer where someone is from in French. Let's dive in. To ask informally, say tu viens d'où or d'où viens-tu? These are great for casual conversations. In formal settings, say d'où venez-vous? This is more polite and respectful. To answer, use je viens de, which means I come from. For example, je viens de France. Sometimes de changes depending on the country. Du for masculine, de la for feminine, and de la for vowels. To say your nationality, Je suis français if you're a man, française if you're a woman. The same applies to other nationalities. A country name is not the same as the nationality. La France is the country. Français or française is the nationality. Let's see a real dialogue. Try repeating each line. A asks where B is from, and B answers. Quick quiz! Can you remember how to say where are you from? I come from Brazil, and I am French? Let's match flags with countries. Can you guess which flag belongs to each French name? Let's practice saying full sentences. Try Je viens de France and others aloud. In France, asking where someone is from is a common and friendly question. It starts many conversations. Grammar tip. Learn the pattern de, du, de la, del. It depends on gender and the first letter of the country name. Review what we learned: questions, answers, country names, nationalities, and grammar tricks. Bravo! You've learned how to talk about your origins in French. Keep practicing and use this in real conversations. Welcome! In this lesson, you'll learn how to count from 1 to 20 in French. Ready? Let's go! Here are the numbers from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's repeat these numbers together. Say them aloud 3 times to train your memory and pronunciation. Now let's count using emojis. Imagine counting fingers with each number. It helps you visualize. Here are the numbers from 11 to 20. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Did you notice 17, 18, and 19 are built from 10 plus 7, 8, or 9? French likes to combine numbers. Let's test what you remember. How do you say 13, 15, or 20? Try saying them without looking. Count the apples on screen and say how many there are in French. That's how we use numbers in everyday life. To ask someone's age, say Quel âge as-tu? And to answer, J'ai 10 ans. I am 10 years old. Let's play a game. Roll a dice and say the number in French. Or count objects around you. Say your phone number in French. For example, 06 47 83. Memory time. Can you match numbers to their French words? Let's train your brain. Practice makes perfect. Say 7, 14, and 19 out loud. How fast and clearly can you say them? Quick recap. You now know numbers from 1 to 20, how to ask and say age, and how to play number games. Bravo, you now count like a pro in French. Use numbers every day in small ways. Great job! Welcome! Today you'll learn the most useful greetings and polite phrases in French. Let's get started! Bonjour means hello or good morning. Use it in formal or neutral situations, especially before the evening. Salut means hi. It's informal and used with friends, classmates, and people close to you. Bonsoir is for good evening. Use it after 6 p.m. or when arriving somewhere in the evening. Bonne nuit means good night. It's used before going to bed or when saying good night to someone. Au revoir means goodbye. It's a standard phrase for parting in any situation. À bientôt means see you soon. It's a friendly and casual way to say goodbye if you'll meet again soon. Comment ça va means how are you? It's an informal and friendly way to ask someone how they're doing. Ça va bien means I'm fine. You can also say ça va for okay, pas mal for not bad, and comme ci, comme ça for so-so. Merci means thank you. You can also say merci beaucoup for thank you very much. It's used very often. De rien means you're welcome. It's a polite and standard reply to merci. Excusez-moi is excuse me in formal speech. Pardon is used in quick, informal situations. S'il vous plaît means please in formal situations. S'il te plaît is informal. Use them to ask politely. Here's a useful combo. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Où est la gare? Means excuse me, please. Where is the train station? Bravo! You can now greet, thank, and politely speak in French. Practice these phrases daily to sound natural. Welcome! Today you'll learn to name everyday objects in French, the things you use daily in your home or school. To ask, what is this? Say, qu'est-ce que c'est? Use it when you point at something and want to know its name. To say it's a, c'est un for masculine nouns and c'est une for feminine nouns. Gender matters in French. Le stylo means the pen. It's masculine. You could say, c'est un stylo rouge. It's a red pen. Le livre means the book. For example, j'ai un livre français. I have a French book. La table means the table. It's feminine. You might say la table est grande. The table is big. La chaise means the chair. For example, voilà une chaise bleue. Here is a blue chair. L'ordinateur means the computer. We use elle before vowels. Example, mon ordinateur est noir. My computer is black. Le téléphone means the phone. Try saying, où est mon téléphone? Where is my phone? Le sac means the bag. Example, c'est mon sac à dos. That's my backpack. Les lunettes means the glasses. It's always plural in French. Example, j'ai oublié mes lunettes. I forgot my glasses. Les clés means the keys. Also plural. Example, voici mes clés. Here are my keys. Here's a mini dialogue. A says, qu'est-ce que c'est? And B replies, c'est un livre. Practice these exchanges with a friend. Grammar tip. Un, mean a and. Le, la mean the. El is used before vowels. Le is the plural form. Bravo! Now you can name common objects in French. Label items around your house to practice daily. Welcome! Today, we'll learn how to use subject pronouns and the verb to be in French. These are essential for basic communication. Pronouns replace names. Instead of saying Marie is happy, you say she is happy. French has different pronouns depending on number and gender. Here are the French subject pronouns. Je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. Each one replaces a subject in a sentence. The verb être means to be. Its forms are je suis, tu es, il, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils, elles sont. Let's match them. Je goes with suis, tu with s, il with est, nous with sons, and so on. Let's look at examples. Je suis étudiant means I am a student. Tu es gentil means you are kind. Elle est drôle means she is funny. To talk about yourself, say je suis followed by an adjective or profession. Example, je suis fatigué. I am tired. To talk about others, il est professeur. He is a teacher. Elle est actrice. She is an actress. Ils sont amis. They are friends. Nous means we. Vous means you, formal or plural. For example, nous sommes contents. We are happy. Vous êtes ici. You are here. Il is used for a group of males or mixed gender. Elle is only for females. For example, elles sont intelligentes. They are smart. Here's a mini dialogue to practice. Read and repeat each line aloud to feel the rhythm of a real French conversation. Remember, the form of the verb must match the pronoun. Je equals suis. Tu equals est. Il, elle, est. This is important for clear communication. Let's practice. Say each phrase with different pronouns. Try to make your own sentences using adjectives or jobs. Let's test your knowledge. Fill in the blanks with the correct form of être. Ready? Let's go! Bravo! You now know how to talk about people using pronouns and the verb to be. Use them daily to build fluency. Welcome! Today you'll learn the names of colors in French and how to use adjectives to describe things. Let's add color to your French. Here are basic colors in French. Red is rouge, blue is bleu, yellow is jaune, green is vert, black is noir, and white is blank. Here are more colors. Orange, violet, marron for brown, rose for pink, and gris for gray. In French, adjectives must match the gender of the noun. Un livre rouge uses masculine, une table rouge is feminine. To make adjectives plural, just add an S. For example, livre rouge means red books, and table verte means green tables. Examples. Le stylo est bleu. The pen is blue. La chaise est verte. The chair is green. Les sacs sont noirs. The bags are black. In French, color comes after the noun. You say une voiture rouge, not rouge voiture. Here are some common adjectives. Petit means small, grand means big, joli means pretty, and vieux means old. Examples. Une maison blanche, a white house. Un petit chien, a small dog. Une grande école, a big school. Let's practice. Say out loud, une table noire, un livre jaune, and une voiture verte. Play a color game. Look around and describe 5 things you see using color adjectives in French. Dialogue practice. Quelle est ta couleur préférée? What's your favorite color? Try answering with j'aime le bleu or another color. Grammar tip. Always match gender and number when using adjectives. Review with objects around you for daily practice. Quick quiz. Translate the following: a black chair, green books, and a small table. Bravo! Now you can describe objects in French using colors and other adjectives. Keep using them in daily life. Welcome! Let's review everything we've learned in Module 1. You'll test your skills with fun activities. Can you spell your name using the French alphabet? Try saying each letter one by one in French. Say the syllables ma, mi, mo, mu out loud. Then try combining them into fun, made-up words. Let's do a greetings quiz. Translate hello, good evening, and how are you into French. Now introduce yourself. Say your name and where you're from in French. Example, je m'appelle Emma, je viens de France. Say these numbers in French. 3, 7, 12, 15, 20. Then check yourself. 3, 7, 12, 15, 20. Can you say your phone number in French? Try reading each pair of numbers aloud. What are these objects in French? Pen, bag, chair? Answer, stylo, sac, chaise. Match these pronouns correctly. I equals je, you equals tu, we equals nous, they equals ils or elles. Let's conjugate the verb être. Fill in the blanks. Je, étudiant, tu, gentil, il, heureux. Say the French words for red, green, and white. Rouge, vert, blanc. Describe these using adjectives. A big house, a small cat, a pretty table. Make your own mini dialogue. Say hello, give your name, where you're from, and your favorite color. Can you do all this? Say your name and country, count to 20, describe things? If yes, amazing job! Congratulations! You've finished Module 1. Keep practicing every day. You're ready to move forward. Welcome! Today we explore your home in French. Let's learn the names of rooms and everyday objects. To ask what is it in French, say qu'est-ce que c'est? You can use this question when pointing at an object. La maison means the house. For example, c'est ma maison. This is my house. Rooms in the house. La chambre, bedroom. La cuisine, kitchen. La salle de bain, bathroom. Le salon, living room. Inside the bedroom you'll find le lit, bed. L'armoire, wardrobe. Un oreiller, a pillow. In the kitchen, la table, table. Le frigo, fridge. La cuisinière, stove. In the bathroom, le lavabo, sink. La douche, shower. Le miroir, mirror. In the living room, le canapé, couch. La télé, TV, la lampe. Lamp. Other basic objects include la porte, door, la fenêtre, window, le mur, wall, le sol, floor. French nouns have gender. Le is for masculine, la for feminine, and elle before vowels. Practice saying le lit, la chaise, l'ordinateur, les fenêtres. Notice how articles change. Try this dialogue. A. Qu'est-ce que c'est? B. C'est une table. Et ça? B. C'est un lit. Now try it out. Walk around your home and name what you see in French. Review your flashcards for this lesson. Say each word aloud with the correct article. Bravo! Now you know the rooms and everyday objects in French. Keep practicing at home. Welcome. Today we'll talk about your daily routine in French, from morning to bedtime. Se réveiller means to wake up. Example, je me réveille à 7 heures. I wake up at 7 o'clock. To get ready, se lever, get up, prendre une douche, take a shower, se brosser les dents, brush teeth. To eat breakfast, prendre le petit déjeuner. Example, je mange un croissant. I eat a croissant. To go somewhere, aller à l'école, go to school, aller au travail, go to work. During the day, étudier, study, travailler, work, parler avec des amis, talk with friends. Prendre le déjeuner means to have lunch. You might eat at school, à la cantine. Afternoon, faire du sport, do sports, lire, read, écouter de la musique, listen to music. In the evening, you rentrez à la maison, come home, and se reposer, rest. Evening routine includes dîner, eat dinner, regarder la télé, watch TV, parler avec la famille, talk with family. Bedtime, se coucher, go to bed, dormir, sleep. Say bonne nuit, good night. Use reflexive verbs with reflexive pronouns, je me, tu te, il, elle, se, etc. Example, je me couche à 22 heures. Sample dialogue. A. What time do you wake up? B. I wake up at 7. A. When do you go to bed? B. Around 10 p.m. Write your own routine using 5 sentences. Use time expressions and verbs from this lesson. Bravo! Now you can describe your whole day in French. Practice this daily and build fluency. Welcome! Today we'll learn French words for places around town. Let's take a walk through the city. La ville means the city. For example, j'habite en ville. I live in the city. Le parc means the park. You can say, je vais au parc. I'm going to the park. La boulangerie is the bakery. Example, elle travaille à la boulangerie. She works at the bakery. L'école means school. Les enfants vont à l'école. The children go to school. Le supermarché is the supermarket. Nous faisons les courses au supermarché. We shop at the supermarket. La pharmacie means pharmacy. Il achète des médicaments à la pharmacie. He buys medicine at the pharmacy. La poste is the post office. J'envoie une lettre à la poste. I send a letter at the post office. Le café means café. On se retrouve au café. We're meeting at the café. Le cinéma is the movie theater. Tu vas au cinéma ce soir? Are you going to the movies tonight? La gare means train station. Le train part de la gare. The train leaves from the station. To say where you're going, use je vais à or nous allons au café. Remember, à plus place. Sample dialogue. A. Where's the bakery? B. It's next to the school. A. Thank you very much. Now you try. Make 3 sentences using je vais à, elle est à, and nous sommes à. Bravo! Now you can talk about places around town in French. Practice by naming places you see on your next walk. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to talk about transportation in French, from walking to flying. To ask, how do you go, say, comment tu vas? For example, je vais à l'école en bus. I go to school by bus. À pied means on foot. Je vais au travail à pied. I go to work on foot. À vélo means by bike. Elle va à l'école à vélo. She goes to school by bike. En voiture means by car. Il va au bureau en voiture. He goes to the office by car. En bus means by bus. Nous allons à la gare en bus. We go to the station by bus. En train means by train. Je voyage en train. I travel by train. En métro means by metro. Ils vont en ville en métro. They go to the city by subway. En avion means by plane. Tu voyages en avion. You travel by plane. En bateau means by boat. On part en bateau. We're leaving by boat. To in French is à. For example, je vais à Paris. I go to Paris. Useful phrases. Où est l'arrêt de bus? Where is the bus stop? Le train part à quelle heure? What time does the train leave? Mini dialogue. A. How do you go to school? B. I go by bus. And you? A. I go on foot. Write 3 sentences using transport. I go to work by car. I travel to Paris by train. I walk to the park. Bravo! Now you can talk about how you get around in French. Practice every day using real situations. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to talk about meals in French. From breakfast to dinner, bon appétit! Le petit déjeuner means breakfast. Example, je prends le petit déjeuner à 8 heures. I have breakfast at 8 a.m. Le déjeuner is lunch. On déjeuner à midi. We have lunch at noon. Le dîner means dinner. Il dînait à 19 heures. They eat dinner at 7 p.m. Les repas means meals. Un repas is one meal. 3 repas par jour means 3 meals per day. Common foods, bread, le pain. Cheese, le fromage. Soup, la soupe. Fish, le poisson. Chicken, le poulet. Drinks, water, lait, juice, le jus, coffee, le café, tea, le thé, milk, le lait. In the morning, you might say, je bois du café et je mange un croissant. I drink coffee and eat a croissant. At lunchtime, je mange une salade et du pain. I eat a salad and some bread. In the evening, nous mangeons du poulet avec des légumes. We eat chicken with vegetables. La cantine is the school cafeteria. Les enfants mangent à la cantine. Children eat in the cafeteria. To set the table is mettre la table. Example, je mets la table avant le dîner. I set the table before dinner. Useful phrases. Tu veux manger? Do you want to eat? Qu'est-ce que tu manges? What are you eating? Bon appétit! Enjoy your meal! Mini dialogue. A. What do you have for breakfast? B. I eat bread and drink milk. A. I have a coffee. Bravo! Now you can talk about all your meals in French. Keep practicing by describing what you eat every day. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to shop in French. Ask for products, quantities, and prices. Le marché means the market. Example, on va au marché le samedi. We go to the market on Saturdays. Le supermarché is a supermarket. J'achète des fruits au supermarché. I buy fruits at the supermarket. La boulangerie is the bakery. Il prend du pain à la boulangerie. He gets bread at the bakery. To ask for the price, say, combien ça coûte? How much does it cost? Use je voudrais to politely ask for something. For example, je voudrais un kilo de pommes. I would like a kilo of apples. Some units, un kilo, a kilogram. Un litre, a liter. Une bouteille, a bottle. Un paquet, a packet. Common fruits: apple, palm, banana, banane, orange, orange, grape, raisin. Common vegetables: carrot, carotte, tomato, tomate, potato, pomme de terre, onion, oignon. Dairy products: milk, lait, cheese, fromage, yogurt, yaourt, butter, beurre. Other goods: soap, savon, rice, riz, pasta, pot, bottle of water, bouteille d'eau. Money in French: un euro, 1 euro. 5 euros, 5 euros. 10 centimes, 10 cents. Mini dialogue. A. Hello, I'd like 2 apples. B. Here you go, it's €1.50. A. Thank you. B. Have a good day. Your turn. Ask for a kilo of carrots. Ask the price of a product. Buy something and thank the vendor. Bravo! Now you're ready to go shopping in French. Practice at a store or role play with a friend. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to describe the weather and talk about the seasons in French. Il fait beau means the weather is nice. Example: Aujourd'hui, il fait beau. Today, it's nice. Il fait chaud means it's hot. En été, il fait chaud. In summer, it's hot. Il fait froid means it's cold. En hiver, il fait froid. In winter, it's cold. Il pleut means it's raining. Il pleut beaucoup en automne. It rains a lot in autumn. Il neige means it's snowing. En décembre, il neige. It snows in December. Le soleil means the sun. Le soleil brille. The sun is shining. Le vent means the wind. Il y a du vent. It's windy. Le temps means the weather. Ask quel temps fait-il? What's the weather like? The seasons are le printemps, spring, l'été, summer, l'automne, autumn, l'hiver, winter. To say the season, nous sommes en été. We are in summer. Activities by season. In summer, go to the beach. In winter, go skiing. In spring, ride a bike. In autumn, read books. Dress for the weather. When it's cold, wear a scarf. When it's hot, wear shorts. Mini dialogue. A. What's the weather today? B. It's nice and sunny. A. Great. Let's go to the park. Write 3 sentences in French. Bravo! Now you can describe the weather and seasons in French. Practice daily and look up at the sky. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to tell the time in French. You'll be able to talk about your schedule and daily habits. To ask the time, say, Quelle heure est-il? What time is it? Il est 1 heure means it's 1 o'clock. Use il est plus the number and heure. From to and on, say heure, plural. Il est 2 heures means it's 2 o'clock. Special times. Midi means noon and minuit means midnight. For example, il est midi, it's noon. Et quart means quarter past. Example, il est 3h15, it's 3:15. Et demi means half past. Example, il est 4h30, it's 4:30. Moins le quart means quarter to. Il est 5h moins le quart, it's 4:45. Use du matin for AM, de l'après-midi for PM, and du soir for evening. Examples, il est 6h du matin, 3h de l'après-midi, 9h du soir. Use à quelle heure to ask what time something happens. Example, à quelle heure tu arrives? What time do you arrive? To talk about time management, I'm late. Je suis en retard. I'm on time. Je suis à l'heure. I'm early. Je suis en avance. Talk about your routine. I wake up at 7. Je me lève à 7h. I eat dinner at 8. Je dîne à 8h. Mini dialogue. A. What time is it? B. It's 2:30. A. Thanks. You're welcome. Practice. Say the time for 6 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 6:45. Bravo! Now you can tell the time in French. Practice every time you look at the clock. Welcome! Today you'll learn how to talk about your favorite hobbies in French. What do you like to do in your free time? J'aime means I like. Example, j'aime lire. I like to read. Je n'aime pas means I don't like. Example, je n'aime pas danser. I don't like to dance. Les loisirs means hobbies. To ask, quels sont tes loisirs? What are your hobbies? Lire means to read. Example, j'aime lire des romans. I like reading novels. Écouter de la musique. To listen to music. She listens to music every day. Elle écoute de la musique tous les jours. Regarder la télé. To watch TV. Example, nous regardons un film. We're watching a movie. Faire du sport means to play sports. Example, il fait du sport le week-end. He plays sports on weekends. To play instruments, jouer du piano, play the piano. Jouer de la guitare, play the guitar. Cuisiner means to cook. Example, tu aimes cuisiner? Do you like to cook? Dessiner means to draw. Example, elle aime dessiner des animaux. She likes drawing animals. Faire du vélo, to ride a bike. Example, je fais du vélo avec mes amis. I ride a bike with my friends. Mini dialogue. A. What do you like to do? B. I like reading and cooking. A. Me too. Try it yourself. Say something you like. Say something you don't like. Ask your friend what they like to do. Bravo! Now you can talk about your hobbies in French. Share your passions in conversation. Welcome! Today we'll talk about the days of the week and how to describe your weekly routine in French. Les jours de la semaine means the days of the week. Let's learn them all one by one. Lundi is Monday. Example, je travaille le lundi. I work on Mondays. Mardi is Tuesday. Example, je fais du sport le mardi. I play sports on Tuesdays. Mercredi is Wednesday. Example, j'étudie le français le mercredi. I study French on Wednesdays. Jeudi is Thursday. Example, je cuisine le jeudi. I cook on Thursdays. Vendredi is Friday. Example, je regarde un film le vendredi. I watch a movie on Fridays. Samedi is Saturday. Example, je fais les courses le samedi. I do grocery shopping on Saturdays. Dimanche is Sunday. Example, je me repose le dimanche. I rest on Sundays. Le weekend means the weekend. Example, j'adore le weekend. I love the weekend. Example of a weekly schedule. Monday, school. Tuesday, sports. Wednesday, music. Thursday, cooking. Useful phrases. What do you do on Mondays? Qu'est-ce que tu fais le lundi? Do you work on weekends? Tu travailles le week-end? Mini dialogue. A. What do you do on Wednesday? B. I go to the library. A. And on Saturday? B. I go to the cinema. Try it yourself. Write 5 days and 1 activity for each. Then say them aloud in French. Bravo! Now you can describe your week in French. Use this every day to talk about your plans. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to navigate a train station in French, from buying tickets to finding your platform. La gare means the train station. Example, je suis à la gare. I'm at the station. Le train means the train. Le train arrive à 10 heures. The train arrives at 10 o'clock. Le billet is the ticket. J'ai un billet pour Paris. I have a ticket to Paris. L'horaire means schedule. Voici l'horaire des trains. Here's the train schedule. Le quai is the platform. Le train part du quai 3. The train leaves from platform 3. Le guichet is the ticket window. Je vais au guichet pour acheter un billet. I go to the ticket window to buy a ticket. Un aller simple means a one-way ticket. Un aller-retour is a round-trip ticket. Listen for numbers and city names at the station. For example, le train pour Lyon part à 10 heures. To buy a ticket, say, je voudrais un billet pour Paris. Ask, combien ça coûte? How much does it cost? À quelle heure means at what time. Example, à quelle heure part le train? What time does the train leave? Quick review. La gare, le train, le billet, l'horaire, le quai, le guichet, aller simple, aller-retour. Mini dialogue. A. Hello, I'd like a ticket to Bordeaux. B. One way or round trip. A. Round trip, please. Write a short dialogue. Buy a ticket to your favorite city. Mention the time, and if it's one way or round trip. Bravo! Now you know how to get around a French train station. Keep practicing and bon voyage! Welcome! Today we'll learn how to book a trip in French by phone, online, or in person. Réserver means to book. Example, je veux réserver un billet. I want to book a ticket. Une réservation is a reservation. Example, j'ai une réservation pour 2 personnes. I have a reservation for 2 people. Un aller simple is a one-way ticket. Je prends un aller simple pour Nice. I take a one-way ticket to Nice. Un aller-retour is a round-trip ticket. Nous achetons un aller-retour pour Marseille. We're buying a round trip to Marseille. Une chambre is a room. Je voudrais une chambre pour 2 nuits. I'd like a room for 2 nights. Pour combien de nuits means for how many nights. Example, pour 3 nuits, s'il vous plaît. For 3 nights, please. L'hôtel means hotel. Je cherche un hôtel près de la gare. I'm looking for a hotel near the station. Useful expressions. What date? Quelle date? At what time? À quelle heure? Payer means to pay. I pay online, je paye en ligne. I pay in cash, je paye en espèces. iPhone, bonjour, je voudrais réserver une chambre. Hello, I'd like to book a room. Online, je réserve mon billet en ligne. I book my ticket online. Useful phrases. I'd like to book. Je voudrais réserver. How much does it cost? Combien ça coûte? For what date? C'est pour quelle date? Mini dialogue. A. Hello, I'd like to book a round trip to Lyon. B. For what date? A. May 3rd, please. Bravo! Now you can book tickets and hotel rooms in French. Practice your booking phrases and plan your next trip. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to ask for and understand directions in French. Let's get moving! Où est means where is. Example, où est la banque? Where is the bank? Tourner à droite means turn right. Example, tourner à droite après le café. Turn right after the café. À gauche means to the left. La poste est à gauche. The post office is to the left. Aller tout droit means go straight. Aller tout droit jusqu'au feu. Go straight until the traffic light. Au coin means at the corner. Le magasin est au coin de la rue. The shop is at the corner of the street. Près de means near. Et loin de means far from. La gare est près du parc. The station is near the park. La rue means the street. Example, c'est la rue Victor Hugo. It's Victor Hugo Street. Le carrefour means the intersection. Traverser le carrefour, cross the intersection. Le feu means the traffic light. Arrêtez-vous au feu rouge. Stop at the red light. Use c'est à plus direction. C'est à droite, it's on the right. C'est à gauche, it's on the left. Helpful phrases. How do I get to? Comment aller à? Is it far? C'est loin? Show me on the map. Montrez-moi sur la carte. Mini dialogue. A. Excuse me, where is the station? B. Go straight, then turn left. A. Thank you very much. Practice task. Write 3 sentences. Ask for a bank, give directions, and use common direction words. Bravo! Now you can confidently ask for and give directions in French. Practice in real life or with a friend. Welcome. Today we'll learn how to take a taxi in French, how to explain where you're going, ask about the price, and talk with the driver. Je voudrais aller à means I'd like to go to. Example, je voudrais aller à l'aéroport. I'd like to go to the airport. Prenez-moi à deux means pick me up at. Example, prenez-moi à l'hôtel central. Pick me up at the Central Hotel. C'est loin means is it far? Example, la gare est loin. Is the train station far? Combien ça coûte means how much does it cost? Use this to ask before or during the ride. C'est ici means it's here. Say this when you've arrived at your destination. Vous pouvez vous arrêter ici means you can stop here. A polite way to ask the taxi to stop. Le chauffeur means the driver. Example, le chauffeur est sympathique. The driver is friendly. L'adresse means the address. Example, voici l'adresse. Here's the address. Le trajet means the ride or route. Le trajet dure 20 minutes. The ride lasts 20 minutes. Rapide means fast. Lent means slow. Example, le taxi est rapide. The taxi is fast. J'ai besoin d'un taxi means I need a taxi. Use this phrase when requesting or calling a taxi. Emergency phrases. Je suis pressé. I'm in a hurry. Pouvez-vous aller plus vite? Can you go faster? Il y a un problème. There's a problem. Mini dialogue. A. Hello, I'd like to go to the station. B. It's 15 minutes away. A. Great, let's go. Bravo! Now you know how to take a taxi in French. Practice giving directions and asking about time and cost. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to get through the airport in French, from check-in to boarding. L'aéroport means the airport. Example, je suis à l'aéroport. I'm at the airport. Le vol means the flight. Example, mon vol est à 14 heures. My flight is at 2 p.m. La porte d'embarquement means the boarding gate. Example, la porte d'embarquement est B12. The boarding gate is B12. La carte d'embarquement means boarding pass. Example, voici ma carte d'embarquement. Here's my boarding pass. L'enregistrement means check-in. Example, je fais l'enregistrement à la borne. I check in at the kiosk. Les bagages means luggage. Example, où sont mes bagages? Where is my luggage? Le passeport means passport. Example, montrez votre passeport. Show your passport. La sécurité means security. Example, passer par la sécurité. Go through security. Le contrôle des passeports means passport control. Example, il faut passer le contrôle. You must go through passport control. L'atterrissage means landing. Le décollage means takeoff. Example, le décollage est à 15 heures. Takeoff is at 3 p.m. Retardé means delayed. Annulé means cancelled. Example, le vol est retardé. The flight is delayed. Ask, à quelle heure part le vol? What time does the flight leave? Ask, c'est à quelle porte? Which gate is it? Mini dialogue. A. Hello. Where's the check-in for Paris? B. It's at counter 4, gate bill 7. A. Thank you very much. Bravo! Now you can fly with confidence in French. Check your gate, speak to the staff, and enjoy your journey. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to use public transportation in French. Buses, metros, trams, and more. Le bus means the bus. Example, je prends le bus tous les matins. I take the bus every morning. Le métro is the subway. Example, elle descend à la station République. She gets out at République station. Le tramway means the tram. Le tramway passe toutes les 10 minutes. The tram comes every 10 minutes. Un ticket means a ticket. Où puis-je acheter un ticket? Where can I buy a ticket? Un abonnement means a pass. J'ai un abonnement mensuel. I have a monthly pass. La station means station. C'est la station Châtelet. This is Châtelet Station. Un arrêt means a stop for buses or trams. L'arrêt suivant est nation. The next stop is nation. Changer de ligne means to change lines. Il faut changer de ligne à Bastille. You need to change lines at Bastille. Descendre means to get off. Example, je descends ici. I'm getting off here. Monter means to get on. Example, monter par la porte arrière. Get on through the back door. Valider le ticket means to validate your ticket. Don't forget to validate your ticket. N'oubliez pas de valider votre ticket. Ask, c'est loin? Is it far? C'est direct? Is it direct? Mini dialogue. A. Hello, where can I buy a bus ticket? B. At the station, just over there. A. Thanks. Bravo! Now you can ride public transportation in France with confidence. Practice describing your route and giving directions. Welcome. Today we'll learn how to read and understand travel signs in French at airports, stations, streets, and more. Sortie means exit. Example, suivez la sortie, follow the exit. Entrée means entrance. Example, c'est l'entrée principale. It's the main entrance. Interdit means prohibited. Accès interdit, no access. Attention means caution. Attention au train. Beware of the train. Bagage means luggage. Example, zone de récupération des bagages, baggage claim area. Départ means departure. Heure de départ, departure time. Arrivée means arrival. Hall d'arrivée, arrival hall. Toilette means restrooms. Où sont les toilettes? Where are the toilets? Guichet means ticket counter. Billet au guichet, tickets at the counter. Consigne means luggage locker. Consigne automatique, self-service locker. Sens interdit means no entry. Rue à sens interdit, one-way street, no entry. Accès handicapé means accessible access. Accès pour les personnes handicapées, disabled access. Zone piétonne means pedestrian zone. C'est une zone piétonne. It's a pedestrian-only area. Ah, excusez-moi, où est la sortie? B. La sortie est à gauche. Suivez les panneaux. A. Merci. Bravo! Now you can read and understand essential travel signs in French. Try reading signs next time you travel. Welcome! In this lesson, we'll learn how to ask for help in French. These phrases are essential in emergencies or when you're lost. Je suis perdu means I'm lost. Example, je suis perdu. Pouvez-vous m'aider? I'm lost. Can you help me? Pouvez-vous m'aider means can you help me? A polite and useful question in any situation. J'ai besoin d'aide means I need help. Use this when you really need assistance. C'est urgent means it's urgent. Example, excusez-moi, c'est urgent. Excuse me, it's urgent. Il y a un problème means there's a problem. Example, il y a un problème avec mon billet. There's a problem with my ticket. Appeler la police means call the police. Use this phrase in dangerous or emergency situations. Appeler une ambulance means call an ambulance. Very important for medical emergencies. Je ne parle pas bien français means I don't speak French well. Use it to ask people to speak more clearly or slowly. Parlez-vous anglais means do you speak English? Try this when you need help in your language. Je ne comprends pas means I don't understand. Use this if you're confused by what someone said. Répétez, s'il vous plaît means repeat, please. Ask this when you didn't catch something. Lentement, s'il vous plaît means slowly, please. Ask people to speak slower so you can understand better. Mini dialogue. A. Excuse me, I'm lost. B. Where do you want to go? A. To the Central Hotel. Can you help me? Bravo! Now you can ask for help in French. Stay confident and safe as you explore the world. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to describe a journey in French, where you went, how you traveled, and how it felt. J'ai voyagé à means I traveled to. Example, j'ai voyagé à Paris. Je suis allé à means I went to. Example, je suis allé en Provence. En voiture means by car. Example, nous sommes partis en voiture. En train means by train. Example, ils sont venus en train. En avion means by plane. Example, j'ai pris l'avion pour Nice. À vélo means by bike. Example, je suis allé au lac à vélo. À pied means on foot. Example, elle est venue à pied. Le trajet means the journey. Example, le trajet était long. C'était means it was. Example, c'était fatigant or c'était magnifique. Weather expressions. Il a fait beau. The weather was nice. Il a plu. It rained. Il a fait chaud. It was hot. J'ai vu means I saw. Example, j'ai vu la mer. J'ai mangé means I ate. Example, j'ai mangé des crêpes délicieuses. Mini dialogue. A. Where did you travel? B. I went to Lyon by train. It was great. Bravo! Now you can talk about your trips in French. Try writing about your last real or imagined journey. Welcome! It's time to review everything we've learned about travel in French. Let's put it into action. We covered train travel, booking, asking directions, taking taxis, airports, public transport, signs, asking for help, and describing trips. Key verbs include voyager, to travel, aller, to go, prendre, to take, changer, to change, descendre, to get off, monter, to get on. Important transport words. Un billet, ticket. Un vol, flight. Un taxi, taxi. Un arrêt, stop. Le métro, subway. Un trajet, trip. Booking terms. Réserver, to book. Une réservation, reservation. Un aller-retour, round trip. Date, date. Heure, time. Direction terms. À droite, right. À gauche, left. Tout droit, straight. Près de, near. Far. At the airport, l'aéroport, airport. Le vol, flight. Le passeport, passport. La sécurité, security. Les bagages, luggage. If you need help, je suis perdu. I'm lost. Pouvez-vous m'aider? Can you help me? Je ne comprends pas. I don't understand. C'est urgent. It's urgent. Describe your trip. J'ai voyagé à. I traveled to. Je suis allé. I went to. C'était. It was. J'ai vu. I saw. J'ai mangé. I ate. Write a short story. Say, where did you go? How did you travel? What did you see? What did you eat? How was the weather? Mission. Plan a trip in French. Include your destination, transport, time, and where you'll stay. Use full sentences. Useful phrases. I'd like to book. Je voudrais réserver. What time is it? C'est à quelle heure? I take the metro. Je prends le métro. I'm going to. Je vais à. Mini dialogue example. A. Hello. I'd like to book a round trip to Paris. B. What date? A. June 10th, please. B. Perfect. Tell a friend or teacher where you're going, how you'll get there, and what you'll do. Use 5+ phrases from the module. Bravo! You've completed the Travel and Directions module. You can now handle real-life travel situations in French. Bon voyage! Welcome! In this lesson, we'll learn how to make small talk and sound polite in French. Ça va is a casual way to ask, how's it going? Très bien, merci means very well, thank you. It's a polite answer. A mal means not bad. Comme ci, comme ça means so-so. Et vous is formal. Et toi is informal. Both mean and you. Je suis content means I'm happy. Use contente if you're female. C'est gentil means that's nice or that's kind. Merci beaucoup means thank you very much. De rien means you're welcome. S'il vous plaît is formal for please. S'il te plaît is informal. Excusez-moi means excuse me. Pardon can mean sorry or excuse me. Bonne journée means have a good day. Au revoir is a standard and polite goodbye. Mini dialogue to practice. A. Hello, how are you? B. Very well, thank you. And you? A. Not bad. Have a good day. B. Thanks, you too. Try it yourself. Now you can start polite conversations in French. Use these every day and connect with people naturally. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to meet someone new in French. Say your name, greet others, and ask where they're from. Bonjour means hello or good day. It's a polite way to start any conversation. Salut is a friendly and informal greeting, like hi. Enchanté or enchanté means nice to meet you. Use it right after someone introduces themselves. Tu t'appelles comment means what's your name. It's informal. Use it with friends or peers. Comment vous appelez-vous is the formal way to ask someone's name. Je m'appelle means my name is. For example, je m'appelle Marie. Tu es d'où means where are you from? Informal. Vous venez d'où means where are you from? Formal. Je viens de means I'm from. For example, je viens de Lyon. Ravi de te rencontrer means nice to meet you. Use ravi if you're female. C'est la première fois ici means is this your first time here? Tu parles français means do you speak French? Mini dialogue. A. Hello, what's your name? B. My name is Paul. And you? A. I'm Julie. Nice to meet you. Try it yourself. Introduce yourself. Ask someone's name, say where you're from, and say goodbye. Bravo! Now you can introduce yourself and ask basic questions in French. Use these phrases with someone new today. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to order food and drinks politely in French. Je voudrais means I would like. It's a polite way to order something at a cafe. Un café, s'il vous plaît, means one coffee, please. Use s'il vous plaît to be respectful. Qu'est-ce que vous avez means what do you have? Use this when you want to see what's available. Le menu, s'il vous plaît, means the menu, please. Ask for the menu this way. Je prends means I'll take, a common, slightly more direct way to order. C'est combien means how much is it? Use this to ask the price. L'addition, s'il vous plaît, means the bill, please. Use this when you're ready to pay. Un croissant means a croissant. You'll find this in nearly every French cafe. Une eau minérale means a mineral water. Use this to ask for bottled water. A jus d'orange means an orange juice. Remember, all from masculine drinks. Un sandwich au fromage means a cheese sandwich. Au fromage means with cheese. Je suis allergique à means I'm allergic to. Say this to stay safe with food. Mini dialogue example. Hello, I'd like a coffee and a croissant. Here you go, that's €4. Thank you, the bill please. Practice. Greet the server, order 2 things, ask for the bill, and thank them. Bravo! Now you can order food and drinks in French. Try role-playing your next cafe visit. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to describe your daily routine in French, from morning to night. Je me lève à means I wake up at. Example, je me lève à 7 heures, I wake up at 7 a.m. Je prends mon petit déjeuner means I eat breakfast. Example, je prends du pain et un café. Je vais à l'école means I go to school. Je vais au travail means I go to work. J'arrive à means I arrive at. Example, j'arrive à 9 heures. Je travaille means I work. J'étudie means I study. Je déjeune à means I have lunch at. Déjeuner is the French word for lunch. Je rentre chez moi means I go back home. Je me repose means I rest or I relax. Je dîne à means I have dinner at. Dîner is the word for dinner. Je regarde la télé means I watch TV. Je lis un livre means I read a book. Je me couche à means I go to bed at. Example, je me couche à 23 heures. Mini dialogue. A. What time do you wake up? B. I wake up at 7 and go to school. A. And in the evening? B. I watch a movie and go to bed at 10. Try describing your day. What time do you wake up? Where do you go? What do you do in the evening? Bravo! Now you can describe your daily routine in French. Practice with a friend or write about your typical day. Welcome! In this lesson, we'll learn how to ask and express opinions in French. Tu aimes means do you like? Example, tu aimes le chocolat? Do you like chocolate? Qu'est-ce que tu penses de means what do you think of? Use this to ask for an opinion. À mon avis means in my opinion. It's a polite way to start your opinion. Je pense que means I think that. Example, je pense que c'est intéressant. Je trouve que means I find that. Use it to give your view. C'est génial means it's great, a strong positive reaction. C'est nul means it's bad or it's lame. Casual, informal opinion. J'adore ça means I love that. Example, j'adore les films français. Je n'aime pas trop means I don't really like it. A softer way to say you dislike something. Moi aussi means me too. Moi non plus means me neither. Tu es d'accord means do you agree? Use this to ask for someone's opinion. Je ne suis pas d'accord means I don't agree. Polite disagreement. Mini dialogue. A. Do you like this movie? B. Yes, I love it. And you? A. I don't agree. I think it's bad. Try it yourself. Ask tu aimes? Answer with j'adore or je n'aime pas trop. Then ask tu es d'accord? Bravo! Now you can ask and give opinions in French. Try these phrases with a friend or in class. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to shop for clothes in French, how to ask for sizes, try things on, and talk about fit and price. Je cherche means I'm looking for. Example, je cherche une robe rouge. I'm looking for a red dress. Quelle taille means what size. Use this to ask for clothing size. Quelle pointure means what shoe size. Pointure is only used for shoes. Je fais du means I wear size. Example, j'ai fait du 38. Est-ce que je peux essayer means can I try it on? Ask this before using the fitting room. Où sont les cabines means where are the fitting rooms? C'est trop grand means it's too big. C'est trop petit means it's too small. C'est parfait means it's perfect. Use this when something fits just right. Vous avez ça en? Means do you have this in? Example, vous avez ça en bleu? Combien ça coûte? Means how much does it cost? C'est en solde means is it on sale? J'aime bien ce modèle means I like this style. Je vais le prendre means I'll take it. Say this when you're ready to buy. Mini dialogue. A. Hello, I'm looking for black pants. B. What size? A. 40. Can I try them on? B. Of course, the fitting rooms are over there. Bravo! Now you're ready to shop for clothes in French. Practice asking questions about fit, color, and style. Welcome! In this lesson, we'll learn how to make plans with friends, how to invite, agree, and talk about time in French. Tu veux faire quelque chose means do you want to do something? It's a casual way to invite someone. On va au cinéma means shall we go to the movies? On va is used to suggest a plan. Bonne idée means good idea. It's a cheerful way to agree. Pourquoi pas means why not? A friendly response that shows you're open. On se retrouve à quelle heure means what time shall we meet? Useful for planning. À 18 heures devant le café means at 6 p.m. in front of the cafe. You can change the place and time as needed. Désolé, je ne peux pas means sorry, I can't. It's a polite way to decline. Ce weekend means this weekend. Use this when proposing a day. Tu es libre demain means are you free tomorrow? It's a good question to ask availability. C'est quand means when is it? Ask this to confirm the date. C'est où means where is it? Ask this if you're unsure of the location. À tout à l'heure means see you soon. Say this when you'll meet again later today. Mini dialogue. A. Do you want to go to the park this weekend? B. Good idea. Shall we meet at 3 p.m.? A. Perfect. See you soon. Now it's your turn. Invite a friend, suggest a time and place, and say goodbye politely. Bravo! Now you can make plans with friends in French. Use these expressions to arrange real meetups. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to describe symptoms and understand what doctors say in French. J'ai mal à means I have pain in. Example, j'ai mal à la tête, I have a headache. Je suis malade means I'm sick. Use this when you don't feel well. Depuis quand means since when. Doctors often ask this to understand how long symptoms have lasted. Avez-vous de la fièvre means, do you have a fever? Answer with oui or non. Je suis fatigué means I'm tired. Fatigue is a common symptom to report. J'ai de la fièvre means I have a fever. J'ai la toux means I have a cough. Pronounced toux. Je me sens faible means I feel weak. Use it if you feel low on energy. Je suis allergique à means I'm allergic to. Very important to say to any doctor. Prenez ce médicament means take this medicine. Doctors may give this instruction. Reposez-vous means rest. A very common recommendation. Buvez beaucoup d'eau means drink lots of water. Mini dialogue. A. Hello, doctor. I have a sore throat. B. Since when? A. For 2 days. I also have a fever. B. Take this medicine and rest. Try it. Say what hurts, mention symptoms, and repeat what the doctor tells you. Bravo! Now you can explain your symptoms and understand advice at the doctor's office in French. Welcome! Today, we'll learn how to talk about hobbies and free time activities in French. J'aime means I like. Example, j'aime la musique. I like music. Je n'aime pas les jeux vidéo means I don't like. Example, je n'aime pas les jeux vidéo. J'adore means I love. Example, j'adore le cinéma. Je déteste means I hate. Use this for strong dislikes. Je fais du sport means I do sports. Example, je fais du tennis. Je joue à means I play a game. Example, je joue au foot. Je joue de means I play an instrument. Example, je joue de la guitare. Je lis means I read. Example, je lis des romans. Je regarde des films means I watch movies. Je cuisine means I cook, a creative and useful hobby. Je dessine means I draw. Perfect if you like art. Et toi means and you. Ask this to learn about someone else's hobbies. Moi aussi means me too. Moi non plus means me neither. Mini dialogue. A. What do you like to do? B. I love playing soccer and watching movies. A. Me too. Try it yourself. Say what you like to do and ask your friend. Bravo! Now you can talk about your hobbies in French. Share them with your friends. Welcome! Today's lesson is a challenge. You'll use everything you've learned in full French conversations. Your goal is to combine vocabulary, grammar, and phrases to create confident, natural dialogues. Step 1. Start the conversation. For example, Bonjour, ça va? Très bien, merci. Et toi? Step 2. Introduce yourself. Say your name and where you're from. Example. Je m'appelle Lina. Je viens de Paris. Step 3. Make a plan. Example. Tu veux aller au café ce week-end? Bonne idée. Step 4. Talk about a hobby. Example. J'adore la musique. Et toi? Step 5. Give your opinion. Say, je pense que c'est super, or moi non plus. Step 6. Describe your day. Example, je me lève à 7 heures. Je vais à l'école. Step 7. Order something. Example, je voudrais un thé, s'il vous plaît. Step 8. Talk to the doctor. Example, j'ai mal à la tête depuis hier. Step 9. Say goodbye politely. Example, bonne journée, à bientôt. Mini dialogue example using steps 1 to 5. Challenge. Write an 8-line conversation using the prompts. Now it's time to practice. Work with a partner to role-play your full French conversation. Bravo! You've completed the full conversation challenge. You're ready to speak French in real life. Welcome to Lesson 1. Today we're mastering the French present tense for everyday conversations. The present tense is used to talk about things happening now, habits, and general truths. Example, I eat, I speak, I go. Most French verbs end in er. For example, parler means to speak. The conjugation is je parle, tu parles, il parle. Parler, I speak, je parle. You speak, tu parles. He, she speaks, il, elle parle. We speak, nous parlons. You plural, formal, vous parlez. They, ils, elles parlent. Regular IR verbs like finir follow this pattern. Je finis, tu finis, il finit, nous finissons, vous finissez, ils finissent. Regular RE verbs like vendre follow this pattern. Je vends, tu vends, il vend, nous vendons, vous vendez, ils vendent. Être, to be. Je suis, tu es, il est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont. Avoir, to have. J'ai, tu as, il a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont. Aller, to go. Je vais, tu vas, il va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. Faire, to do, make. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font. Examples: je mange une pomme equals I am eating an apple. Nous parlons français equals we speak French. Tips: learn the patterns, practice daily, focus on irregular verbs early. Mini dialogue. A. Are you at school? B. Yes, I'm in class. A. Do you speak English? B. No, I speak French. Write 5 full sentences using different present tense verbs. For example, je regarde un film. Nous mangeons ensemble. Bravo! You've mastered the present tense in French. Now you can talk about your life with confidence. Welcome to Lesson 2. Today we'll learn how to talk about what happened in the past using passé composé. Passé composé is the most common past tense in French. It describes completed actions like I ate or I visited. The structure is auxiliary verb avoir or être plus past participle. Example: j'ai mangé means I ate. Most verbs use avoir as the helper verb. Examples: j'ai vu, tu as fini, nous avons choisi. Common past participles: manger equals eaten, fait equals done, vu equals seen, fini equals taken. Examples: j'ai mangé une pizza. I ate a pizza. Tu as regardé un film. You watched a movie. Il a fini ses devoirs. He finished his homework. Some verbs use être instead of avoir. These are mainly verbs of motion or reflexive verbs. Verbs with être: aller, to go, venir, to come, arriver, to arrive, partir, to leave, naître, mourir, to be born or to die. With être, the past participle must agree in gender and number. Example: elle est allée, ils sont partis. More examples: il est allé au marché. He went to the market. Elle est venue chez moi. She came to my place. Nous sommes arrivés en retard. We arrived late. All reflexive verbs use être. Example: je me suis levé, I got up. To make negative sentences, ne plus auxiliary plus past participle. Example, je n'ai pas compris. I didn't understand. Mini dialogue. A. What did you do yesterday? B. I studied French and watched a movie. Practice. Write 5 sentences in passé composé using both avoir and être verbs. Bravo! Now you can talk about past actions in French using the passé composé. Keep practicing. Welcome! In this lesson, we'll learn how to talk about future plans using aller plus infinitive. The near future is used to describe things that are going to happen soon. Example, I'm going to eat. Structure. Subject, aller in present tense plus infinitive verb. Example, je vais manger. Aller conjugation, je vais, tu vas, il va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont. Common verbs. Manger, to eat. Regarder, to watch. Partir, to leave. Étudier, to study. Faire, to do. Examples. Je vais étudier ce soir. Nous allons regarder un film. More examples. Tu vas voyager cet été. Ils vont visiter Paris. To make a negative, je ne vais pas sortir. To ask a question, est-ce que tu vas étudier? Vas-tu venir demain? Useful time expressions. Ce soir, demain, bientôt, la semaine prochaine. Mini dialogue. A. What are you going to do tomorrow? B. I'm going to go to the market and cook. Practice. Je vais lire. Tu vas travailler. Nous allons jouer. Ils vont cuisiner. Write 5 sentences about your future plans. Tips. Use everyday verbs, speak aloud, and use time expressions. Bravo! Now you can talk about future plans in French using aller plus infinitive. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to use reflexive verbs to describe daily routines in French. Reflexive verbs describe actions you do to yourself, like getting up or getting dressed. They always use reflexive pronouns. Reflexive pronouns. Je, me, tu, te, il, elle, ce, nous, vous, vous, il, elle, ce. Structure, subject plus reflexive pronoun plus verb. Example, je me lève equals I get up. Common reflexive verbs. Se lever equals to get up. Se laver equals to wash oneself. S'habiller equals to get dressed. Se réveiller equals to wake up. Se lever, exemple. Je me lève à 7 heures. Tu te lèves à 8 heures. Il se lève tôt. Nous nous levons tard. S'élaver, exemple. Je me lave les mains. Elle se lave le visage. Nous nous lavons avant le dîner. S'habiller, exemple. Je m'habille rapidement. Il s'habille pour l'école. To form the negative, ne plus reflexive pronoun plus verb plus pas. Example. Je me lave pas tôt. To ask questions, est-ce que tu te lèves à 6 heures? Te lèves-tu à 6 heures? Useful time expressions. Le matin equals in the morning. Le soir equals in the evening. Avant equals before. Après equals after. Mini dialogue. What time do you wake up? B. I wake up at 7 and get ready for school. Match the routine. Je me réveille, tu t'habilles, nous nous couchons. Write 5 full sentences using different reflexive verbs to describe your daily routine. Bravo! Now you can talk about your daily habits in French using reflexive verbs. Welcome! In this lesson, we'll learn how to use object pronouns in French to avoid repeating nouns. Object pronouns replace nouns to avoid repetition. Example, I see Marie, I see her. Direct object pronouns me, te, le, nous, vous, les. Indirect object pronouns me, te, lui, nous, vous, leur. In French, pronouns go before the verb. Example, je le vois equals I see him. Examples with direct objects. Tu connais Marie? Je la connais. Il regarde le film? Il le regarde. Examples with indirect objects. Tu parles à ta sœur? Je lui parle. Ils écrivent à leurs amis? Ils leur écrivent. Sometimes you use both. Je le lui donne equals I give it to him. For negatives, ne plus pronoun plus verb plus pas. Example, je ne les aime pas. With infinitives, the pronoun comes before the infinitive. Je vais la voir. Commands. Positive. Donne-le-moi. Negative. Ne me le donne pas. Mini dialogue. A. Do you see Paul? B. Yes, I see him. A. Do you talk to Claire? B. Yes, I talk to her. Practice these common verbs with pronouns. Voir, connaître, aimer, parler, téléphoner, donner. Practice. Je vois Marie, je la vois. Nous écrivons à nos parents, nous leur écrivons. Bravo! Now you can use pronouns naturally in your French speech. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to compare things and talk about the best or worst in French. Comparisons help us say what is bigger, faster, or better in daily conversations. Use plus que to say something is more. Example, Marie est plus grande que Paul. Use moins que to say something is less. Example, il est moins rapide que son frère. Use aussi que to say something is equal. Example, elle est aussi gentille que sa sœur. Useful adjectives: grand, petit, rapide, intelligent, sympa. Examples: mon chien est plus petit que le tien. Ce film est moins intéressant que l'autre. Elle est aussi drôle que toi. Superlatives use le, la, les plus to say the most. Example, le plus grand, la plus belle, les plus gentils. To say the least, use le, la, les moins plus adjective. Example, le moins intéressant. Examples, c'est le plus beau village. Elle est la plus gentille. Ce sont les moins chers. Irregular forms. Bon, le meilleur. Mauvais, le pire. Mini dialogue. A. Who is the most athletic in class? B. I think Paul is the best athlete. Quick quiz. Marie est plus grande que Paul. C'est le livre le plus intéressant. Practice. Write 5 comparisons and 2 superlatives about people or things you know. Bravo! You can now confidently use comparisons and superlatives in French. Welcome! Today we'll talk about films and how to express your movie preferences in French. Un film, a movie. Un acteur, an actor. Une actrice, an actress. Le cinéma, the cinema. Une comédie, a comedy. Un drame, a drama. Un film d'action, action movie. Un documentaire, documentary. Drôle, funny. Ennuyeux, boring. Intéressant, interesting. Captivant. J'ai aimé, I liked it. J'ai adoré, I loved it. C'était génial, it was great. C'était nul, it was bad. C'est l'histoire de, it's the story of. Le personnage principal, the main character. Ça parle de, it's about. J'ai vu un film d'action avec Jean Reno. C'était très intéressant. Le film parle d'un policier à Paris. Tu as vu ce film? Have you seen this film? Qu'est-ce que tu en penses? What do you think about it? À mon avis, in my opinion, je pense que, I think that, je trouve que, I find that. A. Tu aimes les films de science-fiction? B. Oui, j'adore ça. Mon film préféré est Interstellar. Une star, a star. Un réalisateur, a director. Un prix, an award. Gagner, to win. In France, people love going to the cinema. There's even a national event called La Fête du Cinéma with discounted tickets. Think of a film you love. Say what type of film it is, who stars in it, what the story is about, your opinion. C'était un chef-d'œuvre. It was a masterpiece. Je le recommande. I recommend it. Ce n'était pas mon genre, not my type. Write a short paragraph, 5 sentences about your favorite movie in French. Bravo! Now you can talk about films in French. From genres to opinions, you're ready for cinema conversations. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to talk about music, favorite singers, and musical styles in French. Une chanson, a song. Un chanteur, a singer. Une chanteuse, a singer. La musique, music. J'écoute, I listen. 2. J'adore, I love. Je préfère, I prefer. Je déteste, I hate. La pop, pop. Le rock, rock. Le rap, rap. La musique classique, classical. L'électro, electronic. Le rythme, the rhythm. La mélodie, the melody. Les paroles, the lyrics. Émouvant, moving. C'est entraînant, it's catchy. Ça me donne envie de danser. It makes me want to dance. C'est trop bien, it's awesome. Mon chanteur préféré est, my favorite singer is. Elle a une belle voix. She has a beautiful voice. Il chante bien, he sings well. Un concert, a concert. J'y suis allée. I went there. C'était incroyable. It was amazing. Le public, the audience. In France, la chanson française is a national pride. Artists like Stromae, Edith Piaf, and Angèle are very popular. A. Quelle musique tu écoutes? B. J'écoute du rap et de l'électro. A. Tu aimes Stromae? B. Oui, il est super talentueux. Spotify, Deezer, YouTube, popular for discovering music in France. Je télécharge, I download. Je crée une playlist, I make a playlist. C'est mon style. That's my style. Je l'écoute en boucle. I listen to it on repeat. Ce morceau est génial. This track is awesome. One, how do you say I listen to music? 2, what is une chanteuse? 3, translate I love this melody. Create a playlist of 5 songs you love and write 1 sentence in French about each. Bravo! Now you can talk about music, artists, and share your musical tastes in French. Bienvenue! Today we'll learn how to talk about books, reading preferences, and authors in French. Un livre, a book. Un roman, a novel. Une bande dessinée, a comic book. La lecture, reading. Lire, to read. Je lis, I read. J'aime lire, I like to read. Je préfère, I prefer. Un roman policier, a detective novel. Un roman d'amour, a romance novel. Un livre de science-fiction, a sci-fi book. Un conte, a tale. Je lis un roman, I'm reading a novel. Je lis tous les jours, I read every day. C'est mon auteur préféré, he is my favorite author. Intéressant, interesting. Passionnant, exciting. Émouvant, boring. Émouvant, moving. Le titre, the title. L'auteur, the author. Le personnage principal, the main character. L'histoire, the story. C'est l'histoire de, it's the story of. Ça parle de, it talks about. Le livre se passe à, the book takes place in. Ah, tu aimes lire? Oui, j'adore les romans policiers. Ah, tu lis quoi en ce moment? Je lis un livre d'Agatha Christie. Je lis chaque soir. I read every evening. Le week-end, on weekends. Rarement, rarely. Souvent, often. France has a strong reading culture. Public libraries are popular, and people love reading in cafes. Victor Hugo, Les Misérables. Jules Verne, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Camus, L'étranger. Saint-Exupéry, Le Petit Prince. J'ai dévoré ce livre. I devoured this book. Ce livre est génial. This book is great. Je recommande ce roman. I recommend this novel. Write 5 sentences in French about your reading habits and your favorite book. Bravo! Now you can talk about books and reading in French. Bienvenue! Today we'll learn how to talk about the news, current events, and your opinion in French. Les infos, the news. Un journal, a newspaper. Un article, an article. Un reportage, a report. À la télé, on TV, sur Internet, on the Internet, à la radio, on the radio, dans un journal, in a newspaper. Un événement, an event. Un fait divers, a news item. Les actualités, current events. C'est important. It's important. Grave, serious. Triste, sad. Interesante, interesting. Choquant, shocking. C'est terrible. That's terrible. C'est fascinant. That's fascinating. Je trouve ça injuste. I find it unfair. Quelle surprise. What a surprise. Le Monde, serious news. Le Figaro, conservative view. 2 minutes, free newspaper. BFM TV, news channel. Il y a eu, there was. Un accident, un incendie, une manifestation. An accident, a fire, a protest. Ah, tu as lu les infos aujourd'hui? Oui, il y a eu une grève à Paris. C'était grave? Oui, les métros étaient fermés. À la une, on the front page, un titre, a headline. Le sujet principal, main topic. À mon avis, in my opinion, je pense que, I think that, je ne suis pas d'accord, I disagree. One, what is un journal? 2, how do you say it's shocking? 3, translate, there was a fire. The French often discuss politics and news in daily conversation, even at dinner. Choose a recent event. Write 3 sentences. What happened? Where? Your opinion. You can now talk about the news and express your reaction in French. Bienvenue! In this lesson, you'll learn how to talk about your digital life in French, from apps to messages and online habits. Internet. Internet, un réseau social, a social network. Un compte, an account. Un message. Naviguer, to browse. Partager, to share. Poster, to post. Liker, to like. Informal. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Snapchat. Je passe du temps sur Instagram. I spend time on Instagram. Je vais en ligne tous les jours. I go online every day. Je regarde des vidéos. I watch videos. Je parle avec mes amis. I talk with my friends. Je poste une photo. I post a photo. J'envoie un message. I send a message. Je commente. I comment. Adjectif, addictive. Amusant, fun. Utile, useful. Ennuyeux, boring. MDR, lol. TDR, dying of laughter. Emoji du feu, something awesome. Je protège mes infos. I protect my info. Attention aux arnaques. Beware of scams. Je bloque les inconnus. I block strangers. Ah, tu utilises TikTok? Oui, j'y passe trop de temps. Ah, tu postes souvent? Non, je préfère regarder. À mon avis, Instagram est plus créatif que Facebook. Je pense que YouTube est très utile. TikTok est plus amusant que Twitter. Facebook est moins populaire que Snapchat. In France, WhatsApp is used more for messaging than texting. Social media is widely used among young people. Write 5 sentences about your internet habits using at least 3 new words from the lesson. Now you can talk about social media, apps, and online behavior in French. Bienvenue! Today we'll learn how to talk about your favorite shows and series in French, from binge watching to genres. Une série, a series, un épisode, an episode. La télé, television. Regarder, to watch. Regarder en streaming, to stream. Faire du binge-watching, to binge-watch. Je regarde en VO, I watch in original version. Je regarde la télé le soir, I watch TV in the evening. Je regarde sur Netflix, I watch on Netflix. Je ne regarde pas souvent, I don't watch often. Une comédie à comédie, un drame à drama, une série policière, a crime series, a fantasy series. Captivant, gripping. Amusant, funny. Long, long. Interesting. C'est l'histoire de. It's the story of. Il y a 10 épisodes. There are 10 episodes. Le personnage principal est. The main character is. J'adore cette série. I love this series. C'est ma série préférée. It's my favorite series. Je la recommande. I recommend it. Tu regardes quoi en ce moment? What are you watching now? Quelle est ta série préférée? What's your favorite series? A. Tu regardes une série? B. Oui, je regarde Lupin sur Netflix. A. Tu aimes? Oui, c'est captivant et bien joué. France has popular channels like TF1 and France 2. Many shows are dubbed, but streaming in VO is popular. %. Call My Agent. Lupin, thriller. Planqueur, romantic comedy. Engrenage, police drama. Je viens de finir une série. I just finished a series. C'est trop long. It's too long. J'attends la prochaine saison. I'm waiting for the next season. Describe your favorite series. What's it about? How many episodes? Why do you like it? Bravo! Now you can talk about your favorite shows and series in French. Bienvenue! In this lesson, you'll learn how to talk about art, museums, and favorite works in French. Une œuvre, a work of art, un tableau, a painting, un dessin, a drawing, une sculpture, a sculpture. Un musée, a museum. Une galerie, a gallery. Une exposition, an exhibition. Le Louvre, the Louvre. ancien, ancient, moderne, modern, beau, beautiful, coloré, colorful. Un artiste, an artist. Un peintre, a painter. Un sculpteur, a sculptor. Connu, famous. Claude Monet, Impressionism. Henri Matisse, Color and Shape. Edgar Degas, Dancers. Paul Cézanne, Still Life. J'aime ce tableau. I like this painting. C'est magnifique. It's magnificent. Je trouve ça intéressant. I find it interesting. L'art moderne, modern art. L'art classique, classical art. L'art abstrait, abstract art. Le street art, street art. J'ai visité le musée d'Orsay. I visited the Orsay Museum. L'entrée est gratuite. Entrance is free. Il y avait beaucoup de monde. It was crowded. Quel est ton artiste préféré? Who is your favorite artist? Tu aimes ce tableau? Do you like this painting? Ah, tu es allé au musée récemment? B. Oui, j'ai vu une exposition Monet. C'était magnifique. C'est une œuvre célèbre. It's a famous work. Je ne comprends pas. I don't understand. C'est pas mon style. Not my style. France is home to many world-famous museums. The Louvre, the Musée d'Orsay, the Centre Pompidou. Describe a painting you like. Who is the artist? What does it look like? Why do you like it? Now you can talk about art, describe paintings, and share your opinion in French. Bienvenue! In this lesson, you'll learn how to express cultural tastes and give your opinions in French. Je préfère, I prefer. J'aime, I like. Je n'aime pas, I don't like. Je déteste, I hate. J'aime les films, I like movies. Je préfère les livres, I prefer books. J'aime pas le rap, I don't like rap. Le cinéma est plus intéressant que la télévision. Cinema is more interesting than TV. Lire est moins bruyant que regarder un film. Reading is less noisy than watching a movie. Je préfère X à Y. I prefer X to Y. C'est plus que. It's more than. C'est moins que. It's less than. C'est aussi que. It's as. À mon avis, in my opinion, je pense que, I think that, je trouve que, I find that. À mon avis, la musique classique est relaxante. Je pense que les séries sont trop longues. Je trouve que ce film est trop violent. J'adore aller au théâtre. I love going to the theater. Je déteste les comédies romantiques. I hate romantic comedies. Ah, tu préfères les films ou les livres? B. Je préfère les livres. Et toi? Moi, j'aime les deux. Film, livre, art, musique, série. C'est mon style. C'est my style. Ce n'est pas pour moi. It's not for me. Ça dépend. It depends. Tu aimes ce genre? Do you like this genre? Qu'est-ce que tu préfères? What do you prefer? Pourquoi? Why? In French conversations, expressing and comparing tastes is very common. It shows personality and depth. Compare two things you like using. Je préfère, c'est plus que, à mon avis. Bravo! Now you can express cultural tastes and share opinions in French. Bienvenue! In this lesson, we'll explore regional differences, festivals, and cultural traditions in French-speaking areas. Une tradition, a tradition. Une fête, a celebration/festival. Un costume traditionnel, a traditional costume. Un plat typique, a typical dish. La Bretagne, crepes and cider. La Provence, lavender and herbs. L'Alsace, Christmas markets. La Normandie, cheese and apples. Les habits traditionnels, traditional clothes. Le béret, beret. Les sabots, wooden shoes. Une coiffe, headpiece, Brittany. La fête de la musique, music festival, June. Le 14 juillet, Bastille Day. Le carnaval de Nice, colorful parade. La choucroute, sauerkraut, Alsace. La bouillabaisse, fish stew, Marseille. La raclette, melted cheese, Alps. Chaque région a ses traditions. Each region has its traditions. C'est typique de. It's typical of. C'est une fête locale. It's a local festival. J'adore cette tradition. I love this tradition. C'est fascinant. It's fascinating. C'est unique. It's unique. Ah, tu connais les traditions en Bretagne? Oui, il y a des danses bretonnes et des costumes spéciaux. Un mariage traditionnel, a traditional wedding, une fête religieuse, a religious celebration, les danses folkloriques, folk dances. Canada, Quebec, poutine, sugar shack, Belgium, waffles, chocolate, Switzerland, fondue, yodeling. Ça vient de, it comes from, c'est encore pratiqué aujourd'hui. It's still practiced today. It's a beautiful tradition. Learning about regional cultures helps understand local identity and adds flavor to the language. Describe a local or family tradition. What is it? When is it? Why do you like it? Bravo! Now you can describe regional cultures, food, and traditions in French. Bienvenue! In this final lesson, you'll bring together everything you've learned and present your personal media world in French. What is my media world? Describe what you watch, listen to, and read. Step 1. Your favorite film. Name it, say why you love it, and describe the plot. Step 2. Your top music. Favorite artist, favorite songs, how it makes you feel. Step 3. Books. Do you read? What kinds? Mention one book. Step 4. Social media. Which apps? What do you follow? Do you post? Step 5. Series or TV. Do you binge? Favorite series? Recommend one. Step 6. Cultural traditions. Describe a local tradition and say why you like it. Step 7. Vocabulary bank. Use as much learned vocabulary as possible. Step 8. Giving opinions. Use phrases like, in my opinion, I think that. Step 9. Your presentation. Write or record 8 to 10 sentences about your media world. Step 10. Add creativity. Use images, slides, drawings. Personalize it. Mini dialogue example about favorite films. Reminder, focus on ideas and having fun. Don't worry about mistakes. Bravo! You've completed Module 6 and can present your media world in French. Welcome to Lesson 1. Today, we're going to learn how to talk about your job and describe your workplace in French. Let's start with some job vocabulary. Un emploi means a job. Un métier means a profession. To work in French is travailler, and un poste is a position. Now, let's learn workplace vocabulary. Un bureau is an office. Un lieu de travail means workplace. A shared space is un espace partagé. And remote work is le télétravail. How do you say what you do? Je travaille comme professeur means I work as a teacher. Il est ingénieur is he is an engineer. Elle est avocate is she is a lawyer. To describe your workplace, you can say, my office is small but cozy. Mon bureau est petit mais confortable. We have a large meeting room. Nous avons une grande salle de réunion. Common workplaces include à l'hôpital, at the hospital, à l'école, at school, dans une entreprise, in a company, and à la maison, at home. To express enthusiasm, I love my job. J'adore mon travail. It's exciting. C'est passionnant. I like helping others. J'aime aider les autres. Here's a short dialogue. A. What do you do for work? B. I'm a designer. And you? I work in an office in Paris. Let's review some useful verbs. To work, travailler. To do, faire. To like, aimer. To be, être. Useful phrases include I work in a big company. Je travaille dans une grande entreprise. I'm self-employed. Je suis indépendant. Work from home vocabulary. I work from home. Je travaille à la maison. We do Zoom meetings. Nous faisons des réunions Zoom. Now let's practice. Fill in the blanks. I work as, my office is, I like my job because. Quiz time. Question 1. How do you say I work as a doctor? Question 2. Translate. Mon bureau est moderne. Question 3. What is télétravail? Here's your task. Write 3 sentences in French about your current or dream job. Include your profession, your workplace, and why you like it. Bravo! You can now talk about your job and workplace in French. Keep going. Your French is getting stronger every day. Welcome to Lesson 2. Today we'll learn how to name different jobs and describe what people do in French. Here are some common professions. Un médecin means a doctor. Un enseignant is a teacher. An avocat is a lawyer. And un ingénieur means an engineer. More professions. Un cuisinier is a cook. Un mécanicien is a mechanic. Un artiste is an artist. And un vendeur is a salesperson. Let's look at feminine forms. Une enseignante is a female teacher. Une avocate is a female lawyer. Une ingénieure is a female engineer. And une infirmière is a nurse. What do these professionals do? Répondre aux emails means to answer emails. Accueillir les clients is to greet customers. Enseigner is to teach. Soigner les patients means to treat patients. Now let's see full sentences. I work in a hospital is je travaille dans un hôpital. I prepare meals, je prépare des repas. I fix cars, je répare les voitures. How to describe jobs. It's a stressful job. C'est un métier stressant. It's a creative job. C'est un travail créatif. It's physical. C'est physique. Mini dialogue. A. What do you do? B. I'm a cook. I prepare meals for a restaurant. Useful verbs to remember. Travailler means to work. Faire, to do. Préparer, to prepare. Réparer, to fix. Some helpful phrases. I work as a salesperson. Je travaille comme vendeur. I treat animals. Je soigne les animaux. Where do people work? À l'hôpital, at the hospital. Au magasin, at the store. Dans un bureau, in an office. À l'école, at school. Let's match jobs and duties. A teacher teaches, enseigner. A mechanic fixes cars, réparer les voitures. Time for a quick quiz. How do you say I am a nurse? What does répondre aux emails mean? Translate, il est avocat. Your task. Choose 3 professions. For each one, say the job, where they work, and one duty. Bravo! Now you know how to talk about jobs and what people do in French. Keep practicing. Welcome to Lesson 3. Today, you'll learn how to describe a typical workday in French, from morning to evening. Let's start with time expressions. Le matin is the morning. L'après-midi is the afternoon. Le soir is the evening. À midi means at noon. Here are common daily actions. Commencer means to start. Finir means to finish. Prendre une pause is to take a break. Faire une réunion means to have a meeting. Your morning might start like this. I start at 9 a.m. is Je commence à 9 heures. I read my emails. Je lis mes emails. I plan my day. Je planifie ma journée. At midday, at noon, I have lunch. À midi, je déjeune. I take a break. Je prends une pause. I talk with my colleagues. Je parle avec mes collègues. In the afternoon, I work on projects. Je travaille sur des projets. I write reports. J'écris des rapports. I make calls. Je fais des appels. Ending the workday. I finish at 5 p.m. J'ai fini à 17 heures. I tidy my desk. Je range mon bureau. I write my tasks for tomorrow. Je note mes tâches pour demain. Telling time. It is 8 o'clock. Il est 8 heures. It is 3 p.m. Il est 15 heures. I work from 9 to 5. Je travaille de 9 heures à 17 heures. Mini dialogue. A. What time do you start? B. At 8:30. And you? A. I start at 9 o'clock. Useful verbs for your day. Travailler means to work. Planifier means to plan. Noter is to write down. Organiser is to organize. Phrases to use. I have a meeting at 10. J'ai une réunion à 10 heures. My day is busy. Ma journée est bien remplie. Let's practice. Put the actions in order. I read my emails. I take a break. I make calls. Time for a quiz. How do you say I finish at 5 p.m.? What does prendre une pause mean? Say, I start at 9 a.m. Your task. Describe your workday in 3 steps. When do you start? What do you do? When do you finish? Bravo! You can now describe your full work routine in French. Keep practicing with new verbs and time expressions. Welcome to Lesson 4. Today we'll learn how to talk about life at the university and academic routines in French. Let's start with academic vocabulary. Université means university. Un étudiant or une étudiante means student. Une faculté is a faculty. And les cours are courses. Fields of study, le droit, law, la médecine, medicine, l'économie, economics, les lettres, literature. Talking about university life, I study at university. J'étudie à la fac. I'm in my first year. Je suis en première année. I have classes from Monday to Friday. J'ai cours du lundi au vendredi. Describing your schedule. My schedule is full. Mon emploi du temps est chargé. I have French class at 10. J'ai un cours de français à 10 heures. I finish at 5. Je termine à 17 heures. Places at the university. Library, la bibliothèque, cafeteria, la cafeteria, classroom, la salle de classe, campus, le campus. Study activities. I study for an exam. Je révise pour un examen. I take notes. Je prends des notes. I participate in class. Je participe en classe. Homework and exams. I have a lot of homework. J'ai beaucoup de devoirs. Exams are difficult. Les examens sont difficiles. I have to submit an assignment tomorrow. Je dois rendre un devoir demain. Mini dialogue. A. What do you study? B. I study psychology. A. Do you like it? B. Yes, it's super interesting. Useful verbs. Étudier, to study. Suivre un cours, to take a course. Réviser, to review. Rendre, to submit. Useful phrases. I'm in my second year. Je suis en deuxième année. My teacher is nice. Mon professeur est sympa. Practice. Fill in the gaps. I am a student in I go to. My schedule is. Quiz time. Translate. I study medicine. What is une faculté? How do you say I take notes? Task. Describe your student life. What do you study? What's your schedule like? Do you have exams or homework? Bravo! Now you can talk about your university life in French. Keep going and try it in real conversations. Welcome to Lesson 5. Today, you'll learn how to talk about your skills and strengths in French, both in personal and professional contexts. Let's start with some vocabulary. Une compétence means a skill. Une qualité is a personal quality. Un talent is a talent. And un point fort means a strength. Describing yourself, I am organized. Je suis organisé or organisée. I am creative. Je suis créatif or créative. I am punctual. Je suis ponctuel or ponctuelle. Professional skills. I speak 3 languages. Je parle 3 langues. I know how to use Excel. Je sais utiliser Excel. I work well in a team. Je travaille bien en équipe. Soft skills. I'm a good listener. Je suis à l'écoute. I'm motivated. Je suis motivé or motivé. I know how to manage my time. Je sais gérer mon temps. Saying what you can do. I can solve problems. Je peux résoudre des problèmes. I can present a project. Je peux présenter un projet. Talking about languages, I speak English and Spanish. Je parle anglais et espagnol. I understand a little German. Je comprends un peu l'allemand. Mini dialogue. A. What are your qualities? B. I'm patient and I have good ideas. Useful verbs. Être means to be. Savoir means to know how to do something. Avoir is to have. And pouvoir means can. Useful phrases. I have experience in. J'ai de l'expérience en. I'm good at. Je suis doué pour. Or doué pour. Saying what you are learning. I'm learning to code. J'apprends à coder. I'm training in communication. Je me forme en communication. Practice time. Complete these phrases. I am and I speak. I can. Quiz time. How do you say I work well in a team? What does ponctuel mean? Say, I can solve problems. Your task, write 3 phrases about your top strengths. 1 personal quality, 1 professional skill, and 1 thing you are learning. Bravo! Now you can confidently describe your skills and strengths in French. Keep practicing and use these in real situations. Welcome to Lesson 6. Today we'll learn how to talk about job interviews in French, including questions and answers you can use. Key vocabulary: un entretien, an interview, un candidat, a candidate, un recruteur, a recruiter, le poste, the position. Before your interview, préparer son CV, to prepare your resume. Écrire une lettre de motivation, to write a cover letter. Se renseigner sur l'entreprise, to research the company. Common interview questions. Parlez-moi de vous. Tell me about yourself. Pourquoi voulez-vous ce poste? Why do you want this job? Quelles sont vos qualités? What are your strengths? Example answers. I'm motivated and organized. Je suis motivé et organisé. I enjoy working in a team. J'aime travailler en équipe. I have experience in management. J'ai de l'expérience en gestion. Talking about experience. I worked at. J'ai travaillé chez. I have 3 years of experience. J'ai 3 ans d'expérience. I managed a team. J'ai dirigé une équipe. Education and skills. I have a degree in marketing. J'ai un diplôme en marketing. I speak fluent English. Je parle couramment anglais. I'm proficient in Excel. Je maîtrise Excel. Describing qualities. I'm punctual, serious, and creative. Je suis ponctuel, sérieux et créatif. I can solve problems. Je suis capable de résoudre des problèmes. Mini dialogue example. A. Why are you interested in this job? B. Because I want to develop my communication skills. Useful verbs. Postuler, to apply. Répondre, to respond. Travailler, to work. Présenter, to present. Useful phrases. I'm available immediately. Je suis disponible immédiatement. I'm very interested in this position. Je suis très intéressé par ce poste. Interview etiquette. Be polite and smile. Soyez poli et souriant. Dress professionally. Habillez-vous de façon professionnelle. Be on time. Soyez à l'heure. Practice time. Prepare your answers to these questions. Tell me about yourself. Why do you want this job? What are your strengths? Quiz time. How do you say I have experience in sales? Translate. I'm motivated and punctual. What does un entretien mean? Bravo! You're ready for your next interview in French. Keep practicing and show your confidence. Welcome to Lesson 7. Today we'll learn how to talk about working from home in French, your setup, routine, and tools. Let's start with some vocabulary. Le télétravail means remote work. A home office is un bureau à domicile. A video call is un appel vidéo. And un casque is a headset. Talking about your setup. I have a small desk at home. J'ai un petit bureau chez moi. I work in the living room. Je travaille dans le salon. I share my space with my family. Je partage mon espace avec ma famille. Describing your routine. It starts at 8:30. Je commence à 8h30. I take a break at 11. Je fais une pause à 11h. I finish around 5. Je termine vers 17h. Talking about tools and platforms. I use Zoom for meetings. J'utilise Zoom pour les réunions. I share files on Google Drive. Je partage des fichiers sur Google Drive. Communication and collaboration. We communicate by email. Nous communiquons par email. We use a team chat. On utilise un chat d'équipe. I join weekly meetings. Je participe aux réunions hebdomadaires. Advantages of remote work. It's more flexible. C'est plus flexible. I save time. Je gagne du temps. I'm more focused. Je suis plus concentré. Challenges of remote work? They're distractions. Il y a des distractions. It's not always easy to focus. Ce n'est pas toujours facile de se concentrer. Mini dialogue. A. Do you work remotely? B. Yes, I work from home 3 days a week. Useful verbs. Travailler. To work. Partager. To share. Communiquer. To communicate. Participer. To participate. Useful phrases. I work remotely. Je travaille à distance. I'm online all day. Connecté toute la journée. Your work environment. My chair is comfortable. Ma chaise est confortable. I work near the window. Je travaille près de la fenêtre. Practice. Complete the sentences. I start at. I use for meetings. I work in. ... Quiz time! How do you say I work remotely? What does un appel vidéo mean? Say I use Zoom for meetings. Bravo! Now you can talk about your remote work life in French. Great work! Keep practicing and sharing about your daily setup. Welcome to Lesson 8. Today, we'll learn how to talk about study strategies and tools in French. Let's make learning fun and efficient. Vocabulary. Une fiche, a study card. Un cahier, a notebook. Un surligneur, a highlighter. Un dictionnaire, a dictionary. Digital tools and apps. I use Quizlet. J'utilise Quizlet. I listen to podcasts. J'écoute des podcasts. I watch educational videos. Je regarde des vidéos éducatives. Common study actions. Réviser, to review. Noter, to take notes. Apprendre, to learn. Relire, to reread. Study habits. I review every day. Je révise tous les jours. I take breaks. Je fais des pauses. I work better in the morning. Je travaille mieux le matin. Memory tricks. I create associations. Je crée des associations. I use colors. J'utilise des couleurs. I repeat aloud. Je répète à voix haute. Talking about your progress. I've made a lot of progress. J'ai fait beaucoup de progrès. I understand better now. Je comprends mieux maintenant. How to stay motivated. I set goals. Je fixe des objectifs. I celebrate small wins. Je célèbre mes petites réussites. I study with friends. J'étudie avec des amis. Mini dialogue. A. Do you have study tips? B. Yes. I review with Quizlet and I make flashcards. Useful verbs. Réviser, to review. Écouter, to listen. Regarder, to watch. Étudier, to study. Useful phrases. I'm preparing for an exam. Je prépare un examen. I learn a new word every day. J'apprends un nouveau mot chaque jour. Study spaces. I prefer studying in the library. Je préfère étudier à la bibliothèque. I have a quiet corner at home. J'ai un coin tranquille à la maison. Practice time. Complete the gaps I use to study. I review in the I learn better with. Quiz time. Translate. I listen to podcasts. What does réviser mean? Say, I've made a lot of progress. Bravo! You can now talk about your study tools and strategies in French. Keep learning and experimenting with what works for you. Welcome to Lesson 9. Today, you'll learn how to speak about your career goals and future ambitions in French. Let's begin with key vocabulary. Un objectif, a goal, un projet professionnel, a career plan, une ambition, an ambition, une carrière, a career. Expressing future plans. I want to become an engineer. Je veux devenir ingénieur. I'd like to work abroad. Je voudrais travailler à l'étranger. Talking about dreams. My dream is to become a doctor. Mon rêve est de devenir médecin. I dream of starting my own business. Je rêve de créer ma propre entreprise. Steps were your goal. I need to get a degree. Je dois obtenir un diplôme. I'm going to do an internship. Je vais faire un stage. Education and training. I'm continuing my studies. Je continue mes études. I'm training in IT. Je me forme en informatique. Job sectors and fields. Le marketing, marketing. La santé, healthcare. La technologie, technology. L'enseignement, education. Useful phrases. I want to grow in this field. Je veux évoluer dans ce domaine. I'm looking for a role with responsibility. Je cherche un poste avec des responsabilités. Mini dialogue. A. What are your career plans? B. I'd like to work in communications. Talking about motivation. I'm passionate about my work. Je suis passionné par mon travail. I want to make a positive impact. Je veux avoir un impact positif. Useful verbs. Vouloir, to want. Désirer, to desire. Rêver, to dream. Prévoir, to plan. Adjectives for your goals. Réaliste, realistic. Ambitieux, ambitious. Ambitious. Clair, clear. Motivant, motivating. Practice time. Fill in the blanks. I want to become. I'm training in. My goal is to. Quiz time. Translate. I want to work abroad. What does un projet professionnel mean? Say, my dream is to become a doctor. Bravo! Now you can confidently express your career ambitions in French. Keep believing in your goals and moving forward. Welcome to Lesson 10. Today we'll explore how to describe workplace culture in French, including company values, environment, and behaviors. Key vocabulary. La culture d'entreprise, company culture. Un environnement professionnel, work environment. Les valeurs, values. L'ambiance, atmosphere. Describing the culture. It's a modern company. C'est une entreprise moderne. The atmosphere is friendly. L'ambiance est conviviale. It's very formal. C'est très formel. Workplace values. Diversity is respected. On respecte la diversité. Punctuality is important. La ponctualité est importante. Team spirit is valued. On valorise l'esprit d'équipe. Types of workplaces. In startup, a startup. In multinational, a multinational. In administration, a government office. Une ONG, a non-governmental organization. Schedules and flexibility. The hours are flexible. Les horaires sont flexibles. We work remotely. On fait du télétravail. Breaks are regular. Les pauses sont régulières. Team relations. We work as a team. On travaille en équipe. There's little hierarchy. Il y a peu de hiérarchie. Relationships are informal. Les relations sont informelles. Dress code. We wear casual clothes. On porte une tenue décontractée. You must dress professionally. Il faut s'habiller de façon professionnelle. Mini dialogue. A. What's your company like? B. Very open. We often chat with colleagues. Useful verbs. Respecter, to respect. Travailler, to work. Valoriser, to value. Communiquer, to communicate. Useful phrases. It's a pleasant environment. C'est un environnement agréable. There's good communication. Il y a une bonne communication. Intercultural differences. In France, hierarchy is more visible. En France, la hiérarchie est plus visible. In the US, relationships are often more direct. Aux États-Unis, les relations sont souvent plus directes. Practice. Complete the sentences. My company is, we value, you must, at work. Quiz time. Translate. The atmosphere is friendly. What does tenue professionnel mean? Say, team spirit is valued. Bravo! Now you can describe your professional environment and compare workplace cultures in French. Keep observing and sharing. Welcome to Lesson 11. Today we'll learn how to speak about group projects, teamwork, and responsibilities in French. Key vocabulary. Un projet de groupe, a group project. Un membre de l'équipe, a team member. La collaboration, collaboration. Le rôle. Team roles. Chef de projet, project leader. Secrétaire, secretary. Présentateur, présentatrice, presenter. Recherchiste, researcher. Describing tasks. I do the research. Je fais la recherche. You prepare the presentation. Tu prépares la présentation. She takes notes. Elle prend des notes. Planning the project. We meet tomorrow. On se réunit demain. We need to organize the ideas. Il faut organiser les idées. Here is our plan. Voici notre plan. Communication tools. We use Google Docs. Nous utilisons Google Docs. We share files. On partage les fichiers. We chat online. On discute sur un chat. Working together. We work well in a team. On travaille bien en équipe. Everyone has a task. Chacun a une tâche. Communication is essential. La communication est essentielle. Handling problems. We had a misunderstanding. On a eu un malentendu. There was a delay. Il y avait un retard. We found a solution. On a trouvé une solution. Mini dialogue. A. What are you doing for the project? B. I'm handling the conclusion. Useful verbs. Travailler, to work. Organiser, to organize. Partager, to share. Présenter, to present. Useful phrases. I'm in charge of the research. Je suis responsable de la recherche. You present the introduction. Tu présentes l'introduction. Giving feedback. That's a good idea. C'est une bonne idée. We can improve that. On peut améliorer ça. Great job. Bravo pour ton travail. Practice. Complete the dialogue. A. Who is doing the research? A. And the presentation? Quiz time. Translate. We work well in a team. What does chef de projet mean? Say, I'm in charge of the conclusion. Bravo! Now you can talk about teamwork, roles, and group collaboration in French. Great work! Welcome to Lesson 14. Today, we'll learn how to describe your weekly routine at work or school in French, from Monday to Sunday. Let's review the days of the week in French. Lundi, Monday. Mardi, Tuesday. Mercredi, Wednesday. Jeudi, Thursday. Vendredi, Friday. Samedi, Saturday. Dimanche, Sunday. A typical work week. I work from Monday to Friday. Je travaille du lundi au vendredi. I have meetings on Tuesday. J'ai des réunions le mardi. I finish early on Friday. Je termine tôt le vendredi. A typical university week. I have classes every day except Wednesday. J'ai cours chaque jour sauf le mercredi. I do my homework in the evening. Je fais mes devoirs le soir. Daily activities. I start at 9. Je commence à 9 heures. I eat lunch at noon. Je déjeune à midi. I finish at 5. Je finis à 17 heures. Evening routine. I review in the evening. Je revise le soir. I relax by watching a movie. Je me détends en regardant un film. Weekend plans. On Saturday, I do the shopping. Le samedi, je fais les courses. On Sunday, I rest. Le dimanche, je me repose. Using days in phrases. I work every day except Wednesday. Je travaille tous les jours sauf le mercredi. I have a project due on Friday. J'ai un projet à rendre vendredi. Mini dialogue. A. What do you do during the week? B. I work during the day and study in the evening. Useful verbs. Travailler, to work. Étudier, to study. Faire, to do. Se reposer, to rest. Useful expressions. I have a busy week. J'ai une semaine chargée. I organize my schedule. J'organise mon emploi du temps. Staying organized. I use a planner. J'utilise un agenda. I plan my tasks. Je planifie mes tâches. Practice time. Complete these phrases. I work on. I have class on. I rest on. Quiz time. Translate. I work from Monday to Friday. What does je fais les courses mean? Say, I have classes every day except Wednesday. Bravo! Now you can describe your weekly work or study schedule in French. Keep practicing to speak about your routine with ease. Welcome to your final mission. Today, you'll learn how to create a short presentation about your work and study life, all in French. Start with the basics. My name is Je m'appelle. I am a student. Je suis étudiant or étudiante. I work as. Je travaille comme. Describe your routine. I work from Monday to Friday. Je travaille du lundi au vendredi. I have classes on Tuesday and Thursday. J'ai cours le mardi et le jeudi. Talk about your workplace or school. My company is modern. Mon entreprise est moderne. The university is big and lively. L'université est grande et animée. Mention tools and tasks. I use a computer. J'utilise un ordinateur. I do research. Je fais des recherches. Say what you like. I like my job. J'aime mon travail. I love learning new things. J'adore apprendre de nouvelles choses. Describe a typical day. I start at 9. Je commence à 9h. I have lunch with my colleagues. Je déjeune avec mes collègues. Talk about challenges and goals. It's sometimes stressful. C'est parfois stressant. My goal is to pass my exams. Mon objectif est de réussir mes examens. Include cultural aspects. Relationships are informal. Les relations sont informelles. Team spirit is valued. On valorise l'esprit d'équipe. Summarize your story. In summary, en résumé, I have an active life between work and study. J'ai une vie active entre le travail et les études. Mission time. Prepare a 1-minute talk in French. Use the vocabulary and structure from this module. Helpful phrases. And then, et puis, in general, en général, what I like, ce que j'aime. Useful verbs to use. Travailler, to work. Étudier, to study. Organiser, to organize. Réussir, to succeed. Tips for clear speaking. Speak slowly and clearly. Use short, simple sentences. Smile and stay confident. Bravo! You've completed the mission and the module. Now you can confidently talk about your daily life in French, at work, school, or both. Félicitations! Welcome! In this lesson, you'll learn how to express your opinion and agree or disagree in real conversations, all in French. What is an opinion? An opinion is something you think or believe, not a fact. In French, it's often introduced with je pense que or à mon avis. Useful phrase, je pense que. Je pense que means I think that. Example, je pense que ce film est super. I think this movie is great. Useful phrase, à mon avis. À mon avis means in my opinion. Example, à mon avis, il a raison. In my opinion, he's right. Agreeing politely. To agree, you can say je suis d'accord, I agree. C'est vrai, that's true. Exactement, exactly. Disagreeing politely. To disagree politely, je ne suis pas d'accord. I don't agree. Pas vraiment, not really. Ce n'est pas vrai, that's not true. Other helpful words. Peut-être, maybe. Je crois que, I believe that. C'est possible, it's possible. Tone and respect. In French conversations, it's important to stay respectful even if you disagree. Use a calm voice and polite expressions. Mini-dialogue. A. Tu aimes ce film? B. Je pense que c'est trop long, mais intéressant. A. Je suis d'accord avec toi. Practice. Agree or disagree. Listen to 3 short opinions and choose. Do you agree? Say it in French. Use je suis d'accord, je ne suis pas d'accord. Speaking strategy. Start with your opinion, give a reason, and ask the other person. Example. Je pense que c'est bien parce que, et toi? Common mistakes. Don't confuse je suis d'accord avec ça, which is incorrect. Use je suis d'accord or je suis d'accord avec toi. Role play time. Work with a partner. One gives an opinion, the other agrees or disagrees. Use at least 3 phrases from today's lesson. Challenge yourself. Give your opinion on social media, school or work, a movie or book. Use at least 2 agreeing and 2 disagreeing phrases. Bravo! You've learned how to express and react to real opinions in French. Keep practicing with your own ideas. Welcome! Today we'll learn how to suggest, accept, and plan activities with friends, all in French. Inviting someone out. Use these phrases to invite someone. On fait quelque chose ce soir? Doing something tonight? Tu veux sortir? Do you want to go out? Suggesting activities. Try these. Tu veux aller au café? Want to go to the cafe? On va au cinéma? Shall we go to the movies? Et si on faisait une promenade? What if we took a walk? Checking availability. Tu es libre ce soir? Are you free tonight? Quel jour tu préfères? Which day do you prefer? À quelle heure? At what time? Accepting the plan. Oui, super. Yes, great. Bonne idée. Good idea. Ça marche. Sounds good. Refusing politely. Je ne peux pas ce soir. I can't tonight. Désolé, j'ai déjà quelque chose. Sorry, I already have plans. Une autre fois? Another time. Setting the time. On se retrouve à 18h? Shall we meet at 6 p.m.? Vers quelle heure? Around what time? Rendez-vous à la gare. Let's meet at the station. Where to meet? On se voit devant le cinéma. See you in front of the cinema. Chez moi ou chez toi? At my place or yours. Using ça te dit, this is a casual way to invite. Ça te dit d'aller au parc? Want to go to the park? Ça te dit un resto ce soir? How about a restaurant tonight? Mini dialogue. A. Tu veux faire quelque chose ce week-end? B. Oui, bonne idée. On va au musée? A. Parfait. À quelle heure? Useful vocabulary. Une sortie, an outing, un rendez-vous, a meeting, une invitation, an invitation, prévoir, to plan. Politeness matters. Always say, s'il te plaît, please, merci, thank you. D'accord? Okay. Use a friendly tone. Practice activity. Imagine you invite a friend to do 3 different things. Use the structures ça te dit, tu veux, on va. Challenge yourself. Make a complete plan. Who, what, when, where. Use at least 5 phrases from this lesson. Bravo! Now you can confidently make plans in French. Keep practicing with friends or classmates. Welcome! Today you'll learn how to describe problems and find solutions in French conversations. Let's solve things together. Stating a problem to say something is wrong. J'ai un problème avec. I have a problem with. Ça ne marche pas. It doesn't work. C'est cassé. It's broken. Asking for help. To ask for help, tu peux m'aider? Can you help me? J'ai besoin d'aide. I need help. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire? What should I do? Describing the issue, be specific. Mon téléphone ne s'allume pas. My phone won't turn on. La porte ne ferme pas. The door won't close. Reacting to a problem, ah bon? Really? C'est embêtant. That's annoying. Tu plaisantes? You're kidding. Proposing solutions. To suggest a solution, on peut essayer ça. We can try that. Tu devrais appeler le service client. You should call customer service. Accepting solutions. Bonne idée. Good idea. Ça peut marcher. That might work. Merci pour ton aide. Thanks for your help. Rejecting solutions. Je ne suis pas sûr. I'm not sure. Ça ne va pas marcher. That won't work. C'est trop compliqué. It's too complicated. Useful verbs. Réparer, to repair. Essayer, to try. Trouver, to find. Aider, to help. Politeness first. Always be polite when discussing problems. Excuse-moi de te déranger. Sorry to bother you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Mini dialogue A. J'ai un problème avec mon ordi. B. Il ne marche pas? Tu veux que je regarde? A. Oui, merci beaucoup. Practice matching. Match the problem with the right solution. La porte est bloquée, so. J'ai perdu mes clés, so. Real life situations, imagine. Your bag is missing. Your laptop freezes. Your train is late. What would you say in French? Challenge yourself. Create your own dialogue with a partner. Include one problem, one request, one reaction, one solution. Bravo! Now you can handle problems in French and offer helpful solutions. Practice with daily situations. In this lesson, we'll learn how to give and ask for advice in French using conditional and modal expressions. In French, we use expressions with the conditional and modal verbs to give advice. Let's see some useful phrases like tu devrais, à ta place, je te conseille de, and et si tu essayais? Here are some common expressions to use when giving advice. Tu devrais means you should. Je te conseille de means I advise you to. Et si tu essayais means what if you tried? Here's an example dialogue. A. J'ai un problème. Je ne sais pas quoi faire pour mes examens. B. Tu devrais étudier tous les jours. A. T'as raison, je vais essayer ça. Let's review some flashcards. Tu devrais means you should. Je te conseille de means I advise you to. À ta place means in your place. Et si tu essayais means what if you tried? Write 3 pieces of advice for a friend who is feeling stressed using the phrases we just learned. The conditional mood is often used to give advice. It expresses what should or could happen under certain conditions. For example, tu devrais manger plus de fruits means you should eat more fruit. Modal verbs such as devoir, must, and pouvoir, can, are also used for advice. For example, tu dois prendre une pause means you must take a break. And tu peux essayer cette solution means you can try this solution. Imagine your friend is not feeling well. Write down 3 pieces of advice using the phrases you learned. Role play a situation where you give advice to someone. Use at least 4 expressions from the lesson. Let's review the key phrases from this lesson. Tu devrais, je te conseille de, à ta place, et si tu essayais. Congratulations! You've learned how to give advice in French using conditional and modal expressions. Keep practicing to become more confident. For homework, write a letter to a friend giving them advice on how to deal with stress. In this lesson, we will explore how to express various emotions in French and use them in different situations. In French, we use specific phrases and adjectives to describe emotions. Let's learn some common ways to express how we feel. Here are some common emotions in French. Heureux, heureuse, happy, triste, sad, en colère, angry, excité, excité, excited, nerveux, nerveuse. When you're happy, you can say je suis content. I'm happy. C'est génial. That's great. Ça me rend heureux, heureuse. That makes me happy. When you're sad, you can say je suis triste. I'm sad. Ça me rend triste. That makes me sad. Je me sens mal. When you're angry, you can say Je suis en colère. I'm angry. Ça m'énerve. That annoys me. C'est injuste. It's unfair. When you're excited, you can say Je suis tellement excité. I'm so excited. C'est incroyable. It's amazing. J'ai hâte de. I can't wait to. When you're nervous, you can say Je suis nerveux/nerveuse. I'm nervous. Ça me stresse. That stresses me out. Je suis un peu angoissée. I'm a little anxious. Choose the correct emotion based on the situation. I just received good news. I lost my keys and I can't find them. I'm late for an important meeting. I'm waiting for my favorite band's concert. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. In conversations, it's common to ask about emotions. Comment tu te sens? How do you feel? Qu'est-ce qui ne va pas? What's wrong? Pourquoi es-tu triste? Why are you sad? Role-play a conversation where one person expresses their emotions and the other person reacts. Use at least 3 phrases from the lesson. Let's review the key phrases to express emotions. Je suis content. I'm happy. Je suis triste. I'm sad. Je suis en colère. I'm angry. Je suis excité. I'm excited. Nerveux, nerveuse. I'm nervous. Well done! You've learned how to express emotions in French. Keep practicing to improve your emotional vocabulary. For homework, write a short paragraph describing how you feel today using at least 5 emotions from the lesson. In this lesson, you will learn key phrases and vocabulary for having phone conversations in French. Phone conversations are an important part of daily communication. In this lesson, we'll cover basic phrases to start and end a call and how to ask for someone. Let's get started. When answering the phone, use these phrases. Allô means hello. Bonjour, c'est quelle elle means hello, this is your name. Qui est à l'appareil means who's calling. When making a call, you can use these phrases. Bonjour, je voudrais parler à Name means hello, I would like to speak to Name. Est-ce que Name est là means is Name there? When you want to speak to someone, use these phrases. Puis-je parler à Parlon means can I speak to Name. C'est à propos de, subject, means it's about subject. If the person is not available, you can leave a message. Laissez un message après le bip means leave a message after the beep. Pouvez-vous lui dire que j'ai appelé means can you tell him/her I called? To make an appointment over the phone, use these phrases. Est-ce que vous êtes disponible? Day, time means are you available? Day, time. J'aimerais fixer un rendez-vous means I would like to make an appointment. If you didn't understand something, you can ask for repetition. Pouvez-vous répéter? Means can you repeat that? Je n'ai pas compris means I didn't understand. To end a phone conversation, use these phrases. Merci pour votre appel means thank you for your call. À bientôt means see you soon. Au revoir means goodbye. Fill in the blanks with the appropriate phrase. Role play a phone conversation with a partner. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Forgetting to say hello at the beginning of the call. Not using the right formalities with strangers. Not asking to leave a message when the person isn't available. Here are the key phrases from this lesson. Allô means hello. Bonjour, c'est your name, means hello, this is your name. Pouvez-vous répéter means can you repeat that? Merci pour votre appel means thank you for your call. Great job! You've learned useful phrases for phone conversations in French. Keep practicing for real-life situations. For homework, role play a phone conversation with a friend. Try using at least 5 key phrases from the lesson. In this lesson, you will learn key phrases to help you navigate a restaurant experience in French. Going to a restaurant is a great way to practice your French. In this lesson, we'll cover some useful phrases for ordering, commenting on dishes, and dealing with errors. When you enter a restaurant, you can say bonjour, une table pour nombre s'il vous plaît. Means hello, a table for number please. Nous avons une réservation. Means we have a reservation. To order, you can use these phrases. Je voudrais dish means I would like dish. Qu'est-ce que vous recommandez means what do you recommend? If you don't have the menu, ask for it. Puis-je avoir le menu, s'il vous plaît? Means, can I have the menu, please? Avez-vous un menu végétarien? Means, do you have a vegetarian menu? When you like a dish, you can say, c'est délicieux, means it's delicious. C'est vraiment bon, means it's really good. Ce plat est incroyable, means this dish is amazing. If there's a mistake with your order, you can say, je crois qu'il y a une erreur, means I think there's a mistake. Ce n'est pas ce que j'ai commandé, means this is not what I ordered. When you're ready to leave, you can ask, l'addition, s'il vous plaît, means the bill, please. Puis-je payer par carte, means can I pay by card? If you need something special, you can say, je suis allergique à ingrédient, means I'm allergic to ingredient. Sans ingrédient, s'il vous plaît, means without ingredient, please. To ask for recommendations, use qu'est-ce que vous me conseillez? Means what do you recommend? Quels sont les plats populaires ici? Means what are the popular dishes here? Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a conversation where you go to a restaurant, order food, and comment on the dishes. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not asking for the bill early enough, not specifying special requests like food allergies, forgetting to say please and thank you to the waiter. Here are the key phrases from this lesson. Je voudrais dish means I would like dish. C'est délicieux means it's delicious. L'addition s'il vous plaît means the bill please. Great job! You've learned essential phrases for dining out in French. Practice these phrases to make your restaurant experience more enjoyable. In this lesson, we will focus on key phrases and vocabulary to talk about your job, studies, and responsibilities in French. Talking about your work, studies, and career is an essential skill in any language. Let's learn some important phrases to talk about your job, your responsibilities, and your tasks. To talk about your job, use these phrases. Je travaille dans means I work in. Je suis profession means I am profession. Mon travail consiste à means my job involves. To describe your role at work, you can use je suis responsable de means I am responsible for. Je supervise means I supervise. Je gère means I manage. When discussing your responsibilities, use these phrases. Je dois means I must. Je suis chargé de means I'm in charge of. J'ai la responsabilité de means I am responsible for. To talk about your work schedule, use these phrases. Je travaille de temps à temps means I work from time to time. Mon horaire de travail est flexible, régulier means my work schedule is flexible, regular. To describe your workplace, use je travaille dans un bureau means I work in an office. Mon lieu de travail est calme, bruyant means my workplace is quiet, noisy. If you want to talk about your studies, use these phrases. Je suis étudiant en field means I am a student in field. J'étudie subject means I study subject. When talking about a project, you can say je travaille sur un projet de means I'm working on a project about. Mon projet porte sur means my project is about. If you're facing challenges, you can say j'ai des difficultés avec means I'm having difficulties with. C'est un défi de means it's a challenge to. To talk about your accomplishments, use these phrases. J'ai réussi à means I managed to. J'ai atteint mon objectif means I reached my goal. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a conversation where you talk about your work, your responsibilities, and your daily tasks. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not using the right verb tenses when describing past tasks. Using informal language in a professional setting. Forgetting to mention key responsibilities or tasks. Well done! You've learned essential phrases for talking about work in French. Keep practicing to improve your professional vocabulary. In this lesson, we will learn how to tell stories in French using different tenses and vocabulary. Storytelling is an essential skill in any language. In French, we use specific tenses and expressions to narrate events. Let's get started. When telling a story, 2 tenses are commonly used in French. Passé composé, past simple, imparfait, past continuous. Passé composé is used for actions that are completed and happened once. For example, j'ai mangé means I ate. Il a joué means he played. Imparfait is used for actions that were ongoing or habitual in the past. For example, je mangeais means I was eating. Il jouait tous les jours means he played every day. In storytelling, passé composé and imparfait are often used together. For example, quand j'étais petit, je jouais souvent au parc means when I was little, I often played in the park. Un jour, j'ai vu un film incroyable means one day I saw an amazing movie. To give your story a clear timeline, use these time expressions. Hier means yesterday. La semaine dernière means last week. Quand j'étais jeune means when I was young. When telling a story, it's important to describe people and places. For example, il était grand et gentil means he was tall and kind. La ville était belle means the city was beautiful. Here are some essential words for storytelling. Histoire means story, personnage means character, événement means event, action means action. Let's put it all together with an example. Quand j'étais petit, je jouais tous les jours au football avec mes amis. Means, when I was little, I played football every day with my friends. Un jour, j'ai gagné un match important. Means, one day, I won an important match. Here's another example. L'année dernière, je suis allé en France pour les vacances. Means, last year, I went to France for vacation. Je visitais des monuments historiques tous les jours. Means, I visited historical monuments every day. Fill in the blanks with the correct tense. Create your own short story using passé composé and imparfait. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Confusing passé composé with imparfait. Forgetting to use time expressions. Not using descriptive language for people and places. Well done. You've learned how to tell stories in French using passé composé and imparfait. Keep practicing to improve your storytelling skills. Welcome to Lesson 10, Debate and Argument. In this lesson, we will learn how to engage in debates and arguments in French. Debates are a great way to express your opinions and defend your point of view. Let's explore useful phrases to argue and debate in French. To start a debate, you can say je pense que means I think that. À mon avis means in my opinion. Je crois que means I believe that. To express your opinion, use these phrases. Je suis d'accord avec means I agree with. Je ne suis pas d'accord avec means I don't agree with. Je pense que c'est vrai, faux, means I think that's true, false. When agreeing or disagreeing, use these phrases. Tu as raison means you are right. Tu as tort means you are wrong. Je suis d'accord means I agree. Je ne suis pas d'accord means I don't agree. When giving reasons for your opinion, you can say parce que means because. C'est pour cette raison que means that's why. Je pense cela parce que means I think this because. To introduce a contradiction, you can use these phrases. Cependant, je pense que means however I think that. D'un autre côté means on the other hand. En revanche means on the contrary. To ask for clarification, use Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire par means what do you mean by? Peux-tu expliquer ça means can you explain that? Je ne comprends pas means I don't understand. To give a counter-argument, use these phrases. Mais il faut aussi considérer means but we must also consider. Je comprends mais means I understand but. Cependant, il y a un autre point de vue means however, there is another point of view. To express certainty and doubt, use Je suis sûr que means I am sure that. Je ne suis pas sûr que means I'm not sure that. C'est certain que means it's certain that. To conclude the debate, you can use these phrases. En résumé, je pense que means in summary, I think that. Pour conclure, je dirais que means to conclude, I would say that. Fill in the blanks with the appropriate phrase. Role play a debate on a topic of your choice with a partner. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Great job! You've learned essential phrases for participating in debates and arguments in French. Keep practicing to improve your debate skills. Bureaucratic processes are common in every country. In this lesson, we'll cover the necessary phrases to fill out forms and talk to authorities in French. Let's get started. When dealing with bureaucracy, you will need to understand these terms. Un formulaire, a form, une pièce d'identité, an ID, une autorisation, an authorization. To ask for a form, use these phrases. Puis-je avoir un formulaire, s'il vous plaît? Can I have a form, please? Où puis-je remplir ce formulaire? Where can I fill out this form? To describe the process of filling out a form, you can say Je dois remplir ce formulaire. I need to fill out this form. Il faut fournir une pièce d'identité. You must provide an ID. Once you've filled out the form, you can submit it by saying Où puis-je soumettre ce formulaire? Where can I submit this form? J'ai terminé. Voici le formulaire. I'm done. Here's the form. When dealing with authorities, these phrases may help. Je voudrais prendre un rendez-vous. I would like to make an appointment. Pouvez-vous m'aider avec ce document? Can you help me with this document? To explain your situation, use these phrases. J'ai un problème avec ce formulaire. I have a problem with this form. Je n'ai pas tous les documents nécessaires. I don't have all the necessary documents. If you need assistance, you can say Pouvez-vous m'aider? Can you help me? Je ne comprends pas ce formulaire. I don't understand this form. To discuss deadlines and timeframes, use Quand dois-je soumettre ce formulaire? When should I submit this form? Le délai est de time. The deadline is time. If you encounter challenges, you can express frustration or request help. Ce processus est trop compliqué. This process is too complicated. Pouvez-vous m'expliquer à nouveau? Can you explain it to me again? Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a situation where you need to fill out a form and ask for help. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes in bureaucratic conversations. Make sure to avoid them to communicate more effectively with authorities. Great job! You've learned the key phrases for dealing with bureaucracy in French. Keep practicing to become confident in handling bureaucratic tasks. Job interviews can be challenging, but in this lesson, we'll learn how to answer common questions and express your professional skills in French. Some common job interview questions include: Parlez-moi de vous. Tell me about yourself. Pourquoi voulez-vous ce poste? Why do you want this job? Quelles sont vos qualités? What are your strengths? To talk about your experience, use: J'ai travaillé comme position. I worked as position. J'ai X années d'expérience dans secteur. I have X years of experience in sector. To talk about your skills, you can say: Je suis compétent en skill. I am skilled in skill. J'ai une bonne maîtrise de tool software. I have good proficiency in tool software. To express your motivation, use: Je suis motivé à travailler dans ce domaine. I'm motivated to work in this field. Ce poste m'intéresse parce que. This position interests me because. To talk about your future goals, you can say: Mon objectif est de go. My goal is to go. À long terme, j'aimerais go. In the long term, I would like to go. To talk about salary expectations, use: Quel est le salaire pour ce poste? What is the salary for this position? Je m'attends à un salaire de amont. I expect a salary of amont. To close the interview, you can say: Merci pour l'opportunité. Thank you for the opportunity. J'espère avoir l'occasion de travailler avec vous. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a job interview. Ask a partner questions and answer them using at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes: speaking too informally, not preparing for typical interview questions, focusing too much on weaknesses and not on strengths. Well done! You've learned essential phrases for participating in a job interview in French. Keep practicing to feel more confident in your next interview. Emergencies can happen at any time, especially when you're traveling. In this lesson, we'll learn useful phrases to help you in various emergency situations. In an emergency, you need to ask for help immediately. Pouvez-vous m'aider? Can you help me? J'ai besoin d'aide. I need help. Appelez une ambulance, s'il vous plaît. Call an ambulance, please. If you're involved in an accident or have an injury, use these phrases. J'ai eu un accident. I had an accident. J'ai mal à, body part. I hurt my body part. To request an ambulance, say appelez une ambulance, s'il vous plaît. Call an ambulance, please. C'est urgent. It's urgent. To describe medical symptoms, use these phrases. Je suis malade. I am sick. J'ai de la fièvre. I have a fever. Je me sens très faible. I feel very weak. If you need to see a doctor, you can say Où est l'hôpital? Where is the hospital? J'ai besoin d'un médecin. I need a doctor. If you lose something important, you can say J'ai perdu mon passeport. I lost my passport. Où puis-je signaler un vol? Where can I report a theft? If you've been robbed, use these phrases. On m'a volé mon sac. My bag was stolen. Aidez-moi, j'ai été volé. Help me, I've been robbed. In case of a serious crime or emergency, call the police. Appelez la police. Call the police. J'ai besoin d'aide de la police. I need police help. When calling for help, it's important to describe your location. Je suis près de landmark. I am near landmark. C'est à côté du street. It's next to street. Fill in the blanks with the appropriate phrase. Role-play an emergency situation in which you need to ask for help. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not being clear about your location. Not using the right medical terms. Not reacting fast enough in an emergency. Great job! You've learned essential phrases for handling emergency situations while traveling in French. Keep practicing to stay prepared for real-world challenges. Health is an essential topic. In this lesson, we'll learn how to explain your symptoms, make doctor's appointments, and discuss treatment options in French. To describe your symptoms, use these phrases. J'ai mal à, I have pain in. J'ai de la fièvre, I have a fever. Je me sens faible, I feel weak. To make an appointment with a doctor, say, J'aimerais prendre un rendez-vous. I would like to make an appointment. Est-ce que le médecin est disponible? Is the doctor available? To explain your condition, use Je suis malade. I am sick. Je tousse beaucoup. I'm coughing a lot. J'ai mal à la tête. I have a headache. If you need medication, ask. J'ai besoin de médicaments. I need medication. Pouvez-vous me donner un traitement pour? Can you give me treatment for? To describe pain, you can say La douleur est insupportable. The pain is unbearable. C'est une douleur aiguë. It's sharp pain. C'est une douleur sourde. It's dull pain. If you have allergies, use Je suis allergique à substance. I'm allergic to substance. Est-ce que vous avez des médicaments contre les allergies? Do you have allergy medication? If you need a prescription, you can ask, J'ai besoin d'une ordonnance. I need a prescription. Pouvez-vous me prescrire un médicament pour? Can you prescribe me medication for? To talk about preventive care, use Je vais faire un check-up. I'm going to have a checkup. J'ai besoin d'un vaccin. I need a vaccination. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a situation where you visit a doctor. Describe your symptoms and ask for a prescription using at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not explaining symptoms clearly. Forgetting to ask for clarification about medical terms. Not using the right tense when describing past symptoms. Well done! You've learned essential phrases to talk about health and wellness in French. Keep practicing to feel more confident in medical situations. Shopping is a universal activity, but in French-speaking countries, you need to know the right phrases for purchases and dealing with complaints. Let's get started. Here are some common shopping terms. Un magasin, a store. Un prix, a price. Une réduction, a discount. Un produit, a product. When you need help in a store, you can say, Pouvez-vous m'aider? Can you help me? Où puis-je trouver item? Where can I find item? When you're ready to buy something, use Je voudrais acheter item. I would like to buy item. Combien ça coûte? How much does it cost? To ask for a receipt, say Puis-je avoir un reçu? Can I have a receipt? Est-ce que vous me donnez une facture? Can you give me an invoice? If you have a problem with a product, say Ce produit est défectueux. This product is defective. Il y a un problème avec item. There's a problem with item. If you need to return or exchange something, use Je voudrais échanger cet article. I would like to exchange this item. Je veux retourner ce produit. I want to return this product. To request a refund, say Puis-je être remboursé? Can I be refunded? Je n'étais pas satisfait de ce produit. I was not satisfied with this product. If there is an issue with the service, say Le service était lent. The service was slow. Le personnel n'était pas sympathique. The staff was not friendly. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a situation where you have a problem with a product and ask for a refund. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not specifying the problem clearly. Using informal language when making complaints. Not asking for clarification on policies. Well done! You've learned essential phrases for shopping and handling complaints in French. Keep practicing to become confident when shopping abroad. Public transport is a great way to get around in French-speaking cities. In this lesson, we'll cover the phrases you need to navigate trains, buses, and trams. If you need directions, use these phrases. Où est la gare? Where is the train station? Comment puis-je me rendre à? Place. How can I get to? Place. To talk about different modes of transport, use un bus, a bus, un métro, a metro, un train, a tram. When buying a ticket, say, Je voudrais un ticket pour destination. I would like a ticket to destination. Combien coûte un billet? How much is a ticket? To ask about timetables, use À quelle heure part le train? What time does the train leave? Il y a un bus à quelle heure? What time is the next bus? If there is a delay, use these phrases. Le train a du retard. The train is delayed. Le bus est en retard. The bus is late. To describe the location of stops, use La station est à droite. The station is on the right. L'arrêt de bus est juste là. The bus stop is right there. If you need help with connections, say Dois-je changer de train? Do I need to change trains? Comment vais-je à place en métro? How do I get to place by metro? To describe a journey, use Je prends le métro jusqu'à station. I take the metro to station. J'ai pris un taxi pour place. I took a taxi to place. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a situation where you ask for directions to the nearest train station. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not specifying the mode of transport. Forgetting to ask for timetables. Using informal language when asking for help. Great job! You've learned essential phrases for using public transport in French. Keep practicing to confidently navigate the public transport system in French-speaking cities. Housing is a crucial topic. In this lesson, we will cover phrases for renting an apartment, describing your living situation, and talking to landlords. To describe your ideal living situation, use these phrases. J'aimerais vivre dans un appartement adjectif. I would like to live in an adjective apartment. Je préfère habiter dans un quartier adjectif. I prefer to live in an adjective neighborhood. When renting an apartment, you can use Je cherche un appartement à louer. I'm looking for an apartment to rent. Combien coûte le loyer? How much is the rent? To ask about apartment features, use L'appartement est-il meublé? Is the apartment furnished? Combien de chambres y a-t-il? How many rooms are there? When speaking with a landlord, you can say Puis-je voir l'appartement? Can I see the apartment? Est-ce que le loyer inclut les charges? Does the rent include utilities? When signing the rental contract, use Je vais signer le contrat de location. I will sign the rental contract. Quel est le montant du dépôt de garantie? What is the security deposit amount? To describe the neighborhood, use le quartier est calme. The neighborhood is quiet. Il y a beaucoup de magasins dans le quartier. There are a lot of shops in the neighborhood. If you encounter issues with the apartment, say, il y a un problème avec l'électricité. There is a problem with the electricity. La plomberie ne fonctionne pas. The plumbing doesn't work. To request repairs, use Pouvez-vous réparer la feature? Can you repair the feature? J'ai besoin d'un plombier. I need a plumber. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role-play a situation where you visit an apartment with a landlord. Ask about features and pricing, and describe your ideal apartment. Here are some common mistakes. Not asking about hidden costs. Confusing words for rooms, e.g. chambre versus salon. Not understanding legal terms in the contract. Well done! You've learned key phrases to talk about housing and accommodation in French. Keep practicing to confidently rent an apartment in French-speaking cities. Legal matters can arise in many situations. In this lesson, we will learn how to discuss contracts, rights, and disputes in French. To talk about contracts, use un contrat, a contract, signer un contrat, to sign a contract, un accord, an agreement. When asking about terms, use quelles sont les conditions du contrat? What are the terms of the contract? Est-ce que le contrat inclut item? Does the contract include item? To describe a legal dispute, use il y a un litige. There is a dispute. Nous avons un problème avec partie. We have a problem with party. To talk about rights, use j'ai le droit de action. I have the right to action. Selon la loi, action. According to the law, action. If you need a lawyer, use je voudrais consulter un avocat. I would like to consult a lawyer. Est-ce que vous pouvez me recommander un avocat? Can you recommend a lawyer? To describe a legal process, use le procès est prévu pour date. A trial is scheduled for date. Nous devons aller au tribunal. We have to go to court. If you need to report an issue, say je voudrais signaler un problème légal. I would like to report a legal issue. Où puis-je déposer une plainte? Where can I file a complaint? For legal assistance, use Pouvez-vous m'aider avec ce problème? Can you help me with this problem? J'ai besoin d'une aide juridique. I need legal assistance. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role-play a situation where you need to report a legal issue and hire a lawyer. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson. Here are some common mistakes. Not understanding legal terminology. Speaking too informally in a formal legal context. Not following up on legal processes. Well done! You've learned essential phrases for handling legal situations in French. Keep practicing to feel more confident when dealing with legal matters. Social issues and politics are important topics of conversation. In this lesson, we will cover phrases to discuss current events, social issues, and engage in political debates. To talk about social issues, use these phrases. Le chômage est un problème majeur. Unemployment is a major problem. L'inégalité des salaires est un problème social. Income inequality is a social issue. When discussing politics, you can say Je suis pour, contre, parti ID. I am for or against party idea. Politics must change. To talk about current events, use Les événements actuels sont préoccupants. The current events are worrying. Que pensez-vous de l'actualité? What do you think about the news? To express your opinion, use À mon avis, topic est très important. In my opinion, topic is very important. Je pense que topic doit changer. I think topic must change. To defend your opinion, say Je comprends ce que vous dites, mais. I understand what you're saying, but. Je pense que vous avez tort. I think you're wrong. To express agreement or disagreement, use Je suis d'accord avec vous. I agree with you. Je ne suis pas d'accord avec vous. I disagree with you. If you don't understand, ask for clarification. Pouvez-vous expliquer cela? Can you explain that? Qu'est-ce que vous voulez dire par phrase? What do you mean by phrase? To make comparisons, use topic est plus important que topic, est more important que topic, et country a une politique différente de country. Fill in the blanks with the correct phrase. Role play a debate about a social issue. Use at least 5 phrases from the lesson to discuss and defend your opinion. Here are some common mistakes using informal language when discussing serious issues. Not supporting your opinions with facts. Ignoring the opinions of others. Well done! You've learned essential phrases to discuss social issues, politics, and current events in French. Keep practicing to improve your debate skills. This project will allow you to practice everything you've learned throughout the course. You will discuss how you would solve real-world challenges in French. Describe how you would rent an apartment in a French-speaking country. Consider the key phrases you would use and the challenges you may face. If you were traveling in a French-speaking country and had an emergency, how would you communicate? Use the phrases you learned for dealing with emergency situations. Imagine you're having a job interview in French. What key phrases would you use to describe your experience, skills, and motivation? If you needed legal help in a French-speaking country, how would you explain your issue and ask for assistance? If you had a problem with a product or service, how would you ask for a refund or exchange in French? Describe how you would navigate public transport in a French-speaking city. What phrases would you use to ask for directions, buy tickets, and find your way? For each challenge, write 3 to 4 sentences explaining how you would overcome the situation in French. Use the vocabulary and phrases from the lessons. Role-play the challenges with a partner or in front of the mirror. Use the key phrases from the lessons to confidently address each situation. Here's some common mistakes to avoid. Not using the correct formal language when speaking to authorities. Not practicing the phrases you need before a real-life situation. Forgetting to ask for clarification if you don't understand. Well done! You've completed the mini project and practiced real-world challenges. Keep using these phrases to confidently navigate French-speaking countries. You've learned so much in this course, and now it's time to showcase everything you've learned. Let's start by planning your final project. The first step is to choose a topic for your project. Choose something that interests you and that incorporates many of the skills you've learned. Your project should have a clear structure: introduction, body, and conclusion. Make sure you have a plan before starting. The introduction is where you introduce your topic. Be sure to include the purpose of your project and what you'll be discussing. A body should provide detailed information, explanations, and examples. Organize your points logically to make your project easy to follow. Your conclusion should summarize the main points of your project and leave the audience with something to think about. To make your project more engaging, consider using images, audio, or video clips. These elements will enhance your message and keep your audience interested. Make sure your presentation fits within the allowed time. Practice your presentation several times to check the timing. Rehearse your presentation multiple times. Speak clearly, maintain eye contact, and work on your delivery to sound confident. Write a brief outline of your project, including the introduction, body, and conclusion. This will help you organize your thoughts. Rehearse your introduction and conclusion aloud. Time yourself and make sure it fits within the allowed time limit. Avoid these common mistakes: not structuring your project clearly, overloading with too much information, skipping rehearsals. Now that you have a clear plan, it's time to start working on your final project. Remember to stay organized and confident. A proposal is your chance to outline your ideas. In this lesson, we'll help you present your topic and your plan for the final project. Your proposal should include topic, objectives, methodology, expected outcomes. Organize your proposal into sections: introduction, objectives, methodology, and conclusion. Make sure it's clear and concise. Introduce your topic and explain why it's important. Share why you chose this topic and how it relates to the course content. Clearly state what you aim to achieve with your project. What are your goals? How will you measure success? Explain how you will approach the project. Will you use research, interviews, or multimedia? Be specific about the steps you'll take. Summarize the importance of your project and what you hope to accomplish. Make sure your conclusion ties back to your objectives. Once you've written your proposal, review it carefully. Check for clarity, structure, and completeness. Ask yourself, does it cover all key elements? Share your proposal with a peer or instructor and ask for feedback. Use their input to improve your project. Write the introduction and objectives of your project. Make sure to be clear about your goals and how you will approach the topic. Share your proposal with a friend or instructor and ask for their feedback. Revise your proposal based on their suggestions. Avoid these common mistakes: being too vague, not providing enough detail, forgetting to outline your methodology. Great job! You've learned how to write a strong project proposal. Keep refining it to make your final project a success. Structuring your project is essential to ensure it flows logically and engages the audience. In this lesson, we will focus on how to organize your content effectively. Your project should have 3 main sections: introduction, body, and conclusion. Let's look at each part in more detail. The introduction is the first part of your project. It should introduce your topic, explain its relevance, and present the objectives of your work. The body of your project is where you present your main arguments, data, or findings. Make sure it's well organized with clear sections for each point you're making. The conclusion should summarize the main points of your project and restate the significance of your work. Leave your audience with something to think about. Smooth transitions between sections are important for clarity. Use transition phrases like first, next, in conclusion to guide the audience through your project. To create a logical flow, ensure that each section of your project leads naturally to the next. Avoid jumping between unrelated points. Make sure to communicate your ideas clearly and concisely. Avoid unnecessary jargon, and ensure that each point is easy to follow. Incorporating visuals like charts, graphs, and images can support your points and make your project more engaging. Use them to illustrate key concepts. Write a brief outline of your project, breaking it down into sections: introduction, body, conclusion. Ensure your outline follows a logical structure. Write the transition phrases you will use between sections in your project. Practice connecting your ideas smoothly. Avoid these common mistakes: not having a clear introduction or conclusion, jumping between unrelated topics, lacking smooth transitions. You now have the tools to structure your final project effectively. Keep working on your outline and be sure to follow the logical flow. Good luck with your project! Multimedia can make your project more engaging and visually appealing. Let's explore how you can incorporate images, audio, and videos into your final presentation. In your final project, you can use images, videos, audio, graphics and charts, infographics. Multimedia elements can help clarify complex ideas, capture the audience's attention, make your presentation more memorable. Select multimedia that supports your message and topic. For example, use images to illustrate concepts, videos to show examples, and audio to enhance storytelling. Images can illustrate key points or add visual interest to your presentation. Make sure the images are high quality and relevant to your topic. Videos are powerful tools for storytelling. You can use short clips to illustrate a point, show an interview, or demonstrate a process. Keep videos short and focused. Audio can help emphasize important points, add commentary, or even introduce sections. Make sure your audio is clear and has good quality. Here are some tools you can use: Canva for creating visuals, Audacity for audio recording, Adobe Premiere for video editing, PowerPoint for integrating multimedia. When adding multimedia, make sure it aligns with the content. Don't overcrowd your presentation with too many elements. Balance visuals, audio, and text. Choose one multimedia element, image, video, or audio, and add it to your final project. Write a short description of how it supports your topic. Rehearse your project, incorporating the multimedia element you selected. Practice explaining how it enhances your presentation. Avoid these mistakes when using multimedia: overloading your project with too many elements, using poor quality images or videos, ignoring the context of the multimedia. Now that you know how to use multimedia effectively, it's time to integrate these elements into your final project. Make your presentation engaging and impactful. Effective speaking is essential for your final project. In this lesson, we'll focus on how to practice your presentation and improve your fluency in French. Clear pronunciation is key for a successful presentation. Make sure you're pronouncing words correctly and at the right pace for your audience to follow. Confidence is crucial. The more confident you are, the easier it will be to engage your audience. Practice speaking your presentation aloud and focus on your body language. Body language plays an important role in your presentation. Stand tall, use gestures, and make eye contact with your audience to engage them. Make sure you maintain a steady pace during your presentation. Speak clearly and don't rush through important points. Time your presentation to ensure it fits the time limit. The introduction sets the tone for your entire presentation. Practice your introduction until you can say it confidently and clearly. Your conclusion should be concise and impactful. Practice delivering it in a way that leaves a lasting impression on your audience. Using visuals during your presentation can help reinforce your message. Make sure your visuals are clear and not overwhelming. Use them as a guide for your spoken words. It's normal to make mistakes. If you stumble, don't panic. Take a breath, correct yourself, and continue with confidence. Practice your introduction and conclusion aloud. Time yourself to make sure you're staying within the allotted time. Record yourself presenting your project. Watch the recording and identify areas where you can improve. Pay attention to your body language, pacing, and clarity. Avoid these mistakes: speaking too quickly, not maintaining eye contact, speaking too softly. Congratulations! You've now learned how to practice speaking confidently and clearly. Keep rehearsing to ensure your final project is a success. Hello and welcome to today's French language podcast. This podcast is designed for beginners, and it's a great bonus to your French course. Today, we're going to cover basic greetings and introductions. By the end of this podcast, you'll be able to greet someone, ask their name, and introduce yourself in French. Ready? Let's get started. First, let's talk about greetings. In French, there are different ways to say hello, depending on the situation and the time of day. Bonjour. This is the most common way to say hello or good morning. You can use this greeting in the morning or during the day when you meet someone. Repeat after me. Bonjour. It means hello or good day. Salut. This is a casual way of saying hi. It's often used among friends or people you know well. Repeat after me. Salut. It means hi. Bonsoir. This means good evening and is used in the evening when you meet someone after around 6 p.m. Repeat after me. Bonsoir. It means good evening. Bonne nuit. When you're about to go to bed or wish someone good night, you can say bonne nuit. Repeat after me. Bonne nuit. It means good night. Now, let's move on to asking someone's name in French. Comment tu t'appelles? This is the informal way to ask, "What's your name?" You can use this with friends or people your age. Repeat after me. Comment tu t'appelles? It means, "What's your name?" Comment vous appelez-vous? This is the formal version of asking, "What's your name?" You would use this when speaking to someone you don't know very well or someone older. Repeat after me. Comment vous appelez-vous? It means, "What is your name?" Extra tip. If you're asking a friend, use the informal tu. And if you're being polite or speaking to someone you don't know, use vous. Now that you know how to ask someone's name, it's time to introduce yourself. Je m'appelle your name. This is how you say, "My name is your name." Repeat after me. Je m'appelle your name. It means, "My name is your name." Example, let me introduce myself. Je m'appelle Claire. My name is Claire. When you meet someone for the first time, you might want to say, "Nice to meet you." In French, we say enchanté. This is used when you meet someone. If you're a woman, you can say enchantée with an extra E at the end. But both enchanté and enchanté mean nice to meet you. Repeat after me. Enchanté. It means nice to meet you. Now, let's practice a few simple questions and responses. Ça va? This is a very common way to ask "How are you?" in French. It's informal and can be used with friends and people you know. Repeat after me. Ça va? It means, "How are you?" Ça va bien, merci. This is how you respond. It means, "I'm good, thank you." Repeat after me. Ça va bien, merci. Et toi? After you say ça va bien, you can ask the other person, "And you?" Repeat after me. Et toi? It means, "And you?" Now let's practice. Imagine you're meeting someone for the first time. I'll ask the questions, and you'll respond in French. I'll be asking in French, and you answer in French. Bonjour, comment tu t'appelles? You respond, Je m'appelle, your name. Comment ça va? You respond, Ça va bien, merci. Enchanté. You respond, Enchanté. Great job! You've just learned how to greet someone, introduce yourself, and ask about how they are doing in French. Remember to practice these phrases every day, and soon you'll be using them naturally in conversations. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for the next podcast where we'll cover more French basics. Bonne chance and happy learning! Hello and welcome to today's French language podcast. This podcast is designed for A2 level learners, and it's a great bonus to your French course. In this episode, we'll be focusing on how to talk about your daily routines and activities in French. By the end of this podcast, you'll be able to describe your typical day, use time-related expressions, and talk about your habits. Let's dive in. Let's begin by talking about how to describe your day in French. A typical day includes morning, afternoon, and evening activities. We'll go over some useful vocabulary and phrases. Le matin. This means in the morning. Repeat after me. Le matin. L'après-midi. This means in the afternoon. Repeat after me. L'après-midi. Le soir. This means in the evening. Repeat after me. Le soir. La nuit. This means at night or during the night. Repeat after me. La nuit. Now, let's look at some common activities that you might do throughout the day. These are verbs and phrases that you can use to talk about your routine. Se réveiller. This means to wake up. Repeat after me. Se réveiller. Prendre le petit déjeuner. This means to have breakfast. Repeat after me. Prendre le petit déjeuner. Aller au travail. This means to go to work. Repeat after me. Aller au travail. Travailler. This means to work. Repeat after me. Travailler. Faire du sport. This means to exercise or to do sports. Repeat after me. Faire du sport. Manger le déjeuner. This means to have lunch. Repeat after me. Manger le déjeuner. Dîner. This means to have dinner. Repeat after me. Dîner. Se coucher. This means to go to bed. Repeat after me. Se coucher. Now, let's combine the verbs we've learned with time expressions to talk about your daily routine. Je me réveille à 7 heures. I wake up at 7 o'clock. Repeat after me. Je me réveille à 7 heures. Je prends le petit déjeuner à 8 heures. I have breakfast at 8 o'clock. Repeat after me. Je prends le petit déjeuner à 8 heures. Je vais au travail à 9 heures. I go to work at 9 o'clock. Repeat after me. Je vais au travail à 9 heures. Je fais du sport après le travail. I exercise after work. Repeat after me. Je fais du sport après le travail. Je mange le déjeuner à 12 heures. I have lunch at 12 o'clock. Repeat after me. Je mange le déjeuner à 12 heures. Je dîne à 7 heures. I have dinner at 7 o'clock. Repeat after me. Je dîne à 7 heures. Je me couche à 11 heures. I go to bed at 11 o'clock. Repeat after me. Je me couche à 11 heures. Let's practice now. Imagine you're describing your day in French. I'll give you the time, and you can say what you do at that time. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. You say, je me réveille à 7 heures. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. You say, je prends le petit déjeuner à 8 heures. It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You say, je mange le déjeuner à 12 heures. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. You say, je dîne à 7 heures. It's 11 o'clock at night. You say, je me couche à 11 heures. Now, let's look at how to talk about your habits. In French, to say something is a habit, we use the verb avoir l'habitude de, which means to be used to or to have the habit of. J'ai l'habitude de boire du café le matin. I'm used to drinking coffee in the morning. Repeat after me. J'ai l'habitude de boire du café le matin. J'ai l'habitude de faire du sport chaque jour. I'm used to exercising every day. Repeat after me. J'ai l'habitude de faire du sport chaque jour. Great job! You've just learned how to describe your daily routines and activities in French. Keep practicing these phrases, and soon you'll be able to talk about your day like a native speaker. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for the next podcast where we'll cover even more useful French expressions. Bonne chance and happy learning. Hello, and welcome to today's French language podcast. This podcast is designed for intermediate learners at the B1 level. If you're looking to improve your French skills, this is the perfect bonus to your course. Today, we'll focus on how to express opinions, describe preferences, and discuss likes and dislikes in French. By the end of this podcast, you'll be able to share your thoughts clearly and confidently. Let's dive in. Let's begin by learning how to express your opinion in French. Whether you're discussing a movie, a book, or a topic with friends, expressing your opinion is an important skill. Here are some common phrases to start with. Je pense quoi? This means I think that. It's a common way to start your opinion. Repeat after me. Je pense quoi? Example, je pense quoi ce film est génial. I think this movie is great. À mon avis, this means in my opinion. Repeat after me. À mon avis. Example. À mon avis, la cuisine française est la meilleure. In my opinion, French cuisine is the best. Je crois que. This means I believe that. Repeat after me. Je crois que. Je crois que les gens devraient voyager plus souvent. I believe people should travel more often. Je suis d'accord avec. This means I agree with. Repeat after me. Je suis d'accord avec. Example. Je suis d'accord avec toi. I agree with you. When discussing opinions, it's important to know how to agree or disagree with someone. Here are some common phrases for expressing agreement and disagreement. Agreeing. Oui, je suis d'accord. Yes, I agree. Repeat after me. Oui, je suis d'accord. C'est vrai. That's true. Repeat after me. C'est vrai. Je partage ton avis. I share your opinion. Repeat after me. Je partage ton avis. Disagreeing. Je ne suis pas d'accord. I don't agree. Repeat after me. Je ne suis pas d'accord. Je ne pense pas que. I don't think that. Repeat after me. Je ne pense pas que. Ce n'est pas vrai. That's not true. Repeat after me. Ce n'est pas vrai. Next, let's look at how to talk about likes and dislikes. This is useful when discussing hobbies, food, movies, or anything else you enjoy or don't enjoy. J'aime. This means I like. Repeat after me. J'aime. Example. J'aime écouter de la musique. I like listening to music. Je n'aime pas. This means I don't like. Repeat after me. Je n'aime pas. Example. Je n'aime pas regarder la télévision. I don't like watching television. Je préfère. This means I prefer. Repeat after me. Je préfère. Example. Je préfère les films comiques. I prefer comedy films. Je déteste. Je déteste. Repeat after me. Je déteste. Example. Je déteste les araignées. I hate spiders. It's important to give reasons for your opinion, and in French, we use some key expressions to explain why we feel a certain way. Here are some common ways to give reasons. Parce que. This means because. Repeat after me. Parce que. Example. Je préfère les films comiques parce qu'ils sont drôles. I prefer comedy films because they are funny. Car. This is another way of saying because, but it's a bit more formal than parce que. Repeat after me. Car. Example. Je n'aime pas le chocolat car il est trop sucré. I don't like chocolate because it's too sweet. En raison de. This means because of. Repeat after me. En raison de. Example. Je ne vais pas au cinéma en raison de la pluie. I'm not going to the cinema because of the rain. Let's practice expressing opinions, agreeing, and giving reasons. Imagine you're talking about your favorite food. What do you think of Italian food? You can say, Je pense que la cuisine italienne est délicieuse. I think Italian food is delicious. Do you like pizza? You can say, Oui, j'aime beaucoup la pizza parce qu'elle est savoureuse. Yes, I really like pizza because it's tasty. What don't you like to do in your free time? You can say, Je n'aime pas regarder la télévision car je préfère lire des livres. I don't like watching television because I prefer reading books. Great job! You've just learned how to express your opinions, describe your likes and dislikes, and provide reasons in French. Keep practicing these phrases, and soon you'll be able to have more complex and engaging conversations in French. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for the next podcast, where we'll cover more intermediate level French topics. Bonne chance and happy learning! Hello and welcome to today's French language podcast. This podcast is designed for learners at the B2 level, aiming to enhance your ability to engage in more complex conversations. Today, we will focus on discussing current events and expressing your views on controversial topics. By the end of this podcast, you'll feel more confident in debating, discussing social issues, and presenting your opinions in French. Let's get started. When discussing current events, it's important to have a range of expressions that allow you to talk about news, articles, and issues that are happening around the world. Let's begin with some useful vocabulary. Les actualités. This means the news. You can use it to refer to current events. Repeat after me. Les actualités. Example, j'ai regardé les actualités ce matin. I watched the news this morning. L'actualité mondiale. This means world news. Repeat after me. L'actualité mondiale. Example, l'actualité mondiale est dominée par la crise économique. World news is dominated by the economic crisis. Un article. This means an article. You can use it when talking about a piece of writing in a newspaper or magazine. Repeat after me. Un article. Example, j'ai lu un article intéressant sur la politique. I read an interesting article about politics. Un événement. This means an event. It refers to a significant occurrence, such as a protest, a conference, or a celebration. Repeat after me. Un événement. Example, l'événement politique a attiré beaucoup de spectateurs. The political event attracted many spectators. Now, let's look at how you can express your opinion on social issues. These are some common phrases used to discuss opinions on politics, society, and global concerns. Je pense que. This means I think that, and is a simple way to introduce your opinion. Repeat after me. Je pense que. Example. Je pense que l'éducation est l'un des problèmes les plus importants. I think that education is one of the most important issues. Il me semble que. This means it seems to me that. It's a slightly more formal way of introducing your opinion. Repeat after me. Il me semble que. Example, il me semble que la situation politique est de plus en plus complexe. It seems to me that the political situation is becoming increasingly complex. Je suis convaincu que. This means I am convinced that. Repeat after me. Je suis convaincu que. Example, je suis convaincu que la technologie change notre manière de vivre. I am convinced that technology is changing our way of life. Je suis d'accord avec l'idée que. This means I agree with the idea that. Repeat after me. Je suis d'accord avec l'idée que. Example, je suis d'accord avec l'idée que la justice sociale devrait être une priorité. I agree with the idea that social justice should be a priority. In debates, it's important to know how to agree, disagree, and politely challenge someone's viewpoint. Here are some phrases to help you navigate these conversations. Je partage ton point de vue. I share your point of view. Repeat after me. Je partage ton point de vue. C'est une opinion intéressante. That's an interesting opinion. Repeat after me. C'est une opinion intéressante. Disagreeing. Je ne suis pas d'accord avec ça. I don't agree with that. Repeat after me. Je ne suis pas d'accord avec ça. Je comprends ton point de vue, mais. I understand your point of view, but. Repeat after me. Je comprends ton point de vue, mais. Example, je comprends ton point de vue, mais je pense que l'économie a un impact plus important. I understand your point of view, but I think that the economy has a greater impact. When debating, it's also important to be able to present a counter-argument. Here are some phrases to introduce a different perspective. Cependant. This means however. Repeat after me. Cependant. Example. Cependant, il y a des preuves qui montrent le contraire. However, there is evidence that shows the opposite. Il faut prendre en compte. C'est quoi? We must take into account. Repeat after me. Il faut prendre en compte. Example. Il faut prendre en compte les effets à long terme de cette décision. We must take into account the long-term effects of this decision. D'un autre côté, c'est quoi? En effet de la vie. Repeat after me. D'un autre côté. Example. D'un autre côté, certaines personnes pensent que cela n'est pas nécessaire. On the other hand, some people think that this is unnecessary. Let's practice now. Imagine you are debating with someone about climate change. What is your opinion on climate change? You can say, Je pense que le changement climatique est un problème urgent qui nécessite une action immédiate. I think climate change is an urgent problem that requires immediate action. Do you agree with the idea that more regulations are needed? You can say, Oui, je suis d'accord avec l'idée que des régulations strictes sont nécessaires pour protéger l'environnement. Yes, I agree with the idea that strict regulations are necessary to protect the environment. What is the counter-argument to taking immediate action? You can say, Cependant, certains affirment que les solutions proposées sont trop coûteuses et difficiles à mettre en œuvre. However, some argue that the proposed solutions are too costly and difficult to implement. Some argue that the proposed solutions are too costly and difficult to implement. Great job! You just learned how to discuss current events, express your opinions, and engage in debates in French. Keep practicing these phrases to become more confident in speaking about complex topics. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned for the next podcast where we'll dive into even more advanced French language skills. Bonne chance and happy learning!
Bonjour, ça va? Hi, welcome to Français Intensif, my intensive French course for beginners. My name is Camille Pacula, and I'm going to be your teacher of French throughout this course. This course is for total beginners, by which I mean I assume that you have no knowledge whatsoever of the French language. Well, in this course we're going to cover really the very basics of language like spelling and pronunciation, stress rules, accents, etc. And then in later sections, we're going to have a look at each part of the language one by one. So we're going to have a look at French nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, pronouns, prepositions, and so on. What is quite important throughout this course is practice. I would stress this word and say that practice is the most important part of this course. And this is why I think you shouldn't neglect it. And there are a lot of opportunities throughout this course to practice, because each lecture consists not only of a video in which the theoretical part is introduced, along with some examples, but there are also exercises, both audio exercises and written exercises. And it's very important for you to follow all these exercises and do them. Well, the only two things that are required in this course are time and eagerness. Well, time because you have to devote some time to the process of learning. Well, it's impossible to learn without learning. And eagerness because I want you to want to learn. I want you to be eager to learn and to master all the ins and outs of the language. Well, some people say that French is quite difficult. I wouldn't say so, because it's as difficult as you make it. French grammar is not particularly complex. I would say it's comparable with English. What is a little bit more complicated is spelling and pronunciation, because there are lots of sounds in French which are not exactly the same as in English. And this is why we have all these exercises and the opportunities to practice in this course, so that you can overcome all the initial difficulties. And I really hope you will be a fluent speaker of French after you finish this course. Naturally, it's just the basics, but everything you will learn later on must be based on the basics. So it's very important to master the basics very well. Okay, well, I think it's enough talking. Let's get to work. A bientôt! In this lecture, we'll learn some basic spelling rules. Generally, French spelling is easy because there are rules to follow, unlike in English. So, if you master all the rules, you'll always know how to pronounce a word correctly, unless it's a nasty exception. But no worries, there are many exceptions. Unfortunately, it isn't true the other way around, by which I mean if you hear a word and want to write it down, there are usually lots of different ways to do it. Okay, enough talking, let's get to work. In this lecture, we'll have a look at the 3 simple rules. Rule number 1. CH is pronounced like sh in the English word she. Here are some examples. Chat, chose, machine. And now a short exercise. Read the examples aloud. Chat, chose, machine. Okay, now rule number 2. This is easy too. Whenever you see I, pronounce it like I in the English word me. For example, ami, il, vite. And now a short exercise. Read the examples. Ami, il, vite. And finally, rule number 3. Now something different. Whenever you see QU, pronounce it like C in the English word cat. For example, quelle, banque, qui. And a short exercise. Repeat. Quelle, banque, qui. Okay, so now you know the first 3 spelling rules. Let's recap. CH is pronounced like sh in she. I is pronounced like E in me. QU is pronounced like C in cat. In the previous lecture, we learned the first 3 spelling rules. In this lecture, we'll revise them briefly, and then we'll move on to 3 new ones. Fine, so let's have another look at the rules we already know. Rule number 1. CH is pronounced like sh in she. Rule number 2. I is pronounced like E in me. Rule number 3. QU is pronounced like C in cat. Let's now move on to the next rule. Although this sound may be pronounced in a couple of different ways, depending on its position in the word, we can assume that the pronunciation of S in initial position is like S in the English word see. Here are some examples. Ça, si, salut. And now you read the examples. Ça, si, salut. Now it's time for something more challenging. How do we pronounce the S with this little hook below? This letter doesn't exist in English. Well, it's pronounced just like S in the English word see, which is exactly the same as S in the initial position as discussed before. Here are some examples. Français, ça, les sons. And now let's repeat. Français, ça, les sons. Okay, the next rule, rule number 6. This one is quite easy to pronounce because actually don't pronounce it at all. H is always silent in French. Have a look. Homme, au, cahier. And now you read the examples. Homme, au, cahier. Fine, it's time to recap, and here are the 3 new rules again. So S is pronounced like S in C. C with a little hook called cedera is pronounced also like S in C. And H is silent. Hi, this section is all about French spelling and pronunciation. Well, as far as pronunciation is concerned, French pronunciation is very characteristic. So I'm sure, even if you don't know this language, and if you hear someone speaking this language, you will recognize it as French, because of how it sounds. Well, in French, there are quite a lot of sounds which do not occur in English, and this is why we have to take our time to practice them and to master them well. Well, but I also have good news. The good news is that French spelling is quite regular, by which I mean if you master the rules of French spelling, then you will almost always know how to read a word, how to pronounce it correctly. Because if you master the rules, you will always keep to the rules and read correctly. But unfortunately, it doesn't work the other way around, by which I mean if you hear something in French that you don't know, there are usually 10, 15 ways how to write it down, which makes it a bit more difficult, but of course it doesn't mean it's impossible to master. In this section, we're also going to talk about the French alphabet, the French stress rules and French accents. So, let's get to work, let's learn about French spelling and pronunciation. In this lecture, we learn the French alphabet. As you look at it, it looks familiar. Basically the same letters as in English. What differs dramatically is the names of the letters. They're totally different than in English. It's a good idea to learn them because they may come in handy when you have to spell your name or something. So, here is the French alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Let's repeat. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now practice the French alphabet a couple of times and then you will be ready for the next exercise. So if you're ready for the exercise now, let's spell the following words. Well, to make things easier for now, you can have a look at the names of the letters below. So, the first word is chaud, number 1. How do we spell it? Try to spell it and then let's check if you were correct. So, the correct spelling is C-H-A-U-D. Fine. Number 2 is the word bien. Now, spell this word, please. And the answer is B-I-E-N. The next word is je. And the spelling is Y-E-U-X. Number 4, we have jardin. And the spelling is J-A-R-D-I-N. Fine. Number 5, we have faire. Spell this word now, please. F-A-I-R-E. Number 6 is musique. Now spell this word, please. M-U-S-I-Q-U-E. Number 7 is kilo. And the spelling is K-I-L-O. Number 8 is wagon. And the spelling is W-A-G-O-N. Number 9 is 13. And the spelling is T-R-E-I-Z-E. And finally, number 10 is pouvoir. The spelling is P-O-U-V-O-I-R. Fine, it was great. Well, the next exercise is a bit more difficult. Now spell the following words again, but this time try to do the exercise without looking at the alphabet. So now have a look at each of the following words and try to spell it. Number 1. C-H-A-U-D. Number 2. B-I-E-N. Number 3. Y-E-U-X. Number 4. J-A-R-D-I-N. Number 5. F-A-I-R-E. Number 6. M-U-S-I-Q-U-E. Number 7. K-I-L-O. Number 8. W-A-G-O-N. Number 9. T-R-A-I-Z-E. E. Number 10. P-O-U-V-O-I-R. In this lecture, we'll talk about French consonants. Most of them are easy to learn because of their similarities to English ones, but some of them are pronounced in a different way. We will focus here on those which might turn out problematic to a speaker of English. Let's start with the letter C. Before vowels like A, O, U, as well as before consonants, this letter is pronounced like C in the English word car. Before E and I, it's pronounced like S in the English word see. It's also pronounced like this when it has the form of C with a cedilla, with a hook. Have a look. Car, couleur, aucun, acteur. C'est, merci, ça. Now a short exercise. Read the following words. Acteur, aucun, ça, car, cette, couleur, merci. CH. You already know this one. It sounds like sh in the English word she. Have a look. Chat, chose, machine. And now you read the following words. Chat, chose, machine. G. This sounds like G in the English word go when followed by A, O, U or a consonant. Before E, I, and Y, it sounds like G in the English word genre, or like SI in the English word vision. Have a look. Gare, gourmet, grain, Georges, givre. And a short exercise again. Read the following words. Gare, Georges, givre, gourmet, grain. GUE, GUI. If you want G to be pronounced like G in go when it's followed by E or I, you must insert an additional U immediately after it. What you get is GUE or GUI, which are pronounced like G in the English words get and give respectively. Have a look. Guerre, muguet, guichet. Now you read the following words. Guerre, guichet, muguet. GN. If G is followed by N, they both produce a soft sound like GN in the Italian word lasagna, or very much like N in the English word canyon. This sound also can be found in Spanish, where it's spelled with N with a tilde. Have a look. Peignoir, montagne, régnier. And now read the following words. Montagne, peignoir, régnier. H. As you know, this sound is always silent. Homme, haricot, cahier. So read the following words now. Cahier, haricot, homme. J. This letter is pronounced like G before E and I, so it sounds like G in the English word genre, or like SI in the English word vision. Have a look. Jambe, Bonjour, jardin. And now read the following words. Bonjour, jambe, jardin. Q. Q is usually followed by U, but sometimes it sits alone. In both cases, it sounds like C in the English word cat. Have a look. Quel, quelquefois, cinq. And now read the following words. Cinq, quel, quelquefois. R. Well, this is a typical French gargling sound produced in the back of the throat. Listen to this. Rouge, riche, pierre. And now try to read the following words and remember to gargle a bit. Pierre, riche, rouge. S. And another one we already know. Let's just add that there is one more pronunciation possible. Between two vowels, it sounds like Z in the English word zip. Have a look. Son, salut, fausse. Présent, oser, isolateur. And now read the following words. Fausse, isolateur, oser. Présent, salut, son. T-I-O-N. In the ending T-I-O-N, T sounds like S in the English word sit. So this ending sounds like sion. Have a look. Nation, tradition, caution. And now read the following words. Caution, nation, tradition. TH. TH sounds just like T in the English word ten. Have a look. T, ton, théâtre. And now read the following words. Thé, théâtre, ton. X. Before a consonant, this letter is pronounced like X in the English word tax. Before a vowel, it usually sounds like X in the English word exam. In the final position, it sometimes sounds like S in the English word sit. Have a look. Expression, extensif, examen, exemple, 6, 10. And now read the following words. 10, examen, exemple, expression, extensif, 6. And now it's time to learn the French vowels and semi-vowels. Many of them are pronounced in a different way than in English. There are also quite a few that do not exist in English at all, the most characteristic ones being nasal vowels. How a vowel is pronounced is often influenced by its surroundings. That's why a vowel may be pronounced in a slightly different way when on its own and when it's followed by a particular consonant or another vowel. A. This letter is pronounced like A in the English word father. So A. Have a look. Tasse, là-bas, pâte. As you can see, there are three different spellings here, and the first one is quite plain, and then we have some accents. But all these three spellings have the same pronunciation, a. Now read the following words. Là-bas, pâte, tasse. AIL. This letter combination is pronounced like Y in the English word my. So we pronounce it I. Have a look. Travail. I. Chandail. Read the following words. I. Chandail. Travail. ER, EZ, ES. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced more or less like A in the English word may, without the Y part being pronounced. This is a closed A, so the pronunciation is something like E. Have a look. Prêt, allez, venez, mais. So you keep your mouth quite closed. And now read the following words. Allez, mais, prêt, venez. Plain A and A with accents plus double consonants. Final AT, AI, EI. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced more or less like E in the English word set. This is an open E, so we pronounce it like E. Have a look. Mer, tête, belle, secret, mais, neige. And now read the following words. Belle, mais, mer, neige, secret, tête. E in one-syllable words. EU. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced more or less like U in the English word dull. In order to pronounce this sound, try to say the closed E sound, rounding your lips at the same time. This is a closed version of this sound. So the pronunciation is something like E. Have a look. Le, peu, bleu. Read the following words. Bleu, le, peu. EUR, OEU, OEUR. These letter combinations are pronounced just like the previous ones, but more open. In order to pronounce this sound, try to say the open E sound, rounding your lips at the same time. This is an open version of this sound. Have a look. Fleur, œuf, sœur. Well, you can come across two spellings here. One is with this strange looking letter where O and E seem to be merged, but on other occasions you can come across the same words with O and E written separately. And whether these two letters are written as one letter, just like here, or as two separate letters, it's just the same. And in the future lectures we're going to use mostly the split spelling with the two letters written separately, because it's easier to type them on the keyboard. And now read the following words. Fleur, œuf, sœur. EIL, EILL, EILLA. This letter combination is pronounced like A in the English word day. A. Have a look. Marseille, meilleur, veille. Now read the following words. Marseille, meilleur, veille. Plain I with an accent, Y, IE in final position. These letters and letter combinations are pronounced like EE in the English word meat. E. Have a look. Cri, il, I, bougie. And now read the following words. Bougie, cri, il, I. Now I or Y plus a vowel. These letter combinations are pronounced like Y in the English word yes. I. Have a look. Bien, pioche, je. Read the following words. Bien, pioche, je. ILL. This letter combination is pronounced like A in the English word feed, followed by a Y sound like in day. I. Fille, famille, billard. So, read the following words. Billard, famille, fille. Final O before S, O with an accent, AU, AUX, EAU, EAUX. Well, all these combinations here are the closed version of O. So it's pronounced something like this. O. Have a look. Vélo, rose, hôtel, auto, eau, cadeau, pot. Now read the following words. Auto, eau, pot, cadeau, hôtel, rose, vélo. O plus consonant. O is pronounced like an open O in the English word nose when it's followed by a consonant other than S. Bonne, pomme. And now read the following words. Bonne, pomme. O-I-U-A. These diphthongs are pronounced like W-O in the English word one. So the pronunciation here is wa. Moi, quoi, guano. And now let's read the following words. Guano, moi, quoi. O-Y. This diphthong is pronounced like W-O in the English word one, followed by a Y sound. Way. Voyage, nettoyer, croyez. So read the following words. Croyez, nettoyer, voyage. OU with or without accents. Now these diphthongs are pronounced like OO in the English word food. Have a look. Pousse, ou, coûter. Now read the following words. Coûter, ou, pousse. OUI. This letter combination is pronounced like WEE in the English word weed. We. Have a look. We, weir. And now read the following words. We, weir. You with or without accent. In order to pronounce this sound, try to say E, but round your lips at the same time. So the pronunciation is U. Have a look. Tu, jupe, flûte. And now read the following words. Flûte, jupe, tu. UI, UE. In these letter combinations, the first sound is pronounced very much like W in the English word weed. Actually, it's pronounced like the sound U described before, followed by the vowel I or A. We, we. Have a look. Huit, fruits, muet. And now read the following words. Fruits, huit, muet. Okay, and now let's have a look at nasal vowels because they are very characteristic of French. There are a couple of nasal vowels in French. They are pronounced through your mouth and nose simultaneously. In written, nasal vowels are made up of one or more vowel letters A, I, O, U, Y, followed by M or N, followed by a consonant other than M or N, or not followed by anything. Have a look. AN, AM, EN, EM. These letter combinations are pronounced like nasalized A, which is approximately comparable to ON in the English word fond. So the pronunciation is un, sans, lampe, pinte, exemple. Let's try to read the following words. Exemple, lampe, pinte, sans. Now, here we have quite a lot of different combinations like AIN, AIM, EIN, EN, IN, IM, UN, YM, YN. And these letter combinations are pronounced like nasalized E, which is approximately comparable to AN in the English word slang. So the pronunciation is un. Have a look. Bien, fin, brun, fin, sympa. Now read the following words. Bien, brun, fin, sympa. Then we have ON, OM. These letter combinations are pronounced like nasalized O, which is approximately comparable to ON in the English word long. So the pronunciation is on. Have a look. Bon, combien, non. And now you read the following words. Bon, combien, non. In French, a lot of final consonants are silent. They are maintained in written because they are often pronounced in derivative words. And now let's have a look at some derivative words. So have a look at the following example. In the first word, the final T is silent, petit, but it's pronounced in the derivative word petite, which in this case is the feminine form of the adjective. What makes the final consonant pronounced is the vowel E added at the end. So the masculine form is petit with silent T at the end, and the feminine form is petite with pronounced T. Petit, petite. And now here are some examples of consonants which are usually pronounced. These include B, C, F, K, L, Q, and R. These consonants are usually pronounced at the end of the word. But of course there are some exceptions too. Have a look. Well, first some typical regular words where these consonants are pronounced at the end. Club, avec, actif, kayak, avril, cinq, hiver. And here are some examples of words where these consonants are silent. Plomb, blanc, clé, outil, cahier. And a short exercise. Now let's try and read these words. Actif, avec, avril, blanc, cahier, cinq, clé, club, hiver, kayak, outil, plomb. Now, the consonants D, G, M, N, P, S, T, X, and Z are usually silent at the end of a word. But there are exceptions as well. As far as M and N are concerned, they are silent themselves, but they influence the preceding vowel, turning it into a nasal one. First, let's have a look at some examples of words where these consonants are really silent. So we have froid, long, parfum, balcon, champ, vous, bruit, de, chez. And here are some exceptions where these consonants are pronounced. Have a look. Sud, grog, forum, amen, sleep, tennis, direct, index, gaz. And again, a short exercise with the following words. Amen, balcon, bruit, champ, chez, de, direct, forum, froid, gaz, grog, index, long, parfum, slip, sud, tennis, vous. A characteristic feature of French pronunciation are the so-called liaisons. Liaison in French. What are liaisons? Well, let's find out. Well, as mentioned before in the previous lecture, final consonants are often silent. For example, in the following words, we do not pronounce the final consonant. Vous, les, on, un. Now, if we have a word like above, with a silent consonant at the end, and if the following word begins with a vowel or a silent H, then the final consonant in the first word is pronounced. Have a look. Vous avez, vous avez. Le, ami, les amis. On, il, ont-ils. Un homme, un homme. Now read aloud. Vous avez, les amis, ont-ils, un homme. Normally, when there is a liaison, the pronunciation of the final consonant is pretty straightforward. So for example, silent S is pronounced Z, because it's how S is pronounced between two vowels. T is pronounced just as you might expect, and so is N. However, there are a few letters that require more attention. Here they are. In liaisons, D is pronounced T. Have a look. Grand, homme, grand homme. F is pronounced V. Neuf, un, neuf. X is pronounced Z. Faux, ami, faux amis. And now read aloud. Grand homme, 9 ans, faux amis. There are three types of liaison: required liaison, forbidden liaison, an optional liaison. We will not go into too much detail as for now. Let's just have a look at some examples of forbidden liaison. So actually cases where there must not be any liaison at all. So there can't be any liaison among others in the following two cases. After the conjunction et, which means and, have a look, et, et une. We never pronounce the T at the end. And before H aspiré. Well, I'm going to tell you about this in a minute. Now have a look. Un o. We never pronounce it un o with this N pronounced. This N is always silent because the first letter in O is H aspiré. Well, the H aspiré, which means aspirated H, is one of the two H sounds in French, the other one being silent H. Well, none of them is pronounced. In dictionaries, it's usually marked somehow whether the H is silent or aspirated. What differs one from the other is that we do have liaisons before silent H, but we don't before aspirated H. French stress rules are pretty easy. There are just a couple of things to remember. First of all, stress is not distinctive in French. All words are stressed on the final full syllable. A full syllable is any syllable that contains a vowel other than schwa. If you don't know what schwa is, it's the effortlessly produced sound which occurs in unstressed positions in English, like for example at the beginning and the end of the word America. We have America. The first sound and the last are very weak. America. And these two sounds are called schwa. Secondly, in French, all vowels keep the full quality and are not reduced to schwa as is the case in English. So these are the most important things to remember. And now have a look at some words and how they are stressed. Maison, bonjour, intéressant, désorganisation. Now read aloud. Maison, bonjour, intéressant, désorganisation. Probably you've noticed that some French letters have accents. In this lecture, we'll talk about all the different kinds of accents. One thing to start with, unlike in some other languages, in French the accents are not used to mark the word stress. We were talking about the stress rules in the previous lecture. Well, there are 5 types of accents in French. Let's discuss them one by one. The first type is the cedilla. This accent has the form of a little hook attached at the bottom of the letter C. What's interesting, it can be attached only to the letter C, not any other. What it does is change the pronunciation from the k sound to the s sound. The letter C may only have a cedilla when it's followed by a, o, or u. Here are some examples. Ça, garçon, reçu. Let's read aloud. Ça, garçon, reçu. Then we have the acute accent, accent aigu. This accent looks like a little comma and is used only on the letter E. If it's at the end of a word, then the E sound is never silent. Here are some examples. Aller, café, étudiant. Let's read aloud. Aller, café, étudiant. The grave accent, accent grave. This accent looks very much like the one described before, but it goes in the opposite direction. This accent is used on the letters A, E, and U. It only changes the pronunciation when on E, making the sound open. It's usually used on A and U only to differentiate some words, which otherwise would be homographs. Have a look. Très, là, où. Let's read aloud. Là, où, très. The circumflex, accent circonflexe. This accent has the form of a little roof attached above a letter. The letters which can have this accent are A, E, I, O, U. This accent is used where historically they're used to follow an S, like for example in the word forêt, which used to have the form with an S. Sometimes it's also used to differentiate words that would otherwise be homographs. Here are some examples. Château, tête, île, hôtel, sur. Let's read aloud. Château, hôtel, île, sur, tête. The diaresis, accent tréma. This accent looks like two little dots above a letter. It's used on A, I, and U to indicate that the vowel is to be pronounced separately from the one immediately preceding it. Have a look. Noël, naïf, Saül. Let's read aloud. Naïf, Noël, Saül. Bonjour. Hi. Well, this section is very important because in this section we will learn the basics of almost everything. Here we'll cover the basics of nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs, prepositions, pronouns, etc. Then, in later sections, we will take these parts of the language one by one and discuss them in more detail. But in this section, I'm going to get it started as fast as possible, by which I mean you will get a bit of everything. Well, so in this section, we're going to talk about the French nouns and how they're used with articles. We are also going to talk about adjectives and how they agree with the nouns. Then we're going to cover verbs. Well, in French, there are three types of conjugation. And in this section, we're going to have a look at the first one, which is the most frequently used one. We're also going to have a look at some pronouns and possessives, and also some adverbs. And here, in this section, you will have quite a lot of opportunities to practice all the structures which are used in the beautiful French language. So, there's quite a lot of work waiting for us now. Let's get to work. À bientôt! In this lecture, we'll learn how to ask about things. The question we're going to learn is, what is this? A question most courses usually start with. We'll see how to introduce things. In this lecture, we'll have a look at the definite and indefinite articles. Fortunately, there are only two genders in French and only two articles in singular and one in plural. We'll see how to use the articles with nouns. Genders. As mentioned before, there are just two genders, but grammatical gender and natural gender are two different things. In English, we usually use the masculine and feminine gender to talk about living creatures of opposite sexes. Things and abstract nouns tend to be neuter. In French, on the other hand, every noun is either masculine or feminine. As far as people or animals are concerned, grammatical and natural gender usually overlap. But with things, you may be surprised. Why is a table feminine and a pencil masculine? Well, it just is. Determining the gender in French is pretty hard, often impossible. So the easiest thing to do is to learn the gender along with the new nouns. Now let's have a look at some examples. Here we have some nouns, and we can see their grammatical gender, natural gender, and the meaning in English. For example, homme, which means man, is masculine, as far as grammatical gender is concerned, and it's male as far as natural gender is concerned. Accordingly, femme, woman, is feminine gender because it refers to female. Now we have crayon, pencil, which is masculine in French, and the natural gender is indeterminate because it's not a person or an animal. Table, which means table, is feminine in French, but of course the natural gender is indeterminate. Sol, which means floor, is masculine in French, but the natural gender is indeterminate again. Finally, we have fille, which means girl. And here, the grammatical gender and the natural gender agree. Definite articles. In French, we have separate articles for masculine and feminine gender in singular. In plural, we have just one common article. Here are the French definite articles. In masculine gender singular, we have le. For example, le jour, the day. And in feminine gender, we have la nuit, the night. So the two definite articles to remember are le and la. In plural, we have just one article, les, in both genders. Le jour, le nuit, the days, the nights. If the noun starts with a vowel or a silent H, we have elision in singular, which means the article replaces the vowel for an apostrophe. In this case, the article looks exactly the same in both genders. Have a look. Instead of saying le ami, we say l'ami. Instead of saying le emploi, we say l'emploi. Instead of saying le homme, we say l'homme. Instead of saying la orange, we say l'orange. Instead of saying la histoire, we say l'histoire. Now, definite articles before aspirated H. In the previous section, we were discussing French spelling and pronunciation, and I mentioned that there are two types of H, silent H and aspirated H. Actually, they are both silent, but the difference is that the aspirated H is used without liaison. Another difference is that there is no elision. Have a look. With silent H, we do have elision. Instead of saying le homme, we say l'homme. Instead of saying la histoire, we say l'histoire. But with aspirated H, things are different. Here are two examples of aspirated H, héros, honte. In these two cases, like in any other case where aspirated H is at the beginning of the word, we do not use elision. So we always say le héros, la honte. It's quite important to remember. And now let's have a look at indefinite articles. We have the same distinction for indefinite articles. So there are two forms in singular and one for both genders in plural. So in singular we have un for masculine gender and une for feminine gender. Have a look. In masculine gender we have un. For example, un jour, a day. In feminine gender we have une nuit, a night. In plural, well, it's quite interesting because in English we do not use indefinite articles in plural at all, whereas in French we do use one common form for both genders, which is de. So, des jours, des nuits means days, nights. Indefinite articles, liaisons. With the indefinite articles un and de, we have liaisons. When the following noun starts with a vowel or silent H, have a look. Instead of saying un ami, we say un ami. Instead of saying de amis, we say des amis. Now let's learn how to ask about things. The French question used for that is qu'est-ce que c'est? If you want to answer the above question, use the pronoun ce, which means this, followed by the third person singular form of the verb to be, which is est, and then the noun preceded by an article. The two words ce and est are joined due to elision into c'est. So this is c'est. Have a look. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un crayon. C'est une table. And again, here we have elision. The pronunciation of the verb to be in the third person singular is est, but when followed by an indefinite article, the T is pronounced because of liaison. Have a look. C'est un crayon. C'est une table. Let's repeat. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est un crayon. C'est une table. Using indefinite and definite articles. In the examples above, we're using indefinite articles. But definite articles work just like in English. Have a look. Qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est la lampe. C'est le livre. Let's repeat. C'est la lampe. C'est le livre. Now a short exercise. Have a look at these nouns. Can you tell which of them are feminine? Just have a look at the articles. La voiture, la bouche, un livre, le chapeau, une fenêtre, un renard. Solution. Well, it wasn't difficult, was it? La and une are feminine articles. So, the feminine ones are la voiture, la bouche, and une fenêtre. The other ones are masculine. In this lecture, we'll ask about the appearance of things and people. The question we're going to use is, what's it like? We'll also use adjectives to describe things. We'll learn some common adjectives, which we can use to describe color, size, age, quality, etc. We'll also cover the gender of adjectives. What is it like? If you want to ask about appearance, you can use the question, comment est le crayon? And the answer is, le crayon est petit. In the answer we use adjectives, just like in English. So, petit is an adjective. Adjectives modify the nouns they refer to. Colors. Let's learn some common adjectives in French. This way we'll be able to describe things, animals, and people. For the beginning, let's have a look at some colors. Rouge, vert, bleu, blanc, noir. Let's repeat. Rouge, vert, bleu, blanc, noir. Size. And here are some adjectives referring to size. Grand, petit, long, court, haut. Let's repeat. Grand, petit, long, court, haut. Age. Using these adjectives, you can say how old someone or something is. Vieux, jeune, nouveau. Let's repeat. Vieux, jeune, nouveau. Quality. And using these two, you can say if something is good or just the contrary. Bon, mauvais. Let's repeat. Bon, mauvais. Appearance. You can also express your opinion on someone's or something's appearance. Here are the adjectives you may need. Beau, laid, joli. Let's repeat. Beau, laid, joli. Examples. Now that you know quite a few adjectives, let's practice. Comment est l'homme? L'homme est jeune. Comment est la voiture? La voiture est rouge. Comment est le chien? Le chien est laid. Comment est le chat? Le chat est noir. Let's repeat. Comment est l'homme? L'homme est jeune. Comment est la voiture? La voiture est rouge. Comment est le chien? Le chien est laid. Comment est le chat? Le chat est noir. Gender of adjectives. In French, many adjectives have separate masculine and feminine forms. The feminine form usually takes the ending "e", which often changes the pronunciation of the final consonant, making it pronounced. Have a look. Here we have some pairs in masculine and feminine gender. Pay special attention to the pronunciation of the final consonants, because in the masculine forms they are sometimes not pronounced at all, but in the feminine forms they are. Have a look. Grand, grande. Noir, noir. Petit, petite. Joli, jolie. Intelligent, intelligente. As you can see in some examples like noir or jolie, there is no difference whatsoever between masculine and feminine gender, as far as pronunciation is concerned. Now let's repeat. Grand, grande. Noir, noir. Petit, petite. Joli, jolie. Intelligent, intelligente. And here's some examples. Look at the adjectives. Masculine adjectives are used with masculine nouns and feminine adjectives with feminine nouns. Le crayon est petit. La table est petite. Le stylo est court. La chaîne est courte. Le plafond est laid. La neige est laide. And now let's repeat. Le crayon est petit. La table est petite. Le stylo est court. La chaîne est courte. Le plafond est laid. La neige est laide. Adjectives ending in "e". So, are there any rules how to make the feminine forms of adjectives? Well, there are some guidelines. For example, adjectives ending in "e" do not change the form. Have a look. Rouge, rouge. Extraordinaire, extraordinaire. Pratique, pratique. Let's repeat. Rouge, extraordinaire, pratique. Adjectives ending in el, ien, on. Adjectives that end in el, ien, or on double the final consonant. Have a look. Cruel, cruelle. italien, italienne. Bon, bonne. As you can see, if there is an N at the end, in the masculine form it makes the sound nasalized. Italien. But in the feminine form, the double N doesn't make the vowel nasalized anymore. So we have italienne. Italien, but italienne. Bon, but bonne. Bon, with a nasal on. Bonne, without a nasal sound. Let's repeat. Cruel, cruelle. Italien, italienne. Bon, bonne. Well, another thing worth mentioning here is that words referring to nationality or language like Italian, French, English, and so on are not capitalized in French, unlike in English. That's why Italien and Italienne are spelled with small letters. Adjectives ending in -et. Many adjectives that end in -et change the ending to -ete. Have a look. Inquiet, inquiète. Complet, complète. Discret, discrète. Let's repeat. Inquiet, inquiète. Complet, complète. Discret, discrète. Adjectives ending in -er. Adjectives that end in -er change the ending to -era. Have a look. Dernier, dernière. Léger, légère. Fier, fière. Let's repeat. Dernier, dernière. Léger, légère. Fier, fière. Adjectives ending in EUX, OUX, EUR. Many adjectives that end in EUX, OUX, or EUR change the ending to EUSE or OUSE. Have a look. Dangereux, dangereuse. Jaloux, jalouse. Trompeur, trompeuse. Let's repeat. Dangereux, dangereuse. Jaloux, jalouse. Trompeur, trompeuse. Adjectives ending in F. Adjectives that end in F change the ending to VE. Actif, active. Vif, vive. Intensif, intensive. Let's repeat. Actif, active. Vif, vive. Intensif, intensive. Irregular feminine forms. Quite a few adjectives have irregular feminine forms. Here are just some of them. Beau, belle. Nouveau, nouvelle. Vieux, vieille. Blanc, blanche. Sec, sèche. Doux, douce. Long, longue. Fou, folle. Let's repeat. Beau, belle. Nouveau, nouvelle. Vieux, vieille. Blanc, blanche. Sec, sèche. Doux, douce. Long, longue. fou, folle. And some examples to illustrate it. Le pays est beau. La ville est belle. L'homme est jaloux. La femme est jalouse. Le livre est léger. La table est légère. Let's repeat. Le pays est beau. La ville est belle. L'homme est jaloux. La femme est jalouse. Le livre est léger. La table est légère. Word order. There is a major difference as far as word order is concerned. In English, the typical word order is adjective plus noun, like in big car, yellow sand. In French, we usually have noun plus adjective. Have a look. Une table jaune. Une maison grise. Un livre français. Un exercice difficile. Une rivière sinueuse. Une lampe espagnole. Un oiseau mort. Let's repeat. Une table jaune. Une maison grise. Un livre français. Un exercice difficile. Une rivière sinueuse. Une lampe espagnole. Un oiseau mort. Now that we can talk about things, it's time we learn how to talk about people. Introducing people is the subject of this lecture. We'll also see how to ask, who is this? Finally, we'll learn the French counterparts of Mr., Mrs., and Miss. Okay, we can ask about things. Let's learn how to ask about people. The basic question to use is qui est? Have a look. Qui est? C'est Pauline. C'est Pierre. Let's repeat. Qui est? C'est Pauline. C'est Pierre. The answer can be as simple as just the name, like in the sentences above. We use names just like in English. They are naturally capitalized. You can use just the first name, or the first name and the last name. We can also add titles. Have a look. Qui est? C'est Monsieur Dubois. C'est Madame Dubois. C'est Mademoiselle Dubois. Let's repeat. Qui est? C'est Monsieur Dubois. C'est Madame Dubois. C'est Mademoiselle Dubois. The title Mademoiselle is commonly used when addressing very young women. In some regions, it's not that common with older women, even if they are single. A married woman is always called Madame. Abbreviated forms of titles. In writing, we often use the abbreviated forms of the titles. Monsieur is abbreviated to M. Madame and Mademoiselle are also commonly abbreviated to the forms you can see over here. For example, c'est Monsieur Dubois. C'est Madame Dubois. C'est Mademoiselle Dubois. In this lecture, we'll learn how to introduce ourselves. We'll also learn some basic expressions used in everyday conversations like hello, goodbye, please, how are you, etc. Let's see how to say hello first. Here are some possibilities. Salut, bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue. Let's repeat. Salut, bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue. Bonjour is used all day long. And here are some common farewells. Au revoir, bonne nuit, à plus tard, à bientôt, à demain. Let's repeat. Au revoir, bonne nuit, à plus tard, à bientôt, à demain. And here's some more common expressions we all use on a regular basis. Merci, s'il vous plaît, s'il te plaît, de rien, comment ça va, ça va, ça va bien. Let's repeat. Merci, s'il vous plaît, s'il te plaît, de rien, comment ça va, ça va bien. And now some wishes. Bonne chance, bon voyage, bon appétit, santé, bonne journée, bonne soirée, félicitations, bon anniversaire, joyeux Noël, bonne année. Let's repeat. Bonne chance, bon voyage, bon appétit, santé, bonne journée, bonne soirée, félicitations, bon anniversaire, joyeux Noël, bonne année. And some other expressions that didn't fit in any of the above categories. Je suis désolé. Pardon. Après vous. Je ne comprends pas. Let's repeat. Je suis désolé. Pardon. Après vous. Je ne comprends pas. Introducing oneself. There are a lot of ways of introducing oneself. The most typical ones are: Je suis Alice. Je m'appelle Alice. Je m'appelle Pierre Dubois. Let's repeat. Je suis Alice. Je m'appelle Alice. Je m'appelle Pierre Dubois. In this lecture, we'll explore the world of French personal pronouns. There are a few more pronouns than in English because there are separate masculine and feminine forms in the third person plural. There are also more ways to say you. These pronouns can be then used along with the verbs that we are going to conjugate. In this lecture, we'll also see how to conjugate the verb to be. We'll see how to distinguish between formal and informal forms of pronouns. Just like in English, we use the personal pronouns even if the meaning is clear from the context. It's different than in many other Romance languages like Spanish or Italian. The verb to be. The most important and most frequently used verb in a lot of languages is the verb to be. This is also a good time to introduce the personal pronouns. We'll see to them in more detail in a few seconds, but now we can view them all. Okay, have a look. Être, to be. Je suis. Tu es. Vous êtes. Il est. Elle est. On est. En plural. Nous sommes. Vous êtes. Ils sont. Elles sont. Let's repeat. Je suis. Tu es. Vous êtes. Il est. Elle est. On est. Nous sommes. Vous êtes. Ils sont. Elles sont. Now the first person singular. The pronoun used for the first person singular is je. Have a look. Je suis Michel. Je suis Marie. Let's repeat. Je suis Michel. Je suis Marie. Now the second person singular. There are two pronouns used for the second person singular, the informal tu and the formal vous. Have a look. Tu, informal. Vous, formal. Informal you works like we could easily predict. Below you can see some examples so that you can have an idea when this informal pronoun should be used. Marie, tu es belle. Tu es intelligent. Papa, tu es vieux. Tu es Marc. Let's repeat. Marie, tu es belle. Tu es intelligent. Papa, tu es vieux. Tu es Marc. Formal you. You use the formal pronoun when talking to an adult who is not a member of your family. You often add the titles like Mr. or Mrs. What's quite interesting is that this personal pronoun, although it's a second personal singular pronoun, requires the verb to be in second person plural. That's why we say tu es using the informal pronoun, but vous êtes using the formal one. Vous êtes belle, Madame Pommier. Vous êtes intelligent, Monsieur Laplace. Let's repeat. Vous êtes belle, Madame Pommier. Vous êtes intelligent, Monsieur Laplace. Third person singular. In the third person singular, we have two pronouns. Il is used to refer to male people and animals, and also to things that are masculine gender. In that case, it corresponds to the English pronoun it. The pronoun used to refer to female people and animals is elle. It is also used with feminine nouns. Then it is also translated as it. Here's how we use the third person singular pronouns. Il means he. Elle means she. And if they refer to inanimate masculine and feminine nouns, il and elle mean it. For example, le crayon il. La table, people or animals. These are things. Here are some examples to illustrate how the third person singular pronouns are used with inanimate nouns. La table est blanche. Elle est blanche. L'exercice est difficile. Il est difficile. Let's repeat. La table est blanche. Elle est blanche. L'exercice est difficile. Il est difficile. There is also the impersonal it in English. In sentences like below, you can see that in French, we use the masculine pronoun il. Have a look. Il pleut. Il neige. Il grêle. Il fait beau. Il fait froid. Il fait chaud. Let's repeat. Il pleut. Il neige. Il grêle. Il fait beau. Il fait froid. Il fait chaud. There is one more pronoun in French which is used with the third person singular form of the verb. It's the impersonal pronoun on. It corresponds to the English pronoun one or we, like here. On est. On est intelligent. On est actif. Let's repeat. On est intelligent. On est actif. First person plural. In the first person plural, we use the pronoun nous. Nous sommes. Repeat. Nous sommes. Second person plural. In the second person plural, we have the pronoun vous. This pronoun is used in plural as both informal and formal. Have a look. Vous êtes. Let's repeat. Vous êtes. Exercise. Okay, that's been pretty much. Formal, informal, singular, plural. There are two pronouns that correspond to the simple English you. Let's take a break and practice. Below you can see a few situations in which we use the second person pronouns. Think about them now and decide which pronoun you would use in each of them. Tu or vous. 1. Mother speaking to child. 2. Teacher speaking to class. 3. General speaking to soldiers. 4. Addressing God in a prayer. 5. Talking to a friend on the phone. 6. Boss speaking to a group of employees. 7. Students speaking to their teacher. And here's the solution. 1. Mother speaking to child would say tu. 2. Teacher speaking to class would choose vous. 3. General speaking to soldiers would say vous. 4. When addressing God in a prayer, we would choose tu. 5. When talking to a friend on a phone, we would say tu. 6. Boss speaking to a group of employees would say vous. 7. Students speaking to their teacher would say vous. Third person plural. In the third person plural, there is also the distinction between masculine and feminine. Whether you use il or elle depends on whether the noun you refer to is masculine or feminine. So for masculine nouns we have il. For feminine ones, we have elle. And here are some examples. Les films sont intéressants. Ils sont intéressants. Les vaches sont fortes. Elles sont fortes. Let's repeat. Les films sont intéressants. Ils sont intéressants. Les vaches sont fortes. Elles sont fortes. And here are some more examples with personal pronouns and the verb to be. Je suis fort. Tu es heureux. Il est gros. Elle est libre. On est modeste. Nous sommes fiers. Vous êtes sérieux. Ils sont nouveaux. Elles sont douces. Let's repeat. Je suis fort. Tu es heureux. Il est gros. Elle est libre. On est modeste. Nous sommes fiers. Vous êtes sérieux. Ils sont nouveaux. Elles sont douces. As you can see, the adjectives take different endings according to their gender and number. This is important to pay attention to because in English we don't have these differences. In this lecture, we'll learn how to ask for personal information like someone's name or occupation. We'll also learn how to answer such questions. In this lecture, we'll also learn some jobs in French. Let's start with the basic questions. Qui est-ce? Qui es-tu? Qui êtes-vous? Let's repeat. Qui est-ce? Qui es-tu? Qui êtes-vous? And here's how we can ask about someone's name. Comment t'appelles-tu? Comment vous appelez-vous? And the answers? Je m'appelle Henri. Je m'appelle Jeanne. Let's repeat. Comment t'appelles-tu? Comment vous appelez-vous? Je m'appelle Henri. Je m'appelle Jeanne. Asking about someone's job. There are several ways of asking about someone's job. Here are some of them along with some possible answers. Quelle est ta profession? Quelle est votre profession? Je suis enseignant. Tu es architecte. Vous êtes journaliste. Il est photographe. Elle est actrice. Let's repeat. Quelle est ta profession? Quelle est votre profession? Je suis enseignant. Tu es architecte. Vous êtes journaliste. Il est photographe. Elle est actrice. As you've probably noticed, we don't use articles before the names of occupations. We'll be talking about this in greater detail later on. masculine and feminine names of jobs. As with many nouns that refer to people, there are masculine-feminine pairs for quite a lot of jobs. Some jobs are differentiated by their endings. Some jobs do not differ in both genders. Here are some examples of jobs that refer to males and females. L'acteur, l'actrice. Le coiffeur, la coiffeuse. Le serveur, la serveuse. Le cuisinier, la cuisinière. L'enseignant, l'enseignante. Le docteur, la doctoresse. Le dentiste, la dentiste. Le pilote, la pilote. Let's repeat. L'acteur, l'actrice. Le coiffeur, la coiffeuse. Le serveur, la serveuse. Le cuisinier, la cuisinière. L'enseignant, l'enseignante. Le docteur, la doctoresse. Le dentiste, la dentiste. Le pilote, la pilote.